We actually have quorum at 9:34, which is terrific, as it should be. And so we will start and welcome everybody here this morning. And I will just remind people that they can follow the meeting on their computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council, or you can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. Are there any declarations under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if so, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. This is for members of the committee. All right, hearing none, we'll proceed then. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting of April 18th, 2016? Moved by Councillor Pasternak, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Let's then proceed with a review of the agenda, and if you want to hold an item, please state your name and say hold. Item 15.1 will be held for deputations. Item 15.2 will be held for deputations. 15.3, Invest Toronto Annual General Meeting and 2015 Audited Financial Statements. Moved by Councillor Crawford. Seconded by Councillor Basso. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I am going to hold item 15.4, if I may. 15.5, Toronto Port Lands Company Annual Meeting and Audited Statements. Could we just can't hear a thing, and if we could just close that door, and if we have to have people go around the other door, it's just too noisy. I think we should just have people go around. If there's going to be a big crowd out there, that's no problem, but it's just too noisy. All right, item 15.5, Port Lands Company, a motion to adopt. Moved by Councillor Crawford, Councillor Menon Wong. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Police and Fire Games, 15.6. Moved by Deputy Mayor Menon Wong. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The 15.7 is being held for deputations. 15.8 is being considered after lunch as the first time after lunch, a statutory matter. 15.9. Motion to adopt 15.9. Moved by Councillor Pasternak.
Mayor Tory, I'd like to hold that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Shiner is going to hold that, and there are deputations as well. 15.10, redevelopment of Toronto Transit Commission lands at Yonge Eglinton.
Could I hold that as well, please?
Councillor Shiner will hold that. 15.11, Aboriginal Employment Strategy Update.
Hold, please. Hold.
Being held by Councillor Ainsley. 15.12, I have a motion on that. We'll hold that. We're going to put, I could put the motion now and dispose of it. It was just an amendment. Pardon me, somebody else want to hold it? No, let's do it. Okay, the motion simply, can we put it up? Do you think you have it, Madam Clerk? Yeah. There it is there. It simply adds the words such report to include a jurisdictional scan of other Canadian municipalities in Canada with large Aboriginal populations and whether those jurisdictions have established Aboriginal Affairs offices to address issues within that community. I thought it would be very useful for us to see that in the context of the recommendation. So that is the simple amendment. Can we have a motion to, I move that amendment as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 15.13, Toronto 2017 plans. Nobody holding it. Motion to adopt. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 15.14, relocation of Hollis Early Learning and Child Care Centre. Moved by Councillor Crawford. Any other? Okay. Seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adjustment to the 2016-2025 capital budget for Parks, Forestry and Recreation for 47 Cedar Crest Boulevard. Moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adjustments to the Parks, Forestry and Recreation 2016 capital budget and capital plan. Moved by, again, Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Facilities, Real Estate, Environment and Energy capital budget. Capital plan adjustments, accelerations, and deferrals for the second quarter, 15.17.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Crawford. Operating variance report for the 3 months ended March 31st, 2016. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 15.19, capital variance report for 3-month period, March 31st, 2016. Again, moved by Budget Chair Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee request, re-TTC 15.20. That moved by Councillor DeGiorgio, seconded Councillor Palacio. All those in favor, opposed, carried. 15.21, Provincial Review of Special Investigations Unit processes for cases involving individuals living with mental illness. Is that moved by Councillor Palacio? All right, seconded. All those in favor, opposed, carried. 15.22, Toronto Police Service Annual Hate, Bias, Crime Statistical Report.
Can I hold up?
Motion held by
Councillor
Councillor Ainsley. 15.23, overhaul of 30 Canadian light rail vehicles and maintaining non-overhauled streetcars in a state of good repair. All those moved by Councillor Palacio. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Federal infrastructure funding. Again, I have a very short motion that which we could dispose of now if the clerk could put it up. It's just that the Executive Committee refer this item to the City Manager for consideration of these projects alongside other requests of the federal government for infrastructure funding. It's really just to make sure we, left hand, right hand knows what it's doing. Did you want to? Sure, we can, absolutely. We'll hold that. World-class digital city, open data strategic plan. I think you have some amendments, Councillor Ainsley. Does that mean we best deal with it later?
I think there's some deputants.
Pardon me?
Deputants.
Oh, there are deputants as well, okay. 15.26, request for establishment of term limits for council member appointments to agencies, boards, commissioners, and corporations. Again, there's deputations on that. 15.27, beg pardon? Yeah, we have I think Councillor Bylaw wants to add some, I think we want to just, I have it, no, it's just it's a motion, I think. Okay. So I'm going to move that we add an item to the agenda so we can coordinate our response. It's the letter that's in front of you on pink paper, which is on the mayor's letterhead dated May 24th, 2016. May I have a motion to add that to the agenda? Moved by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So those will sit there together then. And then we also have, I think Councillor Bilo has one to do with the College Promenade BIA streetscape. And you move that that be added to the agenda as new business. Moved by Councillor Bilo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then finally, Councillor Palacio has the earthquake disaster relief assistance for Ecuador. Move that be added to the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now back to the rundown. Where was I? I've lost the paper now. Here it is. It's yeah, we'll do that, but I just have I've misplaced. Oh, here it's under here. 1, 2, 3. So that's the end. Okay. May I also have your concurrence to deal with a couple of timing matters. If you look at the list of deputies, we have a very large number of speakers registered on 15.7, the recommendations for future mega international event bidding and hosting, and that I would recommend that we time that item as the second item of the day to be finished after we finish the 15.1, the financial matters that we're going to start up with this morning. The only caveat I put on that is that obviously at 1:30 we have to deal with the statutory matter concerning the development charges, because that requires particular procedural rules to be followed. So what will happen is we'll deal with the financial matter. As soon as we finish that, if we finish before 1:30, we can move on to the international events bidding. If not, we'll move at 1:30 to the statutory matter concerning development charges, and then move after that to the international events matter. Did you have a comment or a question?
Yep, Mayor Tory, item 15.10, redevelopment of Toronto Transit Commission lands at Yonge and Eglinton. It has a confidential motion attached to it, a report attached to it. I have some questions that I'm going to try to deal with staff in advance, and I may have some slight amendments, but we may want to put a time to that so our folks at Build Toronto and TTC don't have to stay here all day for that.
I'd be more than happy to do that for that reason, but maybe we could tell them they could come back not
That's what
earlier
I'm talking
than
about.
you know, 3 o'clock. I hate to say it. I wish I could
What
say.
time?
Pardon me?
So if there's a time in the afternoon after lunch sometime,
Or 4 o'clock. I mean, because if you look at it, the financial matter, I think, will take a good part of the morning because there's quite a few deputants. Then we have the statutory matter at 1:30. And then we have the Expo matter, which has 27 or so deputants. And so I think if we wanted to tell them a time to come back, being realistic, it would be like 4 o'clock.
I'm fine with that, and if I can resolve it in advance with a motion I could put forward and just circulate, I
Okay.
will. But can we say 4 o'clock for the in-camera?
Yeah, I mean, I can't be guaranteed it'll be on at 4, but at least it prevents them sitting here between now and 4.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're suggest the staff come back at 4 o'clock, and then we can deal with it at 4 if we're able to do so.
So 15
With it, we should be so fortunate, Councillor Shiner. With your indulgence and assistance, we might be able to actually do that. Any other comments before we?
So 15.10 will be at 4 o'clock?
15.7 will be after 15.1. 15.10, we will advise the staff that it will be 4 o'clock or later, but hopefully around 4 o'clock. So then, may I have a motion to approve do we have to approve the order paper and the timing matters that I've just gone
Also
through?
move. I'll
By
move that.
Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry.
And Mayor Tory, could we see if it's finally springtime, if the air conditioning's getting turned on in the building?
You know, the air does feel dead. It just feels like it's not moving in here. Maybe somebody could
I don't want to use the
check
word
into that.
dead.
Well,
I
no,
don't want
but
to use the word
it does feel
stale,
dead. It feels dead.
but it is warm.
I'll use it. What's that? Hot air, yeah, that's it, yeah. Okay, now, what we're going to do with your concurrence, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to hear the city manager's presentation first before we hear the deputations, on the basis that perhaps his presentation will answer some of the questions deputants have. It'd be useful for us all to hear it. And so if everybody's in concurrence, we'll hear from the city manager and then proceed to deputations on 15.1 and then on from there.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Tory.
Just before you start, Mr. Wallace, there's a large crowd of people in here. There's a lot of people standing up. And I'm going to have to ask for your indulgence in making sure there isn't that buzz, especially when we turn on the air conditioning. So if you could just keep the hubbub down. We need to hear the city manager's presentation and all the deputants. So please, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mayor Tory. I'm Peter Wallace, City Manager, and with me, as you know, is Roberto Rossini, Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer. The report in front of you today has been signed by me and all three of our Deputy City Managers. That's a reflection of our shared concern with respect to the long-term financial stability of the city. We are concerned that each year we are able to achieve annual balance.
Mayor Tory, I'm fighting to hear.
Yeah, we've got people standing up, and I'm delighted you're here. But I would seriously have to consider asking people to leave the room if we can't. If we could please just be quiet, that would be great, just so we can hear a very important presentation from Mr. Wallace. Thank you.
The guts of the report is trying to understand why it is that previous city managers, previous CFOs, large numbers of academic studies and others have always expressed core concerns with respect to the long-term financial structure of the city. And there is a very powerful narrative there that indicates from just a basic perspective that as we decrease reliance on our core revenue source, which is property tax, and yet increase expense, clearly there is some type of tension in the system. Yet on an annual basis, the city has been able to cobble together balanced budgets, and there has been a certain sense of comfort that it looks like everything will work out just fine. What this report does is essentially explore and try and understand why it is that on an annual basis we've been able to balance the budget, and how that may not be indicative, how the circumstances that allowed that to happen may not be sustainable in future. So if I can jump to slide 4. So this is the basic financial picture of the city, and you'll see that in combination with almost all organization, has natural tendency to grow. And you'll see that that growth is part of two things. There is a base component, and then each year we add a little bit new of enhanced, and then that new and enhanced in turn compounds, and that's the nature of the yellow bar. But this is basically the fiscal pattern of the City of Toronto over the last number of years. This is in nominal or current dollars. It's a relatively uninteresting chart because it shows the numbers at such a level of aggregation. So it is important to look at what happens on an annual basis, and that's the next slide, slide 5. And what this shows is there's actually a very distinct pattern associated with our change in overarching expenditure. And this is again in nominal or current dollars. And you'll see that the last 6 years have had very moderate expense growth of about 2.3% on an annual average basis, in contrast to a rate of growth that was 6 or so percent in the years prior to 2010. And I'll explore in turn what actually constitutes the numbers over the last 6 years and spend a little bit of time doing that. One thing I should emphasize here is that these are all in numbers. So what we try and show is basically the full cost of governance to the people who pay for the City of Toronto. So that includes all of our tax, property tax, land transfer tax, the full costs associated with water, wastewater, user fees, TTC, anything along like that, basically to give the truest possible perspective of the overall cost and the overall benefits of the City of Toronto. So what we're stepping away from here is the usual and somewhat overly narrow net basis to take a look in aggregate at what is the financial impact of the city. And you'll see that that financial impact of the city, while it's grown very moderately over the last number of years, if you actually adjust for both in inflation and population, so the most core indication of affordability of city operations. The other core indication would be share of GDP, but we'll use this one for the moment. You'll see that, in fact, costs have been essentially constant or actually a moderate decline over a period of time. And what's particularly important, and we'll spend a few minutes in the next several slides, exploring the composition of this change. Because this composition, it's what's happened underneath these numbers that has allowed the budget to be balanced on an annual basis. So if I can now flip to expense, and this is for the last 6 years. And the yellow bar is the rate program. So council a number of years ago made a core decision, largely with respect to water, but also with respect to Toronto Parking Authority and solid waste, that it would run these on a rate-supported basis. And Toronto Water was at the time in a crisis where the city had not put in appropriate resources to manage a number of core issues with respect to the sustainability of the system. Council made a decision at that point in time, extended over a period of time, to essentially raise rates on a very, very substantial basis in order to cope with the infrastructure deficit. That has been a very successful strategy that has largely mitigated the infrastructure deficit, not fully. That's why the rates continue to increase over the foreseeable future, but done a huge service in terms of mitigating that or addressing that infrastructure deficit. So what you have is, over that period of time, the largest single area of expense growth, 24%, is on the rate base. That's irrelevant from a fiscal standpoint in that nets out, that neutralizes, and we'll see that on the next slide associated with revenue as well. But that 24% has been matched by, that 24% of expense has essentially been self-balancing or internally hedged from a fiscal perspective. You'll see then that most of the rest of the rates of growth are really quite moderate. You'll see that, and now this is adjusted for inflation. So importantly, what we've done here is actually taken out inflation to ensure comparability over time. And you'll see that basically debt has been rising at essentially 1% a year. Emergency services have been rising at slightly over, right about 1% a year. That 1% reflects a huge amount of efficiency in the actual delivery of emergency services, simply because we know that the labor agreements that underlie those costs have been increasing substantially more quickly than that. So emergency services have been able to cope by and large with a more complex, dense city and fairly expensive labor agreements, holding that incremental cost to about 1% each year. TTC has been growing at roughly double the rate of roughly double the overall rate, and that's a function of essentially catch-up. Where the TTC had fallen into state of good repair and other concerns, there have been investments over the last number of years to try and mitigate those, and again, somewhat similar to water, try and return the situation to a stable state. Those increases have been made possible because of a decrease in cost-shared programs. And this is a very important construct here, because while the overall rate of growth has been very moderate, what has effectively happened here is that there have been reductions in cost. And those reductions in costs have come by and large from cost-shared programs. Those are programs we share largely on the social service side with the province of Ontario. And essentially, we have been able to benefit from a decline in welfare. And effectively, while welfare rates have not been cut, the rates themselves have been the same, two things have happened. The province has uploaded an increased share of welfare, and welfare rolls themselves have dropped. Those factors are nearing maturity, and even if welfare rolls continue to drop because of the upload, we will no longer get a benefit associated with that. So this is a set of unique circumstances over time in which we have been able to benefit very, very substantially by reducing the city's investment in shelter support and housing, and particularly in welfare programs, and direct that towards a combination of property tax relief and emergency services and TTC. This circumstance, just from a common sense perspective, this circumstance will not continue. We can reasonably expect that the expense pressures on debt will rise. Expense pressures on emergency services will continue to be there. We'll talk a little bit about TTC later in the presentation, but very clearly we cannot rely on a continued decline in the cost of cost-shared programs. There's a mirror image on the revenue slide as well, and the scale is different to accommodate the spectacular growth in land transfer tax, but that 23.9 is again, same slide, same point we had relative to expense earlier. That is the rate program, solid waste, water, and Toronto Parking Authority offset. The provincial upload has actually increased our revenue capacity over a period of time. The very largest change has been from land transfer tax, which has actually provided almost, which has grown by over 150% over a period of time. TTC fares, a variety of others. What's particularly important here is that property taxes have actually declined. When you adjust for inflation, property taxes overall are lower than they were in 2010. So essentially, the city has, on a revenue side, been able to balance the modest increases in nominal expense. It's been able to balance that on the basis of spectacular growth in land transfer tax and essentially shifting the basis of taxation away from property tax and towards land transfer tax and fee-based. And in that fee-based, it's particularly been able to emphasize TTC ridership because that is the largest element. And there's a point in the report, and it's an important point, that Council has in fact raised taxes. The active decisions by Council to manage property taxes over a period of time have meant that property taxes have been rising very slowly. And in fact, the total incremental increase associated with property tax decisions made by this Council is actually smaller than the increase in fees paid by TTC riders over the last 6 years. So again, this model is only sustainable as long as we have very strong increases in land transfer tax, and as long as we continue to experience significant changes in government transfers in other areas. It's reasonable to believe that these are likely to be mature, not likely to continue over a period of time. Just a few more slides and then we'll wrap up. The annual capital budget has been sustained over a period of time. But what is very important on the next slide is that the low rate of growth in expense actually masks council's true intentions, because council has been very clear with staff that it wants to have a large number of city building initiatives, and you can see them on the page, including our recent and likely upcoming conversations with respect to very, very substantial investments in transit. These are not built into the city's plan. These are exclusive of the city's plan. So essentially, the city has been able to achieve balance over a period of years through three primary mechanisms. The downs associated with savings, windfall savings associated with windfall declines in social assistance, the windfall gains associated with land transfer tax, and essentially announcing but not funding, asking staff to commit taxpayer dollars to the work on but not funding a large number of capital projects. So that's been essentially the mechanisms that have allowed for balance to be achieved on each of the last 3 years. You'll notice that I'm not putting as much emphasis on the one-time savings. That's because over a 6-year period, those one-time savings tend to cancel out. So that's not fully true for 2017 because there are fairly substantial overhangs from 15 and 16 into 2017. But over the 6-year period, it's basically been not a challenge associated with the annual one-time kind of balance dance, but these more structural basic things in terms of declines in social assistance and social spending, the increase in land transfer tax, and council's historic practice of announcing and baking projects into our future understanding, but not providing adequate funding room for those. So that's not sustainable. And in a very real sense, the decisions to have the very difficult discussions around tax, around expenditure management, around assets were made a long time ago. They're falling due right about now. And it will be this council in this term that has to address those challenges. But the decisions, the de facto decisions to fall into these gaps were made over an extended period of time. And that extended period of time, it's a real thing, and it will require some real time and effort to get out of these. So the rest of the presentation is actually fairly traditional. What it does is it shows, in essence, on page 13, what it shows is the expense requirements over a period of time. And slide 11, excuse my apologies. What it shows is that just to keep the lights on within the existing announced programs, the requirements are basically $600 million, and they grow each year beyond that. What's different in this number is two things. First, it includes nothing about the unfinanced capital gaps. So it includes nothing about the capital. So that $29 billion capital wish list that I talked about earlier, that would add to this if council were to make any decisions, for example, with respect to incremental transit investment. And secondly, the primary components of this are the usual inflationary pressures, but the bigger issues now are TTC and TCHC, both of which have been able to manage their pressures over a period of time. But TCHC has now reached a point of inflection where it cannot manage within its current fiscal context. The Mayor's task force is crystal clear to that effect. And secondly, the TTC has indicated that a combination of state of good repair, maintaining the system, the annualizations associated with recent investments mean that it requires the better part of $200 million next year in order to maintain existing service levels. There's a mirror image slide, which is page 13, associated with that. Just jump to page 13. which is the revenue piece. And of course, revenue in this instance it remains relatively robust. Revenues of, $140, $260 million worth of revenue. That is moderate revenue growth on a $10 billion overall base. But the real change here is that if we look on the next slide, City Council has over a period of time gotten used to balancing its budget on the basis of revenues rolling in during a period of spectacular growth in land transfer tax. And that growth has, basically provided almost $100 million each year. It was a $100 million increment lift 2015 to 2016. So the base revenue growth there is, maybe $200 million, and the increment associated with MLTT has supported that. We're going to fall back. There's a rule, the statistical rule, regress to the mean. We're going to regress to the mean at some point. Whether or not that actually happens in 2017 or 2018, it's inconceivable that land transfer tax will continue to grow. And the provincial uploads, which provide us with net benefit here, are coming to an end. So those two factors mean that the City of Toronto is going to have to fit within less revenue. So what we've done is we've baked in a divergence here between expense, where our deferrals have left us to the point where expense is likely to rise, and on the revenue side, the current policies mean that revenue is likely to decline over a period of time. At least that is with respect to the existing policy. And I need to be very clear, this is an all-in number. This includes all of the rate base. It builds in the proposed city building fund. It models property tax at a rate of inflation, residential property tax fixed to a rate of inflation, and it includes a variety of other things. So this is our best effort at an all-in number. You can flip to the next slide and show that obviously this shows a fairly significant gap going forward that grows over a period of time. These numbers will not be the real numbers. These numbers will be managed. Council will not allow this to happen. Staff will not allow this to happen. But they are indicative of a situation in which Council has enjoyed a relatively free ride on the basis of a series of fortuitous circumstances, has not looked on a multi-year basis going forward. Clearly, we need to change that, and clearly we need to move forward on a more strategic basis. I'm going to flip to page 17 now. 17? Oh. Yep. And just, this is a complicated chart, but it is important to show kind of the challenges we have in 2017. And there are two things that I think are striking about this. First of all, it is that the pattern of deferral contributes very strongly to the challenges in 2017. And you'll see a number of those elements bring forward, and you'll see that they are associated with prior year decisions by Council. And secondly, some of the biggest pressures are associated with agencies, particularly with TTC, which requires $160 million to keep the lights on and the existing level of service, is then facing an incremental burden associated with Presto, $29 billion. That's contractually fixed. You'll see that prior capital decisions are beginning to grow more steeply. And you'll see in particular that there's $96 million worth of TCHC pressures. So those numbers will all change. We know that many of those numbers will go down. We'll work hard to bring them down. But it gives you an indication of basically the process of kicking the can down the road will inevitably come to an end. And that inevitably comes to an end in 2017, 2018, 2019, but within the period of visibility of this council. So the last couple of slides are important, and to some extent, Council has seen this movie before. Council has been told perennially that we have a series of challenges, and what is different about this is that we are explaining clearly how it is that Council has dodged those earlier bullets and why those strategies are not available. And if you look at these, it's very clear that with any luck, and we will have very high expectations for both provincial and federal money for capital projects. Our gaps are largely on the operating side. When we get the capital money, it helps to offset that $29 billion gap, but we haven't funded that yet. So it's not a relief on our fiscal plan. We may continue to get gains from MLTT, and in fact, the MLTT numbers here are $20 million higher than they were back in December, because the property tax market continues to, the property market continues to perform extremely well. Inevitably, that will reach a level of maturity. Our reserve funds are frankly in no state to be drawn down. There's an appendix that shows how they stand relative to comparable to other municipalities. The surplus for the 2016 surplus will be down around $150 million. That is 1.5% of net spend. That it essentially goes into capital. When we manage down the surplus, all we're doing is cutting the already inadequate future capital budget, and exactly the same thing if we choose to lower capital from current. So the shortcuts, the tricks that we have relied on over a period of time are not realistically available in order to bridge us forward. So that does lead to next steps, and the next steps are really to have the more challenging conversation. And we will need to make sure that we integrate our program planning, our capital asks, with our actual budgetary planning, and do not approve major areas of new expense. And this, with respect, is not the million or the $3 or the $4 million items. This is the big ticket items. This is not a battle that will be fought on the basis or won on the basis of trivial expenses. This is a very, very substantial expenditure gap, and council will need to look at overall how it intends to address that. And that does mean linking in the council chambers on a regular basis council's asks with its abilities to pay or with its willingness to raise revenues from our residents and businesses in order to pay for that. That will require a multi-year expenditure management plan and a much more serious look at program review. The challenge with program review is that even in the senior governments, it is not a panacea. And program review, no matter how strongly applied in the City of Toronto, has never fully offset expense on an annual basis. So no matter how fully, no matter how strongly we emphasize, council has been crystal clear every year over the past 6, let alone the 6 before that, that it wants to maintain the level of services, that it wants to maintain or even increase the level of services. So staff will work, agencies will work to control expense, but that alone will not be able to address the existing pressures, let alone make room for the very significant increases associated with capital financing. So effectively, that means that council will need to look seriously at revenue measures. And I do have advice with respect to revenue measures. And municipalities are built on a relatively simple model. They are built on a property tax model. It will be imperative to make decisions in which our structural expense, the expense we cannot avoid, the expense that is embodied in one of those earlier charts that shows basically what you as council want to deliver to our residents, be based on revenue tools that are recurring, that are stable, that do not put us at risk of a deflection or just slower growth in the property tax market. So it will be absolutely imperative to balance core expense with our core revenues. Secondly, that will not do it because council will want to invest significantly in new capital going forward, and that is where we should direct revenue tools. That is where, as we begin to look at new sources of revenue, as we look at asset deployment, as we look at making our assets much more efficient, as we look at incremental fees, as we look at all of those other elements, my view, staff's view, is that they should be devoted to new services, new areas of city building and capital, and that we should make sure that we do not provide future councils with the hole that prior councils left you. That we, in fact, address those structural issues, that we, in fact, match revenues to expense on a going forward basis, and then to the extent we want and we do need incremental capital investment, we use incremental sources of revenue to fund that. That's our presentation, and we look forward to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Just at the end there, I thought briefly of having a motion to extend the holiday weekend by an extra day on the 3rd. There's nothing to be done around here, but... So, what we will now do, ladies and gentlemen, with your concurrence, members of the committee, is we will move to the deputations, and then we'll come back to questions of Mr. Wallace and Mr. Rossini as you wish after we've heard from our deputants. And so, we will do that, and we thank you very much for the presentation. And the first person up is Tim McGuire. Is Tim? There he is. You know the rules, Mr. McGuire, and you have 5. You don't by now. Well. You have 5 minutes, and then we may have some questions.
I will do my best
Thank
to
you for
follow that
coming.
rule. Again, Tim McGuire, President of QP Local 79, representing the City of Toronto inside workers and others, the people who deliver services to all of your communities on your behalf. Local 79 makes 4 recommendations arising out of this report, and then I'll speak to some points about the report and the recommendations. First, City Council should move quickly to explore new and expanded sources of revenue that provide long-term sustainable support for the operating and capital needs of the city, starting with the 2017 budget. Fire sales of profitable assets that support the city's operating budget, like Toronto Hydro, should be opposed. 2, review service level impacts of past and current efficiency measures, including gapping, when exploring future efficiency measures. 3, develop the city's promised quality job assessment tool prior to any consideration of contracting out. 4, explore whether bringing currently contracted out work back in-house can achieve cost savings. So with respect to some areas of the report, the city's long-term financial plan shows that the cupboard is bare. Toronto's spending per person has dropped by 7% since 2010, with the exception of rate-based programs like water, yet the city still faces yearly budget gaps of hundreds of millions of dollars and $29 billion in unfunded capital projects. The report states, quote, recent patterns of savings and efficiencies are nearing practical limits without service changes or other direction from Council. Council has a choice to make: cut programs or grow revenue. So again, our recommendation is that the city explore new and expanded sustainable sources of revenue starting in 2017 budget, and again, reject any notion of selling profitable assets like Toronto Hydro. Services need to grow to make a more equal city. The public supports services, as evidenced by the many service reductions triggered by the core service review in 2012 being rejected due to public outcry. There have been new promises to invest in good jobs, affordable housing, childcare, and public transit because the public wants us to tackle growing inequality with services and supports. The city needs to choose a long-term city building vision. The report says we should explore more efficiencies and cost reductions before any revenue tools are implemented, but the report also shows that more efficiencies can't solve the basic fiscal deficit. The report recommends looking at selling assets like Toronto Hydro, but this will actually hurt our long-term financial sustainability. There are too many contradictions. The City Council needs to make a choice: build a city for everyone or cut back on what we have, but don't pretend there are piles of money sitting under seat cushions in City Hall or elsewhere. This is what some might refer to as a can't suck and blow moment for the city. There are hidden costs to efficiencies of the past 6 years and other years. In an effort to keep property taxes low, regressive user fees have gone up by 9% over inflation since 2010. Staff vacancies have shot up to 3,000 or almost 6% as city divisions more than double what they were before 2010. Some divisions are near or at 20% gapping. We can't continue these service impacts. So-called efficiency must be measured against impact service levels. Last year's service level reviews repeatedly pointed to a number of challenges, and gapping is a chronic problem that's growing. Our recommendation is review service level impacts of past and current measures, including gapping, when exploring any future efficiency means. Exploring contracting out must be balanced with exploring contracting in and maintaining good jobs. Our recommendation, again, is that the city develop its promised job assessment, quality job assessment tool prior to any consideration of contracting out. That quality job assessment tool was developed to look at if the city were contracting out or in work performed by its agencies were actually good, decent jobs, and the components of what a good, decent job looks like. And the city needs to be, we've said it many times and we'll continue to say it, needs to be a leader in showing what a good job is. In the past, contracting out has led to very low wage jobs in some areas, and in some areas actually sub-minimum wage jobs. And the city can't return to this direction. So the city needs to explore bringing contracting work back in also, where cost savings can be achieved. I think the city is already reviewing its fleet service contract, where parts are provided to the city fleet. But another area where the city should look is engineering services. The city has incrementally contracted out its surveying and design for various projects, and that should be seriously looked at. There are areas, we believe, where that has led to increased costs rather than the city maintaining its ability to grow a city.
And we'll have to leave it at that, Mr. Barr. That's 5:30, and so I thank you very much for your submissions. Are there any questions of this deputy? Thank you very much for being with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Michael Rosenberg. Good morning, Mr. Rosenberg. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay, I'm Michael Rosenberg. Now, you're going to basically be hearing two main messages today, I think. There's going to be the issue of priorities and allocation, and there's going to be the issue of new revenue. The staff report states that differentiated targets are a way that other cities have been successful. Now, of course, when you set a target, you don't always get the exact same percentage increase or decrease in each department, but it doesn't seem to be done intentionally. So I think it's a good thing that this report is now saying that we need to decide what kind of city we want and what kind of spending gives us that kind of city, and make some decisions as to whether some departments should get an increase and others should be held closer to a line or a decrease. I think that most of the groups here have recognized both the need for new revenues and the fact that there are some departments where do we need the amount of spending that we have. For example, information technology or police. So there are a few areas where perhaps in order to achieve the kind of city we want to see more spending on transit and housing and other services, and that one of the options is less spending on some areas that perhaps are not as directly related to the kind of city we actually want to see in the future. And I agree with the report that this is about the big money. It's not about finding, you know, a $1 million program that you don't like. It's about what is the overall direction. And I mean, let's look at a couple of factors about the overall direction. The economy, I mean, we were talking about inflation and population. economy has not been keeping up with inflation and population. So how is that going to look in the future? How much worse off are we going to be in the future? And that's why, for example, the direction of increasing the use of technology might be questionable, as in, is that the kind of city we want? Because the new technology is not so productive. You get a lot of information sloshing around, but do you get transit? Do you get housing? Do you get food from technology? No, you can't eat technology. So let's be careful. Maybe that's one of the areas we don't need to increase spending on in a time when the economy isn't even keeping up with inflation. So maybe we can actually help the economy by spending less on technology and have an economy that is more functional and less information-oriented. And at the same time, maybe that's one of the areas we don't need to spend so much money on. So if we can look at some of those bigger budgets and figure out what the direction of the city is. And I would like to ask, and maybe some of you can ask the staff, how would be the correct way to operationalize this request for differentiated targets? Normally the targets come out around this time of year. So before the staff budget comes out, they're given targets. So maybe you need to examine a process where by September, council has made some decisions about what are the differentiated targets, instead of just letting that happen by accident. We don't want to continue to see across-the-board cuts being mandated. It would be good to actually implement the proposal for differentiated targets, and maybe you can do something about that over the summer so that in the actual budget cycle we know that perhaps one or two of the large budget areas will not continue to increase, and that money can be available for housing and transit and the other services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Any questions for Mr. Rosenberg? Councillor Shiner?
Michael,
Yes.
I'm over here. David Shiner, how are you?
Yeah.
So you were talking about need for new revenues and more spending on transit and housing. Transit and housing are probably our largest areas of concern. Is that something you think should be mostly based upon city getting new revenues for that, or because you're saying cut city services or look at what we do for transit and housing, which I'm wondering if you think that the federal and provincial governments should be on board and how much for that?
What I'm saying is that, and this would apply to the other governments as well, is that they need to establish some sort of direction and understanding that, like, what I might call internal services, like technology, are not actually what the public is demanding. And so even if the money were to come from the other governments, obviously with the economy not growing and in fact shrinking on a per capita basis, they would have to make the same decision. So what I'm really saying is redirect money from things that are not as essential to the frontline public towards the things that are. And if that happens at the other levels of government and we benefit from that, that's fine. But my message is how to get there, not who's going to do it. Everybody should be doing it.
But the shortfall, and I don't mean to belabor this, the shortfall in the other levels of government is huge. It's over $20 billion needs for housing and close to, for TTC, and then we've got huge amount for housing. Information technology expenses can't come anywhere close to that.
Well,
So the question is, are you think it's something that the city itself should be dealing with, or is this something that should very much be a shared funding issue?
It should be, but I mean, I'm willing to see higher taxes, but only if the information technology and police and others budgets are kept under control. And if you look at those budgets, like for example, over the period of the time that, for example, the Scarborough subway funding is considered to be of 30 years, The information technology spending over that time is double the amount of the Scarborough subway cost. And obviously, the police budgets are very large also. So, I mean, those are factors. We have to rebalance our direction. We can't just continue to only look at new funding, new taxes, and then see it all eaten up in the IT and police budgets. We have to do both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Rosenberg? All right, I will thank you very much. Sean Mahar, Executive Director of Social Planning, Toronto. Next. Okay. Adina Lebeau, Chair, Canadian Association of Retired People, CARP. Good morning. Thank you for coming. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Adina Lebeau. I'm the chair of CARP Toronto. And on behalf of our 90,000 Toronto members, I'm here to say that we're very concerned by some of the recommendations as outlined in the city's long-term fiscal report. While the body of the report is very clear that we're at a turning point and that the city must find new revenue sources to fund badly needed infrastructure and social services like transit, housing, and health, the recommendations don't address these needs. And in fact, some are actually in conflict with the analysis in the report. We are spending less, the report says, per capita now than 6 years ago, and our population is growing. The challenge is very clear. Toronto has a revenue problem that needs to be addressed in short order. And we must study and use the revenue tools we have on hand to finance the needs of a city the size of Toronto. The CCPA did a revenue tool report showing that Toronto leaves approximately $500 million a year on the table by not using the revenue-generating tools and the powers granted to council under law. And Sheila Block will be on shortly to talk more about that. But the city must also study and create more progressive tax tools like road tolls, hotel taxes, sales taxes. Other cities have already created and implemented such tools. We need to study them. Just think of how much more housing, healthcare, and other social programs of all kinds we can fund with that kind of money in the kitty. While the long-term report says that short-term fixes are unhelpful and unsustainable, it recommends exploring short-term fixes, asset sales, selling off, contracting out. While putting quick money into the government coffers, it will just lead to higher costs for consumers and less access long-term to the services as the price of privatization rises. Why would we want to do this? While the report makes clear that City Hall has cut all it can without hurting services that people rely on, it recommends that divisions and agencies continue to cut their budgets by pursuing cost reductions, and also suggests that the city scale back on planned investments. This is not the right way to go. We need to set out our housing, social service program, and TTC priorities and use our revenue-generating tools to meet that budgeted need. We don't have a choice anymore, and it's now that this must be done. An aging population is going to increase the demand and double the demand for these kinds of services over the next 10 to 15 years, and we must be ready. In a recent CARP survey, just to end, members voted that they are in favor of giving a little more, higher taxes, so that social reform can be undertaken and financed. And I'm sure that many other Torontonians feel the same way. Taxes are not a bad thing. And world-class cities don't stay world-class cities very long without them. Just to end, CARP did another member survey that ranked the top 10 cities in Canada on the basis of access and supply of low-cost housing, access to health care and home care, access to healthy food supplies, and access to transportation. And the winners are Peterborough, Winnipeg, Montreal, and Victoria. The worst, Calgary and Kelowna, and Toronto is also near the bottom of the list. It's shameful and unconscionable that Canada's largest city ranks so low. As Canada's largest city, we must be a role model and we must be leading the pack. We must do better. New York brought itself back from the brink of bankruptcy by using its revenue tools, and we ask Council to do the same on behalf of Toronto and Torontonians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of this deputy? Might I just ask you a couple then, if there aren't others? You sort of basically in your presentation, I don't want to put words in your mouth, ruled out the monetization of assets, and you spoke in favor of service enhancement, especially in response to an aging population, which makes sense in light of your, who you represent here today. And then you talked a lot about so-called revenue tools. Can I just ask, there was a column, for example, out in the newspaper this weekend saying, well, what we should do is increase property taxes by 5% every year plus inflation. Would CARP and your membership, based on, based on your surveys, support that?
Well, property taxes are lower. I think you'll see in Sheila Block's presentation, our property taxes are the lowest of 10 or 12 different cities. Our people, we need the services. We need the services for a growing population. There's a growing need. And then there is a doubling of the aging population. Our membership and our surveys have said, yes, people are willing to pay a little more in order to finance this long term. We can't keep doing what we've always done with the imploding need for these services and social programs. And, what we're also looking at is there are major cities across North America who have taken steps in this direction, and I'm sure city staff can take a look at the research and take a look at what's going on in other cities and put together a plan for Toronto and look at it, different department, need by need, like Michael Rosenberg was saying. Some are going to need more, some are going to need less, may differ than what happened in the past, but then budget accordingly and use your revenue tools to meet those needs. We want a quality of life for our children and our grandchildren. This is just not the seniors. This is age-friendly. Our children and our grandchildren as are important as we are, and we want everybody to have the quality of life in Canada's major city, and we want it to be a role model. We want it to be the leader, not down at the bottom of the barrel.
All right, so CARP is willing then to entertain a 5%. Our biggest revenue tool, of course, is property taxes. Could I just ask you to name what your other top two would be from CARP?
Well, TTC, housing.
No, the other top two revenue enhancement measures, just so we know, because you talked a lot about that. Which would be the ones you'd choose first if you were sitting here in our position, having to raise this money you suggest is needed?
Well, there was the one tax was taken away, the motor vehicle registration tax was taken away, but the system is still in place, and it was going to produce $50 or $75 million. That's one way to do it. You can take a look at the progressive taxes outlined in the CCPA to do it. I know because I read the report. I don't know that these are CARP's priority choices of taxes, but there was a parking tax as part of it. There were the property taxes as part of it. There were health taxes. There was a liquor tax, and it goes against our health priorities. We are going to be paying more money for health care, and I guess tobacco, liquor, those kinds of overindulgences are going against our long-term health concerns. And we can use that to put money in the coffers to at least pay for the concerns. We have set out policies, we have set out strategies, and all of our actions have to conform to doing that. So, if it brings us more money to do it, then let's do it.
Okay, thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Ramon?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on some of the mayor's questions. So, Mr. Mayor, I've got a lot of seniors in my ward who are on fixed incomes, and they complain to me when we raise taxes 1.5% because they're not making any extra money and they're having trouble making ends meet. So, if we raise taxes by 5%, where do you propose they get that extra money?
Well, I don't know what taxes you're
We raise property
talking.
taxes by 5%. Where do you propose all these seniors that are on fixed incomes get that extra money from? What part of their budget should they cut? Where will they get that money?
We have a lot of seniors that are brick rich, which means they have a lot of money in their capital. What will happen when you have more housing options in your housing kitty is people will have alternatives to staying in a large home with 4 or 5 bedrooms, one person, trying to maintain property taxes, trying to maintain the repairs. Right now, we don't have the social housing options to help people make new 21st century choices about where they go next. Many people are going, well, if I leave my home, then what do I do? If we have money in the kitty and we have different housing options in different communities, they will have a place to go on their fixed incomes.
So, Mr. Mayor, if what I'm taking from the deputy and what she's saying is that these seniors are brick rich, which means I take it from the answer to my question that she says that she is suggesting, the deputy is suggesting, that they get that tax money by selling their homes, which would make a lot of residents a lot of seniors very, very angry because they would like to stay in their homes.
Well, you also have the property tax relief program that you already have for other seniors. We need housing options, sir. We need housing options to give people choices. What we're saying now is we don't have the choices. You do have the property tax relief fund for those people. Other cities are trying different alternatives, shared housing programs like Brampton, where you've been in your family home for 30 years, you've got 5 bedrooms, bring in 3 of your friends or 3 people to share, hire social workers. We're going back. We have to think of new and creative solutions to house a population. We want people to have a quality of life. We know many people that if there were other solutions to them staying in a big house with all the pressures that are on them for repairs and taxes and things going up, they would take it. It's all they know right now, and we don't have a lot of options out there when you take a look at affordable housing or low-income housing, and they don't have the computer access to City Hall and your program. I mean, there's lots of things that we can do better. One of them is just the arrange and supply of different kinds of housing arrangements for the next 10 to 15 years.
So just to be clear, your other creative ideas for these seniors who've been living in their houses, who live all across the city, is to invite other people into their homes where they have extra bedrooms to share their housing?
I'm saying that there are different options you need to explore. What I'm saying is other communities who are further ahead than Toronto have home share programs that have been piloted. All I'm suggesting is that we have staff people. Let's look at some of the really good ideas that other cities and other parts of Ontario are looking at, researching them. I don't have the answers, but other people, this isn't rocket science, other people have started looking because they're taking proactive actions to some of the problems and challenges and issues that have been facing them. So just look at them and research them and maybe come up with your own creative ideas. We've put you in power. Be creative. There's a population, a growing population that really does need creative choices. And nobody wants people living on fixed income, stranded by an asset that they're burdened with. You want them in their older years to have a good life. And an easier life. And it's up to us to give them and provide the solutions and the options for them to choose.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Renan Wong. Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Levo. And this is a follow-up to Deputy Mayor Denzel Minnie-Wang's questioning. You did mention that the property tax increase cancellation program or the water rate rebate program or the Toronto Renovates program assists senior citizens. That's what you mentioned. Is that correct?
These are good programs, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you aware that for a senior citizen, a homeowner, to qualify for these programs, the maximum income is $38,000 per year, and also the assessment value or the market value of the property cannot be more than $750,000. Mm-hmm. Are you aware about that?
You know what? I hear what you're saying. I don't know the ins and the outs of the laws and the programs. All I'm asking you is to ask staff to take a look at what other jurisdictions and other cities are doing with respect to access to low-income housing and finding creative solutions for people, okay, to remain in their homes, to stay in their homes, to sell their homes, have places to go. Sir, I'm 66 years old, so I'm not 88 or 90. My friends who have homes and whose children are out of the house right now are taking in foreign language students to fill the 3 or 4 bedrooms because they too need money. But that requires a managerial ability to start a small business. That kind of thing is happening now. When you're older, it could be a number of people living together, sharing common space, having a social worker, and meals brought in to help you. These are some of the programs.
I do get it. Thank you.
Okay.
But are you also aware that the majority of seniors that we have out there are struggling to survive with meager pensions that they have?
Yes.
And to add additional financial pressures in terms of additional property tax increases, that would be forcing them to be on food banks, literally speaking.
No, not if they have options. Our problem is you have people in untenable situations sitting in their homes because there's no options and no places for them to go. For instance, I sell my home, I have to go live somewhere. Where am I going to live? A condo. We don't have the options and we don't have the alternatives right now because we haven't done the research. We haven't done the work. We haven't looked around and we don't have the options and the alternatives to give people so that they can liquidate, they can sell or they can stay, they can find different living arrangements to bring some money in and to reduce their reliance to have a little more spendable income. That's all I'm saying. A lot of people are being held captive now. It's true. We know it. I hear it all the time. But people are going, Dina, what's my option? What are the options? What are the alternatives? And what I would ask you guys to do is look at some of the alternatives. Great alternatives, great pilot projects happening all across North America. Look at them. The home share, I just got one that came across my desk the other day from Brampton, the Brampton Home Share Program and Agreement, and they've been taking them from 3 other places in Canada, but not Toronto. We're not doing the research. We're not on the leading edge.
My last question, are you aware that City of Toronto is the leading city in terms of of having all these programs to assist the seniors so they'll be able to stay home and to survive, especially given the meager incomes that they have. And to add more financial pressure to them, it would be a suicidal move. That I don't think that there is much appetite in City Council.
We don't want to add financial pressure for them. We want them to have a good quality of life. We want to take the financial pressure off. And maintaining in your 80s or 90s a huge 5-bedroom house is a financial pressure that no senior citizen really needs unless they choose to do
Thank you.
it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palazzo. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Ms. Lebo, sales tax, are you supportive of that?
Progressive, there are progressive.
One for the city specifically. Sales tax specifically for the city.
Well, yeah, other cities are using the, it's up to, look, we need the money. We just heard from the city manager that using.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not you support that. I understand about the reports, I understand the information from the city manager and so on, but I just want to
I'm not
understand
familiar about the sales tax in front of the
Okay.
city. What I do know is other cities have implemented sales taxes. If they're progressive sales taxes that don't hurt the most vulnerable, then the cities have gone forth. Again, city staff has to do the research.
hotel tax?
These are taxes other cities have put into place for tourists coming into the city. And they have put money in the coffers for roads and transportation.
Well, I'm trying to understand, but has your association actually spoken about any of these types of revenue tools specifically?
Not specifically.
Okay,
We
fair
know
enough.
we are looking at the revenue tools, and we are looking at revenue tools, okay, as an option.
Right.
You can only cut so much. And in the last 6 years, we've gone down per capita at a time when we should be getting ready, okay, for another large population.
So
of
when
need.
you responded with respect to the question to the deputy mayor as it related to, I think the point you were making was that seniors should be able to supplement their income. Is that what you talked about in terms of being able to rent out rooms and so on? Was that what you were trying to intimate?
No, what we were talking about is many seniors live on fixed incomes. And with inflation going up, they feel financially squeezed.
Right.
And they are put in positions where they either eat or go to the doctor. The TTC is a very high-priced ticket. Some people don't fill their prescriptions. This is not the quality of life that we want in the city, where people say, I can't take my medicine, can't go to the doctor, because it's a question of using the TTC
So what I was trying
or
to
going to the doctor.
What I was trying to understand from you, ma'am, is that when you made reference to the rooms, it seemed to me you were suggesting that there's an opportunity for seniors to be able to generate revenues through rental of rooms in their homes. Is that what you were saying?
There are all kinds of opportunities. That's one of them. There are experiments in housing going on. All I'm asking is that Toronto City Council and staff look at some of these experiments.
Right.
It could be eye-opening, and
So-
it could alleviate.
So are you suggesting then that we would direct residents to then, obviously as a course of business, be able to rent out rooms in order to generate revenue?
There are housing.
Sorry, ma'am, may I just finish my
Yeah,
line of
sure.
questioning? So to rent out rooms and then be able to pay taxes? It's not clear to me what you're saying.
There are housing registries that have been created, focusing on a senior population, finding roommates or housemates. Social isolation is a health deterrent in seniors. Keeping people engaged, keeping people healthy is very necessary as we age, and being alone and isolated in a home under severe financial pressure is not the way to go. So absolutely, housing alternatives of all kinds will bring relief to people.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions? All right, well then, thank you very much for your representations, and appreciate that. We'll go back to Sean Mahar, because I think he was just stepped out for a minute when his turn came up, and Hear from him now. You've been here many times, sir, and 5 minutes.
Thank you very
Yours.
much. My apologies. I'm doing double duty here at City Hall today, and I appreciate the indulgence of being brought back onto the list. And I want to compliment council and in particular staff for the incredibly astute analysis that has gone into this report. This is, in our view, a better insight into the fiscal circumstances of the city than we've seen in a very long time. And it faces some really critical challenges and some very unpopular facts. It names the inescapable fact that spending has been quite constrained over the last 6 years. In fact, costs have declined when adjusted for inflation and population growth. And property tax revenues in particular have actually decreased by almost 5% since 2010 when adjusted for inflation. And while that reliance on property tax has decreased, user fees have risen sharply. In particular, fees on the lowest income families, fees like TTC fares and recreation fees, fees that affect large families like water use and garbage taxes, have risen sharply. We have, this evidence tells us, spent years lowering the costs for the most affluent while raising costs for the lowest income families in our city. That is hardly a sustainable or an equitable strategy. The report notes that we have avoided facing the worst implications of this unsustainable strategy, these falling tax rates and growing demands, by adopting a revenue tool, the land transfer tax, and by shuffling the duck chairs as fast as we can. And it tells us we have reached the absolute limit of those two strategies. The report is clear that we have reached the practical limit of cutting and trimming and rationalizing. In community services, it's clear that efficiencies will not save us from our current fiscal circumstances. Our fiscal health will, without any doubt, depend on finding the revenues to deliver on our commitments to the public. If we don't address our fiscal health now, we will, the staff report says clearly, face deepening shortages in childcare and housing. We won't be able to afford a poverty reduction strategy or reliable transit. I want to quote the staff on the implications of these shortages. Quote, operating expenses are not simply government spending for its own sake. They are investments in vital public resources by council towards a broader public good. We cannot meet those goals without the revenues to pay for them. And let's be clear, those shortages are not evenly distributed. There is far more poverty in the inner suburbs in this city, and there are fewer services there. And the lack of investment means that they will not catch up in the inner suburbs to where services are downtown. When we decline to invest, what we are doing is failing those inner suburban communities in particular. And the report is clear about where the solution is found and where it is not found. And I quote again, the intention is explicitly not to set off a sense of immediate urgency, expense slashing, or a revenue grab. Short-term revenues like asset sales or unsustainable cuts also cannot solve this problem. The report underscores the need to sustain our commitments to key goals like equitable access and quality jobs. We shouldn't see facing the fiscal facts as a reason to pretend away our key municipal goals. We need revenue tools that are sustainable, reliable, and as much as possible equitable. We have to take on the task as a city and as a council of bringing in those revenues, or we have to face the public and admit we are no longer trying to build the kind of city we originally planned. We must do one or the other. And this is a big question. It's one that the report notes requires a real dialogue with the public if we want to make real choices that affect community priorities. I look forward to working with the city and city council to engage those communities in that critical conversation, because it will fundamentally affect the kind of city we build and whether or not we really build a city that's there for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahar. Questions of Mr. Mahar? Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In your comments with respect to generating new revenue tools, you indicated that in the past, there's been a movement away from, let's say, attaching increases to property taxes and introducing user fees and what have you.
Yep.
You know, the municipal land transfer tax is also a targeted tax. It is a property tax, but it's targeted not to the broader population, but rather specific groups. So when we look at new revenue tools going forward, is it your view that the new revenue tools should be very broadly based as opposed to target groups?
I think we want to make sure that they are as progressive as possible. Different sources of revenue have different levels of progressivity. There's not sort of one progressive tax and one regressive tax. They're across a spectrum. What we have right now is a system in place that is very, very regressive. We are lowering taxes on the most affluent, on people who can afford houses and cars, and we are raising taxes on the least affluent, people who have to use transit and use public services. So we should be trying as much as possible to find...
Consider the municipal land transfer tax to be progressive?
It is comparatively progressive relative to the current system. The current other options. The land transfer tax has the virtue of charging more for people who buy more expensive homes. People who are buying more expensive things tend to be more affluent, so that kind of tax will tend to be more progressive.
Thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Mahar? All right, then, on that note, we'll thank you very much for being with us today and move to our next deputy, John Cartwright, Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Mr. Cartwright, you're familiar with the rules. You have 5 minutes, and thank you for coming.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. The Labour Council has long been an advocate of healthy finances for this city, and particularly when the province of Ontario downloaded immense costs on the city. We've been lobbying for the last 2 decades for Toronto Community Housing to have more money coming back from the province, and in fact have partnered with a number of civil society organizations to support the RESET program, asking the federal government for money for TCHC, and also have been relentlessly pushing the province of Ontario to come back to the previous fiscal arrangement of covering half of the operating subsidy of the Toronto Transit Commission. This report, I think, is a very useful report because it identifies reality and the real fiscal crunch that has come as a result of a number of decisions made in the last few years. We supported the City of Toronto Act because it allowed the city to have more revenue tools than simply property tax. And property tax by itself is not progressive. When we just, Councillor DiGiorgio just mentioned the land transfer tax. In fact, if the city did not have that land transfer tax, which came through a very narrow vote, there would be a disaster today on the cost of property tax of homeowners, particularly those on fixed income. And so we need other revenue streams. We have a view on the user fees that says basically, for a number of them, they are regressive. However, on the plus side, those user fees for water and for solid waste, in fact, represent an environmental trade-off that is essential for the future of the city. We do not agree with TTC increases, our fares being increased in the future. We think they're already too high for many low-income families. But I want to spend most of my time talking about an area that the report touches on, and that is don't have a short-term fire sale of key assets in order to try and fix a long-term revenue program. The Toronto Hydro raises over $60 million for this city every year, and that will be increased dramatically. When we look at the province of Ontario's plans to dramatically shift away from fossil fuels towards clean electricity, we know that Toronto Hydro is set to play a much bigger role, and that the consumers and homeowners and residents, including tenants, will be involving electricity much more than they currently are. So we need to keep that 60 million and growing in public hands. Likewise, with the Toronto Parking Authority, 44 million in profits and 19 million in taxes. Again, a goose that lays a golden egg every single year for the people of Toronto. Now, there's some lobbyists and wealthy interests who would love to get their hands on that goose in order that they collect the gold every year rather than the people. And we'd want to ensure that this study takes those things off the table, because if you include those in the table, you'll distort the potential outcome. We also understand that the federal government, in announcing its federal infrastructure program, has said there'll be money for transit, for green infrastructure, and for social infrastructure. And we'd want to make sure that the study that you're undertaking looks at a life cycle analysis of investment in capital. And that is, you look at sometimes the very minimal cost increase of a building or an operation that will bring you back many times over cost savings on the operation. And we've seen that, having to go back time and again, doing energy retrofits in buildings, where if we'd done it right the first time, we would have saved millions of dollars as well as reduced GHG tremendously. And so I'm really struck by the city manager's last comments. We need revenue tools that are recurrent and stable. And those are the kinds of things that, as you move forward, need to be examined. And we would say very, very clearly that selling off Toronto Hydro does not fit in that category. Selling off Toronto Parking Authority does not fit in that category. Those should be off the table. We should look at a number of streams that add to the future fiscal health of this city, and do so with a clear understanding that climate change is going to bring far more extreme weather events, which will put even more pressure on the budget of the city, and also the partnering with senior levels of government around adaptation mitigation for climate change means there's many opportunities to invest money and have much more return around life cycle costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Obviously, well practiced. 4:55. It's very good. Any questions of Mr. Cartwright this morning? All right. Well, hearing none, we will. Thank you very much for being here. Sheila Block, Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Ontario office. Ms. Block, welcome. 5 minutes.
Good morning, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about this report. On the face of it, it might appear a little bit dry and a little bit long, but it provides you as decision makers with information that's really crucial to the future of our city. And while I don't agree with all of its proposals, I really want to commend the staff who prepared it. It provides you with the fiscal context for the remainder of this term and beyond. It explains how we got here. It provides projections of where the city's finances will be if you do not take additional action. And it provides you, very importantly, with tools and resources to support the decisions that you're going to need to make. And it also provided you with this information with enough lead time to take action on it for the 2017 budget. So the report takes you through the city finances over the last 6 years, and it describes the slow growth in revenue and in expenditures that you've seen over the last 6 years. And some of you might think that this slow growth in expenditures was actually a good thing. In fact, many of you on this committee might think so. But whether you think it was a good thing or whether you think it was a bad thing, it cannot continue as it has, and that's what the report makes very clear. Savings from cost-shared programs will now go to the province because of uploading, and spending that has been delayed has increased costs for 2017 and beyond. The report then turns to revenues, and it describes the slow growth in your core revenue source, which is property taxes. And a number that kind of leapt out at me was the nominal growth in property taxes over the last 6 years was 14%, compared to the 39% for rate-based revenues. And these rate-based revenues are not small change. They're equal to about 40% of property tax revenue, or $1.7 billion. The final piece of this revenue picture, of course, has been the increased reliance on the land transfer tax. So this combination of circumstances on both the spending and the revenue side, falling shared costs, delayed spending, and maturing of the land transfer tax revenues, was unique and will not continue. So the report then turns to the revenue projections for the next 5 years. It shows opening pressures at about $500 million for 2017, and it shows that these can come down to a very manageable $93 million if action's taken. But if those pressures aren't addressed, it will rise to $1 billion. So where does this leave you? And I think it really leaves you in a space where you will no longer be able to have slow growth in revenues and, at the same time, maintain and enhance services. And so you'll have to make choices. They won't be easy, but these are the choices that you've been elected to make. If you believe that maintaining low property tax increases is of paramount importance, then you'll have to decide which services to cut. And there will be a public debate about that decision. If you decide that services need to be maintained and expanded, you will have to increase existing taxes or introduce new ones or increase user fees or sell off public assets or a combination of all of these factors. And there will also be a public debate about those decisions. The arithmetic has been laid out for you very clearly. However, it also offers you in this report help and guidance in whichever of these paths you choose. It starts out by providing mechanisms to improve your expense management processes, and these will be important to you whether you go down either of these two paths. Ensuring that public dollars are spent wisely is important for a number of reasons, including maintaining residents' faith in government and in public services. The report also outlines the limitations of cost reductions and the mixed successes that governments have in attempting them. And it goes on to tell you about the resources that staff will be providing to support your decisions on revenues, including asset reviews, the development of the City Building Fund, and the Revenue Options Report. The time has come, Mr. Mayor, for you and all City Councillors to act on these recommendations. The time for magical thinking about the City's finances is over. There are no more rabbits to pull out of the hat. Toronto's residents are counting on you to have an adult conversation about taxes and services and to make the right decisions to ensure public health and safety, as well as to ensure that Toronto continues to thrive in the future. Thank you.
Well, to be fair, just as adept as Mr. Cartwright, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Thank you very much, Ms. Block. Are there questions of Ms. Block this morning? All right, thank you very much for...
Thanks a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's, there's Councillor, sorry, I didn't see there. Deputy Member Connell?
Simple request of the deputant. I think that was very knowledgeable, and I would like to have it submitted and distributed. Thank you.
The deputation?
Yes, please.
Yes, all right, we can certainly arrange that. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Block. Okay. That brings us to John Camilleri, President, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 1, Toronto Hydro. Welcome, Mr. Camilleri. You too know the rules. 5 minutes, and we welcome you.
I do. Thank you very much for having me this morning. My name is John Camilleri. I'm the president of CUPE Local 1, representing 950 Toronto Hydro employees. I live in Toronto. I was born and raised in Toronto, along with my family. Again, the city is embarking on a process to determine the long-term vision of the city finances. Parts of that discussion have included levels of taxation, new revenue tools, and the potential sale of assets. This committee will be one of the important forums that will hear from people on how to shape the fiscal stability of the city for years to come. Budgets are about choices and how to distribute and share our resources for the well-being of residents and businesses alike. The city has some important resources, and perhaps none more critical than the electrical utility of Toronto Hydro. This was certainly underscored in the emergency situations of the ice storms in 2013. Aside from making the city finances worse, selling such a valuable asset has proved to be increasingly unpopular in communities across the province, as residents are resisting selling any of their utilities. The sale of Toronto Hydro is not a new idea. Previous administrations have considered it. It was discussed in the election of 2014, and recently the option has been raised again for discussion along with long-term financial plan. We understand that the city has challenges, but you cannot solve revenue problems by selling off critical assets, losing both income and control. This will only make it less painful for a short period of time. I have come here to say that clearly that selling any portion of Toronto Hydro as part of this plan would be a mistake, and the city has options, other options. The evidence shows that public utilities across the province perform better, are cheaper for users, and provide much-needed income for municipalities. Comparing Ontario's publicly and privately owned utilities in terms of total cost per customer, fully public companies average $409 per year, compared to fully private companies that are at $725 per year. Costs specific to OM&A show that public utilities are run less expensively and fully and partially privatized utilities. The local comparison demonstrates that there is absolutely no evidence privatization will lower costs. Public also means quality of service. In measurements of quality of service, privately owned utilities fared worse than 100% of publicly owned electrical utilities in this province. Standardized measurements of service for utilities, we call it SAIDI, which would be the System Average Interruption Duration Index, show public utilities in Ontario are more reliable and get the power back on sooner after a blackout. QP Local 1 has begun to look at just how valuable our utility is to the city. What the preliminary analysis is showing is that over the last 10 years, the utility has proved to be an exceptional investment with an average rate of return of 10%. The shareholder direction from the city to the corporation requires Toronto Hydro to pay a dividend to the city each year equal to 1, $25 million, or 2, 50% of the prior year's income. In 2015, that total dividend was more than $56 million. A majority of residents across the province have voted against the sale of any hydro. 3/4 of residents believe electricity should remain in public hands. Moreover, a strong majority think there should be no sale of any kind. And finally, there is a concern prices will go up and revenues going down. Just to finish off, as the city manager said on a few occasions, just to keep the lights on. Well, if you sell Toronto Hydro, that cost will be going up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We had a question from Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, could you just tell me a little bit more about this SAIDI thing, comparing public and private reliability?
When we look at the our interruptions,
yeah,
if there's outages, so every public utility in Ontario has a better average than any private utility in Ontario.
For the length of and frequency
duration and getting the lights back on sooner.
Getting them back on sooner. Is there a source I can get to for that information?
We can get you that.
Please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Davis.
I just wondered, thank you very much, John. In 2015, the dividend to the city was $56 million. Could you tell us more about what the average dividend has been annually, or the total amount over the last decade, or?
Yeah, according to the records, it was $499.5 million since 2006.
500 million since 2006?
That's correct.
And there has been a suggestion that there will be increased reliance on electricity in our power future in Ontario. Do you see that, and is Toronto Hydro planning for that?
Well, yeah, Toronto Hydro is in a major rebuild, the infrastructure. They've just got a 5-year OEB rate decision.
Right.
Brings us into the end of 2019. And roughly, I think their capital spend will be, I don't know, $400 million a year over the next 5 years. So they're building for the future. And, you know, you look at the skyline of Toronto, there's roughly, I don't know, 150 or 200 cranes in the air. So wherever you look, our infrastructure is being rebuilt, and we're getting a lot more, there are a lot more customers in Toronto.
So as the demand for hydro increases, our dividend obviously will continue to increase quite significantly.
I would suggest that would be true.
Okay. And I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Any other questions of Mr. Camilleri? All right, well, thank you very much for joining us today. And that would bring us next to Helen Armstrong, a Community Development and Social Action Worker, St. Stephen's Community House. Good morning. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. St. Stephen's Community House welcomes the city discussion on long-term fiscal needs. However, we are concerned that the new staff report does not go further in calling for new revenue tools. We urge the city to move in the 2017 budget process to put new revenue tools in place. We must not lose sight of the human cost of inaction and frozen budgets on people's lives. We work with vulnerable people in the downtown Southwest, and they can't continue to have their needs unmet and unfunded. They can't afford some types of user fees, which this report recommends. We also disagree with the report's recommendation that the city sell assets, as other speakers have discussed. In particular, we take issue with ongoing council decisions to allow escalating TTC fares, while property tax hikes have not kept up. Underfunding of social housing and support is also a serious issue for our homeless populations. We've watched as our participants sink deeper into poverty over the past decade. And some of our participants have spoken up consistently at the city committee level. They are asking for secure, safe, affordable housing, affordable transit fares, healthy food, and adequate shelter space in the downtown core. The city needs to make a big shift. We look to you to introduce a diverse set of new revenue tools and to fund reduced transit fares for low-income people, affordable housing, and the poverty reduction strategy that was put in place. And we want you to do this for 2017 and beyond. We have spoken up for a robust poverty reduction strategy, joining with other organizations in the Social Planning Toronto Commitment to Community campaign. I will quote a couple of our participants who've spoken up in the past year. One of our senior services members, Mary Tan, stated, quote, "I ask you to put in place new taxes, such as an alcohol tax and road toll on the Gardiner Expressway. These are some of the recommendations mentioned in a new study by Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives," end quote. One of our homeless participants, Derek George, spoke out to this committee in June 2015. He stated, quote, "I've been evicted 5 times in the last year and a half. I've lost more than $3,000 in rent. I've been on the TCHC list for 6 years and haven't received one phone call to look at public housing. I've been stuck in rooming houses, ended up in a shelter or sleeping in the park because all the shelters are full," end quote. St. Stephen's sees the fraying social safety net and looks on with alarm at more calls for program efficiencies at the city level. However, we've seen little effort to contain the costs in the police budget, a budget which really must look for efficiencies. The city has a revenue problem, not a spending problem in most areas. Further program efficiencies can't be achieved without even more cuts to valuable services and infrastructure. Your committee has the power to recommend a robust discussion of new, progressive, and sustainable revenue tools to fund city services and other priorities. We agree with a new report by the Wellesley Institute, which calls for a $1 per day commercial parking tax to raise $640 million per year for the City of Toronto. And they note that this could make up the city's shelter support and housing budget for a year. When we invest in people, the returns will be significant. Poverty reduction strategies positively impact all residents of Toronto by making our neighborhoods healthier and our communities safer and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Armstrong? Thank you very much for being here. Much appreciated. Scott Travers, President, Society of Energy Professionals. Good morning, Mr. Travers.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name's Scott Travers. I'm the president of the Society of Energy Professionals, Local 160 of the IFPTE. We represent 8,000 professional employees, primarily in the electricity sector, including the engineers at Toronto Hydro. We appreciate the need for City Council to manage the city's finances. There's much at stake: the sustainability of vital services to a large and complex population, and the ability of Toronto to fulfill a city-building agenda to ensure that it succeeds in a highly competitive global economy. But with respect, the scope of the proposed report is unnecessarily broad. I will focus my comments specifically on Toronto Hydro and the proposed asset review. Toronto Hydro ought not be part of this discussion. As the report says, it's important that the city's revenue sources are resilient and support predictable achievement of a balanced budget. That is what Toronto Hydro is and does, and any sale of the asset would not only be kicking the can down the road, it would exacerbate issues with sustainable financing. You know that, we know that, the public knows that. And for others, the facts are laid out in a report done by former TD Chief Economist Doug Peters for CUPE. It confirms Toronto Hydro's performance over the last decade: the 5% dividend yield, the 9.4% return on equity, and the several occasions Toronto Hydro has provided needed funds to the city. It also advises you about the income effect on the city if privatizing Toronto Hydro: an $8 million annual loss from the sale of only 10% of Toronto Hydro, and a $39 million loss from the sale of 49% of the company. These numbers add weight to a study that we commissioned on the economics of electricity distribution in Ontario by MPR Associates. That study suggested that on average, privately owned LDCs have higher costs and lower reliability than publicly owned ones. The report found that the average annual costs at public-owned local distribution companies were $409 per customer, while costs at privately controlled utilities were nearly twice as high at $725 per customer. It's really no wonder that over 60% of Toronto voters would vote for a different councillor if Toronto Hydro was privatized. So I'm deeply troubled that the privatization of Toronto Hydro is part of your consideration. More troubling to me is that it appears that this is not a consideration of a hypothetical nature, but something far more real, something already somewhat in process. My members who serve this city well, who perform vital engineering functions for Toronto Hydro, ensuring the reliability of power to citizens and businesses alike, are facing a privatization agenda at the bargaining table. What stands between us and a new collective agreement is Toronto Hydro's insistence that our members lose parental leave benefits and that our members forsake the next generation of workers by giving away post-retirement benefits. In what can only be seen as a strategy to facilitate the sale of Toronto Hydro to private interests, management seems committed to an approach that would turn back the clock to a time when workers struggled for the right to start a family without worrying about losing their job or their income, and when workers had to worry about income security and dignity in retirement. I want to assure this committee the Society will not accept these cuts to important benefits in order to facilitate the sale of Toronto Hydro to private interests. Certainly, as the report says, it's no longer appropriate to kick the can down the road, but a sale of Toronto Hydro will do just that, exacerbating the city's financial issues while raising electricity prices for consumers. We urge you not to complicate an already difficult conversation by proceeding down the road of privatizing Toronto Hydro and turning a resilient, predictable, and provident source of revenue into a loss for this city. Please take the privatization of Toronto Hydro off the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Travers. Questions of Mr. Travers? All right, seeing none, I'll thank you very much for being here, and we'll move along. Michael Polanyi, Commitment to Community.
Good morning.
Hello. You welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michael Polanyi. I'm a community worker at the Children's Aid Society of Toronto. but I'm here today representing Commitment to Community. Commitment to Community is a broad coalition made up of faith communities, labor and business-linked groups, social service agencies, and residents living in poverty. We advocate for affordable city services and supports for residents. Our focus over the past year has been encouraging the city to develop a comprehensive poverty reduction strategy. We're concerned that Toronto has the highest level of both adult and child poverty among Canadian cities. Almost 1 in 3 children in Toronto lives on a low income. We were thrilled when Council unanimously adopted the poverty reduction strategy for the city in November. However, we were disappointed in February when Council failed to approve the needed investment to move ahead with the strategy. As a result, tens of thousands of people in our city remain without access to affordable housing, food, transit, childcare, and recreation programs. For years now, stopgap budgeting has hurt the most vulnerable by allowing transit fares to rise above the cost of inflation, by allowing a shift in tax burden towards more regressive user fees, by failing to adequately fund affordable housing, shelters, childcare, and recreation programs. We're therefore pleased that Council is moving ahead with discussions about how to put the city on a solid long-term financial footing so that Council can fulfill its commitments to the people of the city, including the implementation of the poverty reduction plan. The city's long-term fiscal report is clear about a few things. The city faces a large operating and capital funding gap. In many areas, spending has already been constrained. The limits of efficiencies in most areas of the budget have been reached. Indeed, as we've heard, understaffing and gapping have reduced services and effectiveness in a number of departments. And finally, the city has primarily a revenue problem, not a spending problem. That said, we are pleased that the report assumes a 0% increase in the police budget, which could free up tens of millions of dollars for badly needed services. Moving to a multi-year, strategic, sustainable, evidence-informed budget can be a big step forward if the city's financial strategy seriously takes into account the needs of the most vulnerable in our city. That means ensuring there are adequate funds in the fiscal plan for Council to follow through on its commitments in the poverty reduction strategy, such as increasing the supply of affordable housing, supportive housing, and subsidized childcare, and developing a geared-to-income TTC fare. To fund these initiatives, Council will need to move ahead this term with the implementation of new revenue tools. It's crucial that the impact of revenue tools and spending allocations on the poorest Torontonians be considered. Indeed, Action 17.1 of the city's poverty reduction strategy commits to, quote, embed mechanisms that assess the impact of budget choices on poverty reduction in City Council's decision-making processes. Finally, the financial direction leaves open the question of whether Council should continue to pursue a city-building agenda or adopt a, quote, more restrained vision. We feel now is not the time to step back from city building. Now is the time to develop a fiscal plan that supports Council's mission, which, as the city's website indicates, is to, quote, champion the economic, social, and environmental vitality of the city by providing high quality and affordable services that respond to the needs of our communities. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Blaney. Are there questions of Mr. Blaney? Councillor McMahon. And Councillor Davis, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Michael, so what would the Commitment to Community's top 3 revenue tool choices be?
As I said in the presentation, our primary concern is that revenue tools do not impact on those who are do not impact primarily or disproportionately on those who are struggling the most. So we would be looking at that in terms of priorities. One possibility is a sales tax with a rebate for lower income families. I mean, I think the point is that It's already been made that the shift, and I said it too, the shift from property tax to user fees and transit fares is regressive and has hurt the most vulnerable. So while a property tax, some homeowners are facing challenges, a property tax is less increase, would be less regressive than continuing to see above inflation increases in transit. That's kind of how we would be looking at it, and we would hope the city would look at that too in terms of the progressivity or regressiveness of measures.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I do note in here that in the report that there are a couple of points where there's a list of criteria or things that we ought to look at in assessing savings, and in fact there's another place where we ought to be looking at a whole range of criteria, and one of them is compatibility with other city objectives, including living wage and equity goals. And there are, as I said, I know there are other places where these objectives are something that have to be considered when we look at our strategies going forward. Now, you asked about embedding the poverty reduction strategy or these social objectives in our processes. I see it in some places, and I'm wondering if you have any other suggestions for how we might embed our social objectives, social policy or other objectives, environmental and other policy objectives in this process, which isn't really clear at all, actually.
I would agree that, and I think our feeling is that the vision, the values, the type of city that you and we want to create is largely absent in this fiscal report, and that it's really important that a fiscal plan be a plan to achieve something, and that there are clearly stated objectives and priorities. I think in terms of ensuring that there's adequate funds for the poverty reduction strategy, I think that the report mentions the poverty reduction strategy a couple of times, and in the context of the question of whether the city should move towards a restrained approach or whether it should continue to commit to city building. And so I think we would want to see an explicit commitment to moving ahead with the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy. We would want to see a strong equity analysis in the report of revenue, the equity impacts of revenue tools and spending priorities, as I already talked about, and really an adequate funding level to move ahead with the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy. Last year, as you know, 50 organizations, including the Board of Trade, Civic Action, the United Way, said that last year, or in this year, really, to move ahead with the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy would require a $75 million investment. As you know, the city invested more in the order of about $10 million, depending on what you include in the basket. So there's really a significant need for strong investment in housing and childcare and a low-income transit pass as well.
Over the last many years, we have spent a lot of time looking at how we could reduce expenses and protect existing service levels. And in fact, every budget since I've been here, I think, has been a budget that says no service enhancements. We've experienced growth in the city. We've experienced transitions in neighborhoods where we've seen deepening poverty and growing inequalities with no agenda, really, until recently, for addressing this growing polarization in our city. And I'm wondering if we ought to be looking at service levels from a needs perspective as opposed to looking at service levels from maintaining versus reducing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely that's important. I know that one of the processes that staff are working on for the poverty reduction strategy is to come up with specific indicators, targets and indicators for progress. I think that's crucial, moving ahead with the strategy. I also think that the fact that I think it's about 21,000 families waiting for subsidized childcare, and in the order of 80,000 households waiting for subsidized housing, and the fact that we don't have specific targets for
Service needs, so assessing
to address
what
those
is-
needs and to reduce those waiting lists. We need
Great.
a timeline to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, and thank you, Michael. And we actually, as you know, don't agree on the investment. And I keep reminding you to look at the $11 billion budget, not the $7 million enhancement. But we'll work that through so that we all have a common understanding. What I wanted to just refer to, I think the councillor before me has made the very good analysis around the needs-based assessment. And there were some alternative revenues. You've spoken for sure about the need for a taxation increase, and as a big piece in terms of how it fits with a poverty reduction. The other ones, the entertainment, alcohol, beverage, tobacco, is that one that you think is supportable? I'm just going to go through the list. I'd be interested.
I can't say that Commitment to Community at this point has come up with a prioritized
No, I was
list.
just asking what Michael thinks. I agree with you. I don't expect you to.
My understanding I haven't looked closely at the progressivity or the impacts on vulnerable groups of those specific taxes. I think that some concern about those is the level of revenue that would be brought in,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
whether that would be sufficient to move ahead in terms of the needs of the
Yeah,
city.
I was just sort of more
Yeah.
looking at the basket. Were there
Yeah.
any of these within the basket that you thought would be onerous on people living with life experience of poverty? The vehicle registration ownership was not, I don't think, a major one on poverty.
I mean, I think that there's been talk about the fact that generally the profile of people using the TTC is a lower income profile than vehicle owners, but by no means is that a universal thing. And so, I mean, one thing that I would encourage council to look at is to think creatively about some of these proposals in terms of ways to make them more progressive. So one thing I wondered why the vehicle registration tax is a flat tax of $60 per vehicle. Why not, make the first vehicle $30 and the second vehicle $90? The assumption being that families with two vehicles probably have more spending capacity. That's just an example of are there ways to be more creative. And I guess the other one that I would just put out there is we constantly hear the message that property taxes cannot be increased because there's a segment of homeowners who don't have a lot of money, and we totally acknowledge that there are a segment of homeowners. Well, why not look at and explore what many other jurisdictions do in Europe, in Ireland, of having a tiered property tax? So have a mill rate that's tiered. So there was just last week a study done by Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in British Columbia, which said that if British Columbia brought in a progressive property tax, that means no tax increase for people living in homes of $1.25 million or less, but a small surtax on homes over $1.25 million. That could raise $1.7 billion a year for social housing. So I'm just encouraging council to think creatively about the various revenue.
Absolutely, very good point. The hotel tax and the road pricing, can you address those?
Again, the revenues are relatively small for those. I would point to, if you're looking for, I think already it's been mentioned, if you're looking for a tax that's really going to have a significant revenue to really make a difference, then the parking levy obviously brings in much more revenue than either the road toll or the hotel tax.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the hotel tax, actually. I think it brings in quite a bit. But that was very helpful, and I think that that lens is not on here. And I think it's, if I could, don't you agree, that it's a terribly important lens that we place on these taxations as we move towards implementation?
Yeah, I mean, fairness on page 36 of the report is one of 8 or 9 different criteria. I would agree. I think for us, it's one of the most important. What are the impacts of council's decisions on the most vulnerable in the city is extremely important. So I would agree that it needs further attention.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Any
your
other
work.
questions for Mr. Planny? All right, thanks very much. Appreciate your being here. Paul Codd. Hello, Mr. Codd.
Hello, I'm
Welcome.
Paul Codd, and this is my sister Maureen. I live in East York. I belong to an organization called Commitment to Community. They embrace the feeling that if one person in the village is hurt, then everyone is hurting. Don't you? I am here today to urge you to include funding for the city's poverty reduction strategy in the city's financial plan. The poverty reduction strategy is very important to the growth of our city. The way we treat our most vulnerable is how we as a society will be judged. I'm involved with a group called ACTO. This year we sent 2 delegates to a United Nations conference in Geneva, Switzerland. The Canadian contingent was extremely loyal, with hopes of putting forward a credible showing. The conference was about housing and homelessness. On both items, Canada's treatment of its citizens was found to be scandalous. Is this the best Canada can do? Hopefully not. This year, the police will receive an operating budget of $1 billion. People that break the law get warnings, fines, or jail time. The police get their criminality. For their criminality, get rewarded. Perhaps my language might seem too strong, but I feel it's not strong enough. A police commissioner that condones carding and isn't censored for the racist behavior exhibited by himself or his police officers is disgraceful. When I was at Occupy, the police chose to assault natives as well as transies. At the G20, countless amounts of people were kettled and assaulted. Sammy Yatim and Andrew Loku were murdered by Toronto's finest. Yet the mayor and his city councillors reward those that have created so much mayhem. Have you no shame? What the city needs is a poverty reduction strategy that helps people get out of the endless purgatory of hopelessness. People need affordable housing as a reality, not a pipe dream. Transit rates need to be reduced or forgiven for the poor, disabled, and the elderly. Childcare also needs to be more affordable and accessible. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the activists, humanists, and idealists for striving to make this a better world. Again, I'd like to thank the Executive Committee for allowing me to speak. Have a good day, but before that, I must add one thing. I belong to a lot of organizations who do some very good work. So if anything is going to happen to me as a result of giving this speech, do it to me, not the organizations that I belong to. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Codd. Any questions of Mr. Codd? All right, thanks very much for being with us today.
Have a great day.
Mr. Derek Moran, please. Welcome, Mr. Moran. You have 5 minutes.
As I understand it, Mayor Tory, Mr. is a term of Admiralty Maritime jurisdiction that refers to a subordinate inferior. If I've ever led anyone in this room to believe I'm a Mr., then that would be a mistake, and to please forgive me.
Welcome, Derek Moran. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You weren't here 2 years ago.
That's right.
That's right. And I just want to let you know of something that the Integrity Commissioner at the time, Janet Leiper, law bencher of the Law Society of Upper Canada, probably 2 years ago this very month said to everyone, I guess in City Hall chambers, something very brief about, it was like a subtle warning that everyone should be careful with the people's trust and resources. The people's trust and the people's resources. And I brought this up at the consultation in October, where I asked a question that Peter Notaro hasn't gotten back to answer me with yet. Like, I understand what that all means. Like, that means you guys are the trustees, and if it's a trust involved, that means that we, the people, are the beneficiaries. So I just want you to take notice, Mayor Tory, that it says clearly in the Constitution we have that everyone has the right to the security of the person and the right not to be deprived thereof. If that sounds familiar, we I don't know if you remember us speaking at Minister Joe Oliver's Canada Day picnic a couple years ago. Before we spoke, I spoke to Minister Oliver, and I asked him straight out. I said, is it true, Minister Oliver, that the security and the security of the person mentioned in the Constitution is of a financial nature? And I have to apologize to him right now on the public record, because I just expected him that he would lie to me, based on who his boss was at the time. But he said, yeah. He said, it's part of it. It's, there's also the military, CSIS, the police, someone else I'm forgetting. So, but when I reiterated, I said, but it has the security of the person. It's financial in nature. He said, yeah, but it's part of it. So then we spoke, and I asked you, we're talking about Mayor Ford, and I said, do you know what the law actually is? And you said, well, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, do you know what the default jurisdiction law in Ontario is? And you said, well, what I was fishing for was, the common law rules of equity. What you said was, well, I would say whatever it says in the Constitution. So we just went over security of the person. As a result of the security of the person, the evidence of which is the birth certificate, and that's why there's a CUSIP number on the back of it, usually in red. As a result of that, the security of the person, and as Councillor Matlow now knows from his budget town hall last year, there is actually no law that has a valid application that says any man or woman has to pay property taxes. He said he would look it up for me. That was a year ago. Instead, what he did was block me on Twitter and Facebook. So, but that's Councillor Matlow for you. This is the remittance. This is what comes at the bottom of every bill from the City of Toronto. This is a credit item. Rob Rossini and I knows that we had a conversation at the end of Councillor Grebb's budget town hall meeting last year, and I asked him, do you know what this is? And he said, yes, I do, but it became soon apparent that he doesn't know what this is. This is, he didn't, in the end, I had to explain to him what this was, and what he said to me was, but Derek, how do we get the money? He stumped me. Like, I shouldn't have to tell the CFO of the City of Toronto how you guys get paid. Nobody at the City of Toronto seems to have an answer for who financial institution number 900 is. You take this, you put it into your bank at the Royal, Rob told me you guys deal with the Royal Bank. Their financial institution number is 003. They put the money into your account like it says in section 336 of the City of Toronto Act. Now they're out like $1,000. So the Royal Bank then takes this negotiable instrument, they send it over to whoever this mysterious financial institution number 900 is, they reimburse the Royal Bank to make them whole, And because of the security of the person, and the whole idea that the Crown came here so they could sell off all of our natural resources and not share it, that'd be kind of greedy, but they didn't do that. So your instructions, Mayor Tory, are to make sure that City of Toronto Treasurer Mike Saint-Amant does not prevent my father from being able to discharge with the remittance any debt incurred from the City of Toronto.
Derek Moran, thank you very much. And are there any questions for Derek Moran? Okay, thanks for being with us. Next is Shirley Bush. Ms. Bush, welcome to City Hall.
I have to make sure the chair doesn't get away from me here.
They're just helping behind you there. I think we're all set. And you have 5 minutes
You're very welcome.
to make your presentation.
Yes. Now, this is lightweight compared to some of the heavy things that you've heard. However, I am a Toronto-born senior, and I love my city with a passion. I have attended many city council meetings, and I am very aware of the councillors who feel the same way. They vote for what is best for the people. And I've watched this for a long number of years. Anyway, having read the long-term plan on my computer and having a headache at the end of it, two things immediately came to mind. The first, the vehicle tax, which was canceled by Mayor Ford. I do think it should be restored as fast as possible right now. It's a good revenue tool. I not only think it should be restored since it brings close to $100 million, I would applaud doubling it. That's the vehicle tax. The second is about saving the city from a disastrous future expenditure which it can ill afford. It could be averted by immediately canceling Mayor Ford's Hybrid 3 for the Gardner East, which will cost about $1 billion. The remove option, I was at City Council when this came up. The remove option already had complete approval of all the waterfront councillors and many more, including former mayors Sewell, Crombie, Eggleton, and former city planner Bedford, and prominent members of the Architects Association. And it would cost less than half of the hybrid solution. Unfortunately, a study of Mayor Tory's hybrid won in council by 2 votes. It took almost 2 days of arguing, but it did. 2 votes, it passed. Later, the 3 hybrid examples were exhibited at the reference library. None seemed to me as sensible and practical as remove, which I had carefully studied. I found it totally incomprehensible later when I was at the 5-member Property and Development Committee headed by Jay Livingston that they voted unanimously for hybrid. What was the rationale? I still do not understand, and I have read, I have talked to people, I have done my very best to find out why. And that is going to cost around $1 billion. It's a ridiculous, unnecessary expenditure. And also, in view of the Liberal Party's interest in cost effectiveness for their waterfront commitments, it wouldn't surprise me if they chose to cut back after Toronto's spendthrift decision. 9 Toronto area MPs have already expressed disapproval to Mayor Tory. It seems unpleasant and immoral to spend extremely lavishly and unnecessarily when things like libraries, children's care, and other services are threatened. I appreciate the hard work that went into this report. I think it was a very detailed and I'm sure difficult to produce one. But I feel that there are two things. One I learned at my father's knee as a child, and that was there's no such thing as a free lunch. And the other was for every plus, there's a minus, and you have to decide which really matters. I think that any unnecessary spending in the City Council should be eliminated. And I feel that very strongly. I've spoken to a number of people and they felt the same way. When you have parks, playgrounds, community centers, policing, libraries, roads, emergency services, all requiring millions of dollars, how can you possibly spend any money unnecessarily?
On that note, I will thank you because the 5 minutes are just passed, and see if there are any questions for you, Ms. Bush. Seeing none, I will thank you very much for taking the trouble to be here today and for all your ongoing interest in what we're doing. Thank you so much.
May I help?
It's okay.
Hamish Wilson.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Wilson, you know the rules, and we welcome you, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thanks for being here. And also some thanks to the staff for raising this rather necessary set of issues about how we actually might go forward and pay for things. Certainly I have a sense that we've got what I would call chironic denial about how much we actually subsidize automobiles, aka mobile furnaces. And they're better off as sources of heat than they are as mobility often. This is an old little paragraph from the Globe of January 10th, 1996. I've been sharing it pretty consistently over the decades. I think it's a very important strategic paragraph. From Vancouver, Ken Cameron's, the region's senior planner, quote, "We realize that the public subsidy enjoyed by the private automobile amounts to $2,700 per automobile per year, or about 7 times the amount we subsidize public transit." Now, I know this may not be a popular topic, especially amongst the car-servatives. I think we tend to have a car-servative council because, yes, when you live in a lower density area, like the suburbs that tend to dominate this council and this committee, you don't want to necessarily disturb the status quo or status car, and yet the costs really are substantial. The amount of space that they occupy, the drainage of all the asphalt, we don't really know how many, well, thousands of meters, square thousands of meters we actually have as storm that needs servicing by storm drains. There's also the pollution. There's the parking issues. Something from, this is the reason that this article actually emerged was something from Dr. Pamela Blais. She came out with a book called Perverse Cities about the economics of urban form. Highly recommended. At least in this council we tend to have interest in books and knowledge, I think, much greater than we have in the past. On page 146, given the magnitude of parking costs as suggested by the estimates of the above, this amounts to a subsidy of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars annually, just as one example. With the drainage, one of the unfunded items is actually doing things with the Don River flooding. 70% of that storm surge is from stormwater, from asphalt. So what about disconnecting driveways, not just having a berm built? We've got to think of asphalt taxes. We've got to think about disconnecting for permeable pavement upstream, in the Lawrence Park upstream, you know, everywhere upstream. We've also got issues with the pollution from vehicles, including the carbon dioxide emissions. And this intersects as well. We've got something called climate change. This is from the ECO, the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario. He's had a wonderful thing called Looking for Leadership. There's such a problem with climate change. This isn't really factored in or mentioned in this report. I think that's a bit of an oversight because, quite honestly, if you think about the conditions under which, say, a roof has to operate in, there's an awful lot of physical stress from the extremes of temperature and climate that we have, just even in a normal thing, let alone the extreme events. So there's going to be a heck of a lot of extra surge in expense from the extremes that are underway. They are totally underway. And you can't necessarily, because of that, expect that the senior levels of government are going to be happy to just open up their wallets like this big fire. What is that going to do for our national greenhouse gas emissions, which is already they're already well ahead of where we need to be? So the transport sector's led our emissions for quite a while, and yet I don't think we're doing a lot of the smarter things here in the city. Keep it simply surface, I think, in Scarborough. That would be one thing. So I'm not a fan of the large-scale subway. I think there are options that need to be pursued. I favor doing diagonal things on existing corridors. We own that that slices through Scarborough. There's also the Don Valley corridor and things down there. So if we want to squeeze the billions, I think that's a really good spot to do it. And I favor busways, and there's a lot of sense to doing diagonal things as well. This is an interesting thing, the merits of diagonality, as I would call it, from the London subway network. Also, transit relief by better biking. From the London Mayor's Transport for London's the Mayor's Vision for Cycling in London, March 2013. Suggestion, where is it? You might be relieved the stretch of an underground by as much as 10%. So we need to have bikeway relief of transit. This is an excellent book as well.
And I'll have to stop you there.
That's not
That's
private.
5 minutes, and
privatize the gardener.
we appreciate your submissions as always,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wilson. Are there any questions of Mr. Wilson? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Yep.
Jessica Bell, TTC Riders. Ms. Bell here? All right. Steve Barnes, Wellesley Institute. Mr. Barnes, welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So my name is Steve Barnes. I'm the Director of Policy at the Wellesley Institute, which is Toronto's health policy think tank. So we work with communities and government to help to develop research and policy that improves health by focusing on the social determinants of health, because they, of course, are vital to the health of Torontonians. So we welcome the report in front of you today. We think it's a really important opportunity for us to consider the long-term financial direction of the city, but of course also how to build the type of city that we want to live in. So the city manager has done an excellent job of setting out some of the what for you in terms of the nature of the challenge and the scale of the challenge ahead. What I'd like to focus on is a little bit of how the decision needs to be made going forward from here. But first, just by way of context, I just want to set up that the way that the city raises revenue matters to our health. And partly that matters because of the services that you provide. And of course, many of the services are available and used by all Torontonians, but many city services are used by Torontonians who are perhaps more marginalized or vulnerable and who fare poorly in the social determinants of health. So the services that you run are critical to the health of our city. And they can level the playing field among people in our city as well. Beyond the services themselves, the way that revenue is raised can also impact health. So just last week, we released a think piece looking at some of the revenue tools that are available to the City of Toronto and looked at them from a health and health equity perspective. Just to give you an idea of a couple of the things that we found that implementing a tobacco tax of 5% could lead to a 2% decrease in tobacco consumption and 7,500 fewer smokers in Toronto. We found that a 5% alcohol tax could reduce alcohol consumption by 2%. And we found that a mix of vehicle and road pricing mechanisms could improve public health through fewer vehicles on city roads and less air pollution. That's all a useful story for you to know as you consider your next steps. We also found, however, that these particular revenue tools could be regressive. Of course, when you implement a tax at a flat level, everyone pays the same amount. And we might find that by using some of the revenue tools available to the city, that lower income and vulnerable and marginalized populations may actually experience increased hardship. Now, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't consider new revenue tools. As the city manager's report makes clear, there's a pressing need to consider new ways to ensure stable operating funding for the services that the city provides. The solution, however, is that we need to consider equity in tax policy and the city's long-term financial planning. Not all groups are affected equally by the decisions that this committee and that council make about managing expenses and revenues. For example, a service reduction on a bus route would affect a single mom living in the inner suburbs differently than somebody who is living downtown. And similarly, $1 of revenue raised through something like a vehicle registration tax would have a different impact on on a low-income newcomer family in Scarborough, for example, than a Canadian-born professional couple living downtown. So our proposal to you is that there's a number of lenses that need to be applied to this decision going forward around the city's long-term financial direction, including social equity, health, and health equity lenses. But perhaps most importantly, the case I'd really like to make is that we need to hear from Torontonians about what type of city we want to live in and how we're going to afford to pay for it. The city manager's report did talk about meaningful input and discussion with residents and businesses in the city, and we welcome that. What I'd ask from the committee today is some more clarity about how that would happen. I think because the forums where we often have these discussions are at City Hall, I think that from the poverty reduction strategy, there were some really interesting ways of getting out and speaking to Torontonians about the types of services that were valuable to them. I think taking a similar approach to the long-term financial direction of the city would be worthwhile and valuable as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. Councillor Davis.
I'm glad you've talked about the consultation. I was going to ask Mr. Polanyi and didn't get there. So it is almost silent, or it certainly isn't robust, the discussion about how we engage communities. So could you just expand on how you think we should engage communities in this discussion and what the first principles might be that we're going to be asking citizens?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to services, the first principles ought to be that the people who use services ought to be consulted, but there also needs to be consideration given to people who maybe would benefit from the services who don't necessarily know that they exist, or might face barriers to accessing them. For example, not being able to afford a TTC fare to get to a community center. The poverty reduction strategy consultations were useful and productive in that regard, and the ongoing work around the transit fare equity strategy has built on top of that as well, where I think they're called community animators, are sent out into different parts of the city to actually engage with people who might not otherwise come into contact with city staff or decision makers. I think taking that model is sensible and prudent. On the revenue side, of course, we all pay for our city, whether we're owners or renters or however. I think there's a need perhaps to consider, online consultations, those types of broad-based consultations for the discussion that we need to have on revenue.
You mentioned the report that was released last week, and I'm sorry I haven't read it yet. I will go and find it. But you talk specifically about alcohol and cigarette tax. I know when we looked at this the first time, there were some significant and real challenges on the collection side and on the tax room that was available on both of those taxes. So I wondered if you could tell us why you believe we should pursue those.
So to be clear, I don't think we necessarily should pursue those. We looked at some of the revenue tools available that could have a health benefit. So of course we know that there's harms associated with alcohol and tobacco, which is why we looked at those. The challenge with alcohol and tobacco taxes is that they can actually increase health inequities, because people who are lower down the socioeconomic ladder often will continue to smoke even in face of the higher prices, whereas people who have more resources can purchase the support and guidance and so on. And that's well established in the health literature. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't consider taxes like that. I'm not saying that those are the only ways to go. I just think that the most appropriate way to consider revenue tools going forward has to include a health and health equity lens, so that these types of details can be teased out as we think about the tobacco and alcohol taxes, but also as we think about the broader range of taxes that are available.
Okay, it needs to be on the list of
Absolutely.
criteria. It also should presumably be on the list in terms of criteria we use to assess any budgetary reductions in expenses.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. And of course, for people with low income, and in particular, services are as good as income or cash in many cases. And the city provides a huge variety of services that have real material benefit for people. Childcare is a very good example of one where people can go and work in paid employment as a result of having a childcare space. But I think it's also important to keep in mind the value of things like libraries and community centers to people's overall well-being, community connectedness, social cohesion, and so on.
One of the challenges we have, of course, is that the provincial government funds, in many cases, 80% of many of the services that are critical to addressing health inequalities and access to a range of services. Do you have any thoughts about how we might engage the province in this discussion? Because without their funding to match or at least to cost share, it's very difficult for the city to look at expansion or growth. I know we're talking about how do we fund existing services, but I think we ought to be also looking at unmet needs in the city. How would we engage the provincial government?
Yeah, I agree with you, and fundamentally it's a political question, so I'll give my best attempt at an answer, where I know that the province, of course, has many areas where more investment is required. I also know that the province has said that before they'll consider supporting municipalities to do particular things, municipalities have to use some of the revenue generation powers that are available to them. So perhaps an opportunity going forward is to consider some of the revenue generation, the revenue tools on the table right now, and use that as a point of entry and leverage in speaking with the province.
Thank you.
And are there any other questions for this deputant, Mr. Barnes? Okay. If there aren't, we'll move along then, and thank you very much, Mr. Barnes, and move on to Mr. Robert Wardlaw. You have 5 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good day to you all. My congratulations to all the executive committee members for their patience. It makes a long morning. We are here to think about the long-term finances of the city, and I'd like to speak to an issue that concerns all of us. That's the well-being of our neighbors, especially those with less or nothing. I'm the minister at Glen Roads United Church, Gerrard and Coxwell area, in the East End, where the congregation believes sharing food and working for justice go together. It provides one of the 150 or so food banks operating around the city. At the heart of the Christian faith and many other faith traditions is concern for the poor. Poverty and the poor get something like 2,000 mentions in the Bible, always with a strong message to non-poor people to give them food and give them justice. So upstairs at Glen Roads, we have a ritual of sharing food called communion. Everyone is invited to the communion table. Everyone gets the same portion. We call that food sharing upstairs a sacrament, a revealing of the grace of God. Downstairs in the church hall, the congregation has been feeding people every month and giving away groceries every week for 3 decades since the advent of trickle-down economics. Volunteers put in almost 8,000 hours doing this each year, the equivalent of 4 full-time jobs. The only thing that seems to have trickled down in our neighborhood all this time, by the way, is growing inequality. What we're doing upstairs is not sustainable, not for the clients and not for the providers. The church members are aging out. We're also getting tired seeing the numbers grow each year. Upstairs, communion is a happy occasion, a celebration. Downstairs at the food bank, no matter how hard the volunteers try, it's often tense and never a celebration. First-time people are humiliated to be there. If you've never had to use a food bank, never been to one, I certainly suggest that you go and do that and live for 3 days on what you receive. Many people there at the food bank are glum. Most are impatient to get their few bags of food. Everyone recognizes this is no sacrament. There is charity happening, but no justice. We have figured out as a church that it's costly to us as a community to address poverty this way. It's short-sighted. Here is where we as a city can do something about that. Here's where we can shape our city. City Council adopted excellent poverty reduction strategies last fall to ease this terrible problem in Toronto. Now we need to fund them and more besides. And you've heard the list of that which needs additional funding: housing, childcare, food insecurity, and so on. Those things not only make people miserable, but the lack of these social services hamper them from staying healthy, and for those who have the capacity to go back to work, makes that a real obstacle for them. Now is the time to increase the taxes the rest of us pay to fund programs that will make a difference. We want to make sure that the sharing of food and the celebration of equality feels more like upstairs than downstairs for everyone who calls Toronto home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Wardlaw. Are there questions for the Reverend? Thank you very much for being here today. Much appreciated. Jim Neff. Jim Neff. Okay. Mr. Neff's not here, it appears. That brings us to Sharon Goodyear, C2C Research Committee, Bathurst United Church. Ms. Goodyear? Sharon Goodyear? Okay, then Henrik Beckman. Mr. Beckman?
If I could ask technical support to, I do have some overhead slides.
Yep.
Oh, there he is. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As soon as we get you hooked up there, you have 5 minutes.
I must say I'm very impressed with the quality of the presentations this morning. Good variety, good depth.
They've been good.
Should I move over? Yeah. Just to move things along a little bit, I'm a software developer, and for the past few months I've been working on a project called the Budgetpedia project through Civic Tech Toronto. I'll move chairs if you can get that going. And the purpose of the Budgetpedia project is to make Toronto's budget more accessible to the people of Toronto. It's a volunteer effort, essentially. So I have an interest in this. Sorry, I'm just going to move here. Oh, seems we're having trouble. And my interest actually goes back about a decade in terms of budget matters and the culture of the civil service. Looks like we're having trouble here. Madam Clerk, there are a couple of, in my written submission, there are a couple of graphs near the end of it. When the time comes, would you be able to bring that up on the screen? Not with me, but the clerk may have it. In the interest of time, let me just go ahead.
All right,
we
thank
seem to
you.
be having some
I think that's what we should
technical
do.
difficulties here. I apologize for the confusion. With that introduction, just for the record also, I am speaking just on my own account and not on behalf of any other group or organization, although I do have some affiliations. I wanted to address in particular recommendation 3 of the report, which contemplates a business transformation program that modernizes the processes within City Hall, essentially modernizes the civil service. And my main point is that it turns out that the Toronto civil service is actually quite well paid these days. If you look at the numbers going back to amalgamation forward and take into account inflation and modest growth of the civil service, it turns out that today's civil service is being paid about a third more on an inflation-adjusted basis than the civil service around the time of amalgamation. My take on that is that that's actually a good thing, because it means that we have a well-paid civil service at a time when we actually need one to implement, for example, the types of innovations and programs that the city manager is talking about. I would say, however, that there's a burden on the city to modernize, to in fact follow through on this recommendation 3 and modernize the city's organization. That would be good for everyone, to justify the pay level, to justify the revenue increases that are coming up, and to prepare for the numerous pressures that the city is going to face over the next while, many of which we've heard about. I'm talking about constructive change here. I don't have time to go into the details. There is some information in my written submission, but in general, to move from the old hierarchical command and control model more towards a flatter, more agile and open system based on small group dynamics. And Mayor, I did hear you speak at the Startup City meeting a while ago, where you were talking quite fervently about innovation in the city, and that's really what I'm talking about. There would be organizational benefits, obviously, in terms of better outcomes. We've heard speakers today talk about need for greater public engagement, and there are organizational tools available for that. There are also, I think it's important, political benefits for that. The public is often quite rightly skeptical about requests for additional revenue, and my contention is that if there is a very visible program of modernization of the civil service, that would go a long way towards making the potential increases in revenue and the changes in structure more palatable to the people of Toronto. There are a number of examples within the city of forward-thinking groups. The library, in my mind, stands head and shoulders above many. The transportation division is, I think, being quite innovative in some ways. The participatory budget that Councillor Carroll, I saw her before, is championing has some very good structure in terms of how to engage with the public. I would like to add my voice to those that caution against excessive use of user fees, because they do tend to be regressive rather than progressive, and just as important, exclusive rather than inclusive. And I think we want a civic sense, a civic pride that is inclusive, to generate the kind of atmosphere that will lead to a dynamic economy. So, Madam Clerk, if you could possibly, I don't know if you have that, if you could possibly show the chart that I have on the top of page 3. Yes. Okay. Sorry for that delay. If you look at the top chart, where I got these figures is that from the year 2000 on, in the audited financial statements, there is a note to each of those called expenses by object, which recasts the statement of expenses according to the categories that you see there. And so what I've done is taken all those numbers, applied inflation adjustment to them, and what you see is that there's a continuous and rather dramatic rise in salaries, wages, and benefits in that period up to about 2010, which is the period that the city manager mentions is when things start to settle down. And I've recreated the chart at the bottom as a stack chart to make it a little more comprehensible. If you'll excuse me just a moment, I just want to flip pages here.
I think if we just could take 2 seconds on this last
Absolutely.
graph, then we'll have to move on.
My apologies.
30 seconds maximum, sir.
Okay. So you'll see from this slide that the salaries and wages have actually gone up 41%, on an inflation-adjusted basis since amalgamation, whereas budgeted staffing levels have gone up about 10%. So this is why I say, in real terms, the pay of our civil service has actually gone up by about a third. And I'm celebrating that as a good thing because, with your forward-thinking mayor and a well-paid civil service with the implicit capabilities, we should indeed be able to go through a substantial and ambitious modernization program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize for all the disruption.
Not at all. We appreciate that. Any questions of Mr. Beckman? All right. Well, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the deputations for this item 15.1. Just to remind committee members of what we will do. We will, first of all, we've had some discussion just about, given that there are 30 deputations listed for the Expo matter, that we would limit those. We couldn't do it partway through the financial thing because it would create an unfairness for those who had spoken earlier and those who spoke later. But we can for the Expo matter, and I gather there was some interest on the part of committee members in having that limit set at 3 minutes. And I would entertain a motion to moved by Councillor Pasternak, seconded. All those in favor, opposed, carried. So those deputations will be 3 minutes. But to remind, after lunch, we'll come back and deal with item 15.8. Which has to be dealt with at a specific time for means of complying with our statutory requirements. That's a development charge complaint, 165 Yorkland Boulevard, and there'll be a deputation on that. And then we'll move strictly back to item 15.1 and begin with questions to staff, and then speeches on that. And then we go to the Expo, to the mega bidding matter after that. And so we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Yep.
When you have like 50 people.
Actually, when they first no, give me 1 second. Let me get a tweet it to public. Oh, you know what? You can move it to Canada. You see the huge parking lots. Wait, yeah. Cultivating now. Yeah, are you around this afternoon? I don't want to say it. Yeah. I just want to say it. What's up, Marisol? This March we get divorced, most likely by October. What's going to happen is that the 4 groups that will be able to our relationships are there's no make sure you say that in your deputation. You're going to most likely run in most likely. I'm not going to run, so whatever. You're going to run in this one that's way, because that's 3/4 of my work. Bring that up in your presentation. You're still going to do it? Yes. Yep. Thanks,
Could I ask people to clear the room? The room is going to be closed. Thank you.
That's your framework. So a multi-year financial and budget process, but not a service plan. You have to have all three to have it
Well, it was like 3 weather systems. Nice warm going in. Rainy.
that doesn't anything other than do what you were critical, which is we say, okay, we like some more of this, we like more of that, and then hunt into budget process. They put all this in the budget process. They decide. Good. Glad you had a good time. So, then there's going to be another report. Is this a different report? On strategies and process to strengthen the city's strategic decision-making and financial oversight. What does that mean? Support council in setting priorities and outcomes. Kind of revenue coming in, pushed on the rates. Okay, so it would have a multi-year focus, it would integrate. Is that the only door they get?
That's these doors and the double doors there. The glass and metal.
And we've been trying to do this for 10 years. So what are we going to do that's different than we've been trying to do? Put back to the level of government responsibility. It asked for, and they were good things. New taxes that grow the economy, and that was not part of this. Investment in. I mean, and we were cutting huge amounts per year. I mean, we cut loads of, we were starting out with 450 million pressure per year, and we cut and cut and cut. No, we did get money for growth. Over time, but we just sucked that out. think that's one person in your office. There's always this notion that somehow, the financial facilities are sitting on never feel we have any control over, or there is absolutely no faith then that there is a relationship between service levels and salaries.
There are very different relationships between service levels. Some of them are very detailed, others are not. Some of them are very real and matter, others are not at all specific, but quite generalized. Some of them are actual outcome measures, many of them are just measures of effort.
Some of them are just, yes, are just customer service. We'll get back to you in 24 hours.
Only to, stop council from cutting a program as opposed to actually figure it out. Yeah, so it's not, the system has grown up kind of willy-nilly, disjointed incrementally, and we need to have a better dialogue about it. It would have been much better to have that dialogue earlier.
Three times round after wellness. 3 times round. I'm losing any faith. Thank you for the report.
Yeah, that's cool. I can close it from the inside, no? No, it's okay, hey, Fareed, are you, could you go down to AC 18 for me? Are you having lunch? Are you having lunch now? Are you sure? Okay, buddy, thank you. Okay, give me a call when you're there, okay? They, you should have seen, don't they have a limit on how many people security that's in here? When I came in here, I couldn't even walk in. It was so crowded in here. Yeah. It's a long stretch for it, right? It's a very long stretch. All right, man.
You know, that's the thing, though. I don't understand. When we have security up here, and security is aware of the capacity number for this room. So at that point, they should be locking it up and, you know, and staying outside until people start moving and, you know.
I know they did that. Remember when they had the deputation for, remember there was like 2-3 days of it, and there was tons and tons of people. And they did it for that, like they stood outside and monitored it for that one. But
Yeah, see, I don't know why they're not doing it now.
governments more
Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
We have a quorum here, and for the benefit of those who are here for other matters, we have one matter that we put on because under the law, we have to put this item on for a very specific time and follow certain very specific requirements. And so that's why we're doing this right now rather than just pick up where we left off. And that is item 15.8, development charge complaint, 165 Yorkland Boulevard. And we have a deputant, Alexander Polich, President and CEO, Porsche Cars Canada Limited. And so I would ask him to come forward now, please. Pardon me? And sir, you have the same rules as maybe all the others you sat through this morning, which is 5 minutes, and that's subject to possibly being asked some questions. We welcome you here.
Okay, so can you hear me?
You're loud and clear.
Okay, dear Mr. Mayor, dear members of the Executive Committee, I'm here to talk about a very exciting project that Porsche Cars Canada is bringing to this city, a new Porsche dealership coupled with the new Porsche Cars Canada headquarter and training center, which we are currently building at the intersection of the 401 and 404. So it's an exciting project. It has one little caveat, which is the development charges, and that's what I want to talk about today. So you see here at the presentation wall, and we'll also prepare the handouts, how this is going to be look like. So it's a flagship store, 100% compliant with RCI, will be beautiful, very functional, and will certainly be a landmark for the city of Toronto, but also for Canada and the world. We're actually creating 100 new jobs here in the city of Toronto, 50 in the dealership and 50 in the headquarter. So it's, I guess, very exciting. So we have paid under protest at City of Toronto development fee of $682,000 and a little bit to obtain the conditional building permit. The total ground floor area is a little bit more than 3,500 square meters, and multiplying it with the charge per square meter, this is basically what we paid. We are of the belief that part of this should be exempt. Because
just put your time on hold for a second, because there's a lot of side conversations going on in here, and the deputant has come to deal with a very serious matter, and I just think we owe him to, please, if we could keep the side conversations to zero while he's making his deputation. Please carry on. Thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem. That will be counted towards my time, I hope. And anyway, so we believe that not the entire premises is for commercial use, but part of it is for industrial use. The reason being is we have a training center. That training center has nothing to do with retail. I mean, we will educate and train technicians there from around the country. So it's the first Canadian technical training center for the brand, so that's not retail use. Then we have parts of the warehouse, which has nothing to do with retail, and also the workshop itself. I mean, yes, granted, part of this is going to be for retail use because customer cars are being repaired, but around about 45% is for internal and warranty, and that's also why we believe that should be exempt from the development charge. So if you take those percentages out, we believe we should basically get a rebate of $175,229 as compared to what we have been charged so far. And our argument, I think, is supported by some other legislation authorities who have dealt with that matter. So Ontario Health and Safety Personal Protective Equipment. I mean, if you walk into the workshop, if you walk into this warehouse, you have to wear boots and in some regards also protective eyewear. So clearly this would be stated as industrial use in that regard. So I think one thing can only be one thing and not two different things. The same holds true for Ontario Ministry of Labour. There is a regulation about forklift and lifting devices, safety in industrial workspaces. And we have 15 hoists in the workshop. So those rules apply there as well for industrial space. And we also have forklift operations in the warehouse. So that also clearly states that this is industrial use. And also Industry Canada, as the last example, there's also in the industry classification system, there's a differentiation between maintenance service for motor vehicles as an entirely different industry from retail activities. So I think there are very good arguments for us in regard to this request. Again, we are not sitting here and wanting to drop this to zero. We understand we have our obligation that this money is being well spent by the city, but we just think it should be fair. This is, yes, partly a retail operation, but also has some areas that are clearly industrial use, and so we bring this request forward to waive those $175,000 and $229. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions of the Deputant? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in. What is the standard classification for auto dealerships across the city? Are you deviating from the norm of auto dealerships? Are you aware of what others are paying?
I'm actually not aware how that worked with the existing dealership in the city, which is downtown Porsche on Parliament Street. I can't answer you that question.
So you seem to be arguing this is unfair, but in fact, we don't know whether other dealerships of a similar makeup may be actually paying the larger fee that you've listed here.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for ourselves, so I have no information how Audi or Subaru dealerships were being treated here. I mean, potentially also in our case, I mean, we're just reading the letters of the law, and there is an exemption also in the bylaw for industrial use. We clearly believe that this is industrial use as supported by the arguments. So yeah, I think we have a valid case.
So your argument would be that it's industrial use as opposed to service, as opposed to being a service industry?
It is industrial use in the sense that it's being used, those portions are being used for warranty work and for internal work at the dealership, maintaining their cars. So we're not saying the workshop is 100% to be exempt, it's only to be exempt for a certain proportion. So we have already distinguished between retail use and non-retail use, which is then industrial use.
So when someone brings their car in to be serviced, that's industrial use?
No, that's retail use. As I said, this is the distinction.
Okay. Thank you.
I had Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. So the total square meters, 3,570.
Yes.
I'm reading on the second page of the report. So you have 454 square meters of workshop space. You're saying that just 45% of the workshop you want reclassified?
Yes.
And the rest of the workshop is going to be used for?
That's a distinction we made from experiences around the country for what is being done in those workshops. So we applied the national average of retail use versus internal and warranty use.
Okay. So 45% of the workshop is going to be used for training or education?
For warranty work and for internal work. That could also be education and training as an overflow for the training center, yes.
Okay. And the other 55% of the workshop would be used for?
Retail work, so working on customer's car. And that's an average. I mean, that could be from month to month different, and it certainly depends. I mean, this dealership doesn't exist yet. I mean, we had to use the experience that we have from other dealerships around the country.
So 55% straight up repair work at my Porsche needed a grill or whatever, I would bring it in there.
Exactly.
If it was damaged, if it was not under warranty, I'd bring it in. The other 45%, you do warranty work. Okay, but how would you, as a mechanic, how would you differentiate between, like you're going to have, you said 50 hoists?
15,
15, okay. So how would you differentiate, like from our perspective, it's not like you're going to put a wall down the middle of the shop, right?
No, that would be impractical.
Yes, okay.
What we do is, we clock that very diligently. We're a German company after all. So everything is basically being clocked. Is it warranty work? Is it retail work? If need arises, that can be tracked through our systems that we have out there.
Okay. And then the other 100% of the training center, so that would be for training your staff to do the warranty work and like all mechanical work on the vehicles.
So that is basically a training center not only for the dealership itself, it's the National Canadian Training Center. We're very proud so far, all the training is being done at our friends in the United States.
Right.
We have basically brought technical training into the country. There were concerns about travel costs and border crossings and these kind of things. So this is not only a training venue for the staff of the dealership in question, it's for entire Canada. So you'll have technicians from Vancouver, from Halifax, from Montreal flying in to get trained in this facility. So there's absolutely no retail work, and that's the reason why we have applied the 100% factor there.
So in the training center, you're going to have, I assume, classroom space?
It is predominantly a technical training center, so we have 2 additional hoists there so that people really get instructed on the actual vehicle.
Okay. And are those hoists or that training area, is that going to be differentiated from the workshop hoists?
Absolutely, it's a closed shop, so it's a separate entrance because, the one is dealership and the other one is a training center. So we have a clear concept to distinguish the two also from an access perspective. So this is really, you can stand in front of the facility and say, okay, this is the training center.
And you have a completely separate area entrance for the training center?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just, sir, just so for my understanding, you talk a little bit about the technicians and the work that they'll be doing. So the technicians are working, what are the vehicles that they're working on? Are they working on customers' vehicles, or do you have special vehicles that they're just simply training on?
So again, in the training center itself, this will be, it depends on what the training is. There's basically some refresher training on existing model lines, but there might also be new launches where the technicians really get a kind of a boot camp training on these vehicles to ensure that once we put them on the road and there is the need for service and maintenance, that all the technicians in Canada are properly trained on these vehicles.
So who own those vehicles that they're training on?
That might differ. That could be cars that actually are being owned by Porsche Cars Canada. So cars that, launch cars that are not yet available for sales. This would be our cars, but for a refresher training, that could be a car that we source elsewhere. So that is something that can't be determined at.
What I'm trying to understand then would the car be a car that's actually owned by one of your clients being brought in that they'll be working on?
In the training center, 99.9% no.
So there is a chance that it could occur?
1 out of 1,000. But typically, we wouldn't want to have our customers' cars being repaired there. That's for sure.
But it's a possibility?
In a very rare occasion, it could be, but it would be absolutely the exception.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions of the deputy? Well, on that note, I will thank you, sir, and very much, and we're going to have some further deliberation, as you'll see here, but we thank you for your participation. Now, is there anyone else on this matter who wishes to be heard? Because it's one of the statutory requirements, given the nature of this, that I should ask if there's anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard at this time on this matter in the form of a deputation. Yes, ma'am. Could you please identify yourself?
My name is Tara Tard, and I represent the owners of the Porsche dealership. We're building it on their behalf. I just want to note that the development charges, should the service department not have been attached to the actual dealership and the retail, there wouldn't have been a development charge calculated.
All right. Are there any questions of the deputy on those comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there any other persons wishing to be heard on this matter? Any other persons wishing to be heard? That would take us to questions to staff. Are there questions of staff? I have one if anybody, Councillor Pasternak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on my questions to the deputant. Is the applicant deviating from standard, is the request deviating from standard city policy? How do we classify similar dealerships across the city? And by granting this leniency, are we opening up a flood of appeals?
I will start through you, Mr. Mayor, then Rob Robinson from Legal Services can finish. I just want to say that we are treating this car dealership, this auto repair part, like any other dealership. They are commercial and they are taxable. What the previous deputant just said, that if this building was a freestanding building just repairing cars, it would be industrial. That is not correct. Under our bylaw, it would be commercial. And what we do in Toronto, we actually only charge the first floor of commercial. So that's why on the last page of the report, there's a portion that's not paying DCs because it's above the first floor. I don't know if legal wants to add anything else.
So what you're saying is that...
Right, Councillor, the lawyer, I don't think, he asked it, Mr.
Is there
Rossini
a
asked it.
supplementary?
Council wanted to add anything to that?
I was just going to say, yes, we've reviewed this with staff and building staff, and it's treated in the same manner as other auto vehicle dealerships across the city.
Thank you.
So everybody's been treated equally and fairly. They may not like paying, but they do. And this is before us as an exemption request that would deviate from city policy.
It's before you through, Mr. Mayor, as a development charge complaint. The DC Act gives the right to anyone who has paid development charges under protest to complain, saying that the bylaw was inappropriately applied in their case. We obviously are saying, no, the bylaw was appropriately applied.
Thank you very much.
Other, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, is there a mechanism to check, to determine in terms of what I've heard the deputant saying, they're doing something fundamentally different and new. So how do we validate that? Because this is the sort of thing that I would imagine that I probably want to encourage as opposed to discourage.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, we could run an IBMS staff report to filter down, to pull out all auto repair shops. Perhaps there's a category to track it for motor vehicle dealerships as well. And we could confirm through a staff report whether this has been applied uniformly.
Okay, how much time would that take?
I would say a couple of weeks.
So why would we not want to do that in order to determine whether or not this is, in fact, a new way of doing things? Because clearly we would want to have technicians be trained or coming into Toronto to be trained, and we certainly wouldn't want to penalize the business if, in fact, what is being said is correct, that they're looking at new ways in terms of training people as part of this process to repair vehicles. I did hear him say, though, that there is perhaps a 1% chance that it could actually be a customer's vehicle. So I'd love to have some sort of analysis done. Would you not agree that perhaps we should be maybe taking a closer look at this?
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor, if you were referring to, Councillor, the training center itself, training centers are non-industrial, so they would pay a development charge. Only, and that's the definition that's on page 3 of the report, and I'm just looking for it, research and development in connection to manufacturing or the processing of goods, that kind of a research or training center would be industrial. But this is clearly not research or development or training in connection with manufacturing, so it would be commercial under our bylaw.
Okay, fair enough. That's helpful. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I just wanted to follow along on that and just make sure that we're absolutely satisfied, because I think Councillor Thompson's point was well taken, but it seems like in the past, even in the present circumstance, we have not treated training facilities, even if they're different, in that manner. And I just want to have your assurance that in terms of consistency, so that we can look these people square in the eye and say you're being treated absolutely consistently, that there is nothing that has happened in recent times that has changed the treatment of training facilities. or of this kind of building, because car dealerships have changed. I mean, they're now these great big places where a multitude of things go on, so they are different than they used to be. And I just want to make sure that we can sort of look them square in the eye and say that for all of these much larger car dealerships, no matter what the different variety of purposes going on, that we are treating this one the same way as all of them, and all of them the same way as this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am getting nods of affirmative. Yes, we are treating everybody the same.
And there is nothing in your view about this one, and I've read obviously what you've said here in the report, that would suggest it requires different treatment in terms of, and I read the definition of industrial, and I must say you'd have to stretch it to fit this, but there's nothing that no aspect of the activity that would even allow, what did you call it, Councillor Thompson, a partial, partial change to this levying of development charges.
We've looked at it in consultation with building officials, with legal, with finance staff ourselves. We think we've been fair in the treatment of this facility.
Okay, those are my questions. Are there people wishing to speak to this matter? Councillor Carroll, yes, please.
Yes, I wasn't going to speak at all, Mr. Mayor, but given that folks are questioning, they may be struggling and may be struggling with the fact that I'm sitting in the room because this is inside Ward 33. This is with due respect, this is to a certain extent, this is a case of what is essentially high-end, albeit, but retail coming in, and the differences, using the people who are office staff, using the people who are training staff as a means of getting a planning variance. Because Consumers Next is a business park that is very much on the cusp of huge potential for real commercial and office, A-plus office space to take hold. Last year, 2,000 employees of American Express moved from another municipality into the Consumers Road Business Park. So it has enormous potential in that regard. In that scenario, you wouldn't actually be putting retail into that park, which is what a car dealership is. We use the rationale of the training personnel. We accepted it as a means of a planning variance, but this is a case of be careful what you do. That argument is now coming back to bite us if we choose to veer from our own very prescriptive development charge policy. I don't see the need to. There is a beautiful, groundbreaking and magnetizing Audi dealership now. The Porsche dealership will join it. But the development charge regime and the recommendations of staff were well known to the applicant and eventually the actual developer of these sites from the informal meeting right through approvals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Others wishing to speak on this? All right, well, if there are none, then I think we're ready to call the question. The recommendation is here in front of you on page 2 of the report. Beg pardon? Recorded vote.
On item EX 15.8, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The item carries unanimously.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and that would bring us back then to item 15.1. And having heard all the public deputations, we were then at the stage where we would have questions to staff, beginning with people who are members of council but not members of the committee, and that would take us to Councillor Cressy first.
Thank you, Mayor. To the city manager, so I understand one of the comments you made. So when adjusted for inflation, our property tax revenue went down since 2010. And so you referred to a number of shortcuts and, in your word, tricks that have been used to manage spending in the past. Will that work going forward?
So my understanding, my assessment is that the City of Toronto faces a real fiscal situation, and that should be addressed through measures that relate stable revenues to stable expenses, and that shortcuts, as I refer to them in the report, are unlikely to generate a situation in which stable revenues match stable expenses going forward.
So can you put a price tag from what you've seen so far on the amount of stable revenues required? Because the option we choose to use to address it will be dependent on that amount. So what is that stable revenue required based on your analysis?
So there are two aspects of that, and I'm not going to, unfortunately, be able to give you a simple answer. Part of which is because that is actually an answer you need to give me, and part of it is because it's not straightforward in any event. The first is that there is a gap between what Council has already committed on the operating side and likely revenues to be generated. In 2017, we show that as a specific number. That's an early estimate. That number will change over time, but that gives you a gap. That none of that is incremental spend, so that is all what should be financed through stable revenue sources. My submission to you, after an adjustment period, that be based on existing revenue measures, existing revenue capacity. And then there is another question about what else would Council like to do, in particularly in terms of capital, new city building capital, Smart Track, George Street, Toronto Portlands, a variety of others. What, if any, of that incremental investment above and beyond what can be paid for by development charges, TIFs, a variety of other mechanisms, and other governments, what contributions would be coming from the city with that, in that respect? It's not possible to give you a simple answer.
So the existing gap, then, if we're just speaking specifically on the operating, not on the future capital. So I understand we have a $588 million base pressure for 2017.
That includes operating and capital, but it does not include any of the announced but not yet matched to a revenue source capital.
So if we were to look solely at that figure then, at that $588 million, and we were looking for stable and reoccurring revenue, of the options available to us currently under CODA, including the property tax, what would be a stable and reoccurring source that you would recommend we use to address that $588 million gap?
Municipalities are structured on the basis of property tax. Municipalities are structured through provincial legislation on the basis of reliance on a large, stable, fundamentally important revenue structure. That is property tax. The City of Toronto has supplemented that source with another almost parallel property tax system, which is the reliance on rate-based revenues, which are also very substantial, very stable, essentially both coming out of direct impacts on residents and businesses. They're treated differently in terms of decision-making. Conceptually, they're very similar in terms of their impacts. Those are the fundamental revenue capacities of municipal governments in the province of Ontario.
So in looking for new revenue that is stable and recurring, as you're seeking, so the property tax and the rate base are two stable and recurring sources. Are there others currently available to us that you would recommend would be stable and recurring?
There are many other ways in which we can find stable and recurring revenues, including municipal land transfer tax. The only question is municipal land transfer tax probably needs to be estimated at a level below which we're virtually certain it will not fall. There are other areas of taxation, property envisioned under City of Toronto Act, vehicle registration, potentially parking taxes, alcohol, entertainment taxes, others that are fairly robust and likely to be sustained even in the event of economic fluctuation. Those are not of the order of magnitude of property tax or land transfer tax or the utility charges.
So those other sources that you've identified, oh, I'm over my time, sorry.
Last question.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Cressy. I have Councillor Carroll next with a question. Then
Yes,
Councillor Fragonac.
thank you. My questions are really about there's one slide, and I ask these questions only because I wish to be able to use the slide. It's the slide on page 13, projected incremental revenue growth. This one's a little overwhelming, but the one that I'm confused about is the murkiest one, other revenue changes. I thought I had an assumption of what it is, but then I noticed in 2017, we see it going down by 60 million and then having the potential to grow in future years. So what is other revenue changes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason why other revenue changes includes things like investment income, corporate dividends, other ancillary revenues, reserve fund transfers. And the reason why it's negative, we had a number of one-time or not sustainable revenue assumptions in the 16 budget that we then reverse out in the 17 budget. And that's why it's negative. And primarily those are...
I'm sorry, could you go over that list again? Because this is revenue growth. A transfer from a reserve fund would not be...
Yes, it is. It is under municipal accounting. When you transfer money from a reserve fund into the operating budget, it is revenue.
Okay. This graph only, this is only operating spending, these revenues.
That's right. But we do bring in operating revenues from reserves. So this year we had, I believe it was $38 million of one type revenues made up by dividends from the Parking Authority, dividends from the TPLC, plus two types of reserve transfers. Because they were one time, they are reversed out, so it's a decline in revenue, and that's what's driving that minus 59 that you see.
Okay, and why does it have the potential to grow by 75 in the out years,
So
18, 19 through 21?
So then all those base revenue sources that are included in other, we are projecting some growth over time because we haven't assumed any additional more one-time uses. So it's at a certain level, it declines because we're taking out the one-time use, and then from there it goes to a natural growth again.
So could I submit, you're not assuming any more one-time uses because this chart...
That's correct.
...chart represents best-case scenarios, because in fact, our history is that we always end up plugging holes with one-time uses, so...
That's absolutely correct.
So this chart in 18 through 21 represents rigid discipline that may not in fact be the case in any of those years.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I think I can speak to this slide in my community now. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. So when I read in the report on pages 13 and 14, and I quote, however, lowered investment in these programs may contribute to waiting times for social housing, child care fee subsidies, and long-term care, as well as the state of good repair backlog for social housing. And later it notes, city operating budgets have been highly constrained, but other than social assistance have not shown actual and sustained reductions in the key cost drivers. So I read all this, and to me it reads that we're shortchanging our most vulnerable. So I don't actually believe that Council's strong support of the poverty reduction strategy gets sufficiently translated into action. So I'm wondering if you anticipate that any of these reports will help us develop a budgeting process that gives Council a better sense of matters like this, that is, shifts in budget priorities.
So I need to answer this very important question carefully. I cannot account for what you intend to do. I can only account for what you actually do. And what you have done in the last poverty reduction strategy is to put incremental resources into that as part of the 2016 budget. However, in the 6 years or 5 years prior to that, Council has in effect realized very, very substantial savings from shared cost programs that are shared with the province. So as welfare rates have gone down, as the city has relied on TCHC supporting itself, in both of those areas, the city has used those resources to fund other priorities. Those other priorities might be other forms of investment, or they might be, in fact, are lower rates of property taxation. But while you are correct, the City Council has put a substantive rhetorical emphasis on poverty reduction that has been less apparent in the detailed numbers.
Next question is about the TTC, and so our substantive increases in TTC fares is very disturbing. I think that these are problematic from an environmental and economic perspective, and I was wondering, what was the increase you mentioned in your presentation on the percentage increase in TTC fare revenues since 2010, and how would you characterize that increase compared to other revenue sources?
So the TTC is integrated into the city's accounts, but the TTC also gets its own revenue from ridership. That that revenue comes from two primary areas: increases in ridership and increases in the fare. If you take both of those, combine them, you get slightly north of $300 million, which is more than the incremental property tax change over that period of time.
So what was it that you mentioned in your presentation on the percentage increase since 2010 in the TTC fares?
So that's in the
Page 18 of the
slides,
report.
page 18.
Page 18 of the report. And on an unadjusted basis, it's been 32%, and inflation and per capita adjusted basis, almost 18%, 17%.
Yeah, I'll get a copy of that
Page
slide
18
deck
of the
shortly. My next question is about recommendation number 5, and that calls for an asset optimization study, including consideration of how possible proceeds could be used to address the city's capital deficit through the city building fund, and a report in the fall of 2016. I had an interesting conversation back in January of last year with someone here at City Hall who advised that the city is not getting a good return on its financial assets, and they thought that there should be a review of these and of the provincial restrictions applied to them. So my question is, will your study include a review of our financial assets?
Our study will include a review of our financial assets, the major corporations, and we will make sure that they are optimized, and we will attempt to understand whether or not there are ways of realizing incremental value from that, and if possible, if that incremental value can be steered to finance capital projects.
Okay. On page 29 of the report, it asserts that it is no longer appropriate to, quote, kick the can down the road, end quote, on these difficult financial decisions. So I'm asking you, would you consider selling of an asset that provides an annual return, another form of kicking the can down the road?
So obviously, we're not going to, as staff, recommend an asset sale or a fire sale or any type of asset transaction that does not make economic sense. But there is a critical question here, and all governments, all businesses at all times should be reviewing their asset portfolio to make sure it is optimized. In this particular case, what we would be doing is assessing the asset portfolio, understanding its performance, realizing and seeing whether or not incremental value could be steered into a different area. It may well be that the business case for a new project, for example, a new infrastructure transit or other project, that the value of money associated with that incremental investment may allow us to view the potential asset transaction differently.
Okay. Well, it looks like my time is up, so.
Thank you for noticing that. I was paying such intent to the questions and answers, I might have let you keep going, but thank you for that. I had next Councillor Davis.
Maybe we'll get a second round.
I'm just going to move over here just a bit to get to the microphone. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, just as a follow-up to Councillor Fragadakis' first question, is it fair to say that that essentially we have taken new provincial funding from uploading and other contributions such as increased contributions to childcare, and we've used those to keep taxes low? Is that what I heard you say?
So that has gone into a combination of new investment in other areas and obviously also into council's priorities in terms of low residential and commercial property taxes.
So in essence, the provincial dollars have helped subsidize lower than inflation rate tax increase.
That is the advice that provincial officials give provincial ministers, yes.
That's what they say we have done.
Yes.
I did want to focus a bit on the process and your recommendations specifically, as opposed to the analysis, and I want to thank you for the excellent analysis that is in your report. You have as the next steps that there are going to be 3 different reports coming to council. Well, let me back up. You have 3 different sort of sections. One is about long-term expense management. One is on looking at long-term revenue management, and the other is matching service planning and budgeting. And are those the three kind of main sections of your report?
That's correct.
Okay.
And if I can take just a second here, I see these as relatively straightforward. The first recommendation is we just need a longer-term understanding so council can see on a 5-year going forward basis what is the basic pattern of expense and revenue.
So how, and one of your recommendations on the expense side, long-term expense management, is using a whole-of-government approach to expense management. And I wonder if you could explain how that is different than what we have done to date.
So much of the decision-making in council has been focused on a net basis, and that net basis being very narrowly focused on the property tax. And in fact, we show a great deal more sensitivity, for example, to the impact of seniors in terms of property tax. The same council has also, though, been willing to incur 9% annual increases associated with water bills. They're paid by the same people in essentially the same way. My personal perspective, my advice to you is that you think about this as a whole of government. Government is very expensive for our citizens and businesses, and understand the full cost of that
Okay,
footprint.
so you're looking at rate side versus tax side.
And understand that they
Or base
both have
budget.
detrimental impacts on the economy and on individuals' capacity to pay.
So I'm trying to understand what is going to happen in 2017. So this fall, you are giving us 3 reports. One of them is a framework for the multi-year financial and budget process. One of them is on strategies and processes to strengthen the strategic decision-making and financial oversight. And then there's a bunch of things you say about how we need to change our decision-making process. Then there's a third report on modernizing processes, improving productivity, embedding efficiencies to achieve excellence through business transformation. And then another report on the revenue strategy. How are all these reports going to fit together, and how do they relate to the 2017 budget process?
So the reports fit together, my view, well, because they are all simply common sense ways of let's understand what the fiscal footprint is, let's look at the expense, let's look at the revenue, let's look at the assets, and let's make sure we have a planning process going forward that integrates all of those. This is the long-term financial direction. We have an awkward moment associated with 2017 because 2017 actually, as we do this, it was not possible to only look at the out years. We clearly needed to look at 2017. We show the pressures for 2017. It will be very challenging to fit those into what council has traditionally desired as a revenue line. So 2017 is actually going to happen a little bit before we're able to do these reports.
And where's service planning fitting in all of this? What are our service needs, our demographic changes? Where are we putting the assessment of what the city needs to grow into these various processes?
So, two things are important here, and I apologize for taking the time with this particular answer. First of all, this is the long-term report. This looks going forward. 2017 has the potential to be very problematic and not fit within council's traditional expectations around property tax. We don't know yet to the extent to which those 2017 numbers and those pressures will fall or not. If they do not fall, if TCH does not fall, if TTC does not fall, it will be very challenging to make 2017 fit in the traditional way, particularly since we have no longer available to us many of the short-term strategies that have been used as bridging in the past. Secondly, on a going forward basis, we clearly need to help council establish the mechanisms by which it can match its service expectations, whether those are capital and operating, with its revenue sources, so that council is not left in the position of committing, essentially publicly, announcing a series of projects, whether it's operating or capital, in the absence of the funding to match them, in the absence of the funding to make them real.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just following along on some of these questions, I had similar analysis around the lowering of the inflationary or the lowering of taxes below the inflationary rates, even though in all cases we have said that we were, that we had taxes at the inflationary rate. And your chart very clearly indicates that, in fact, we've lost ground on that significantly over a period of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what you're also saying is the fact that while all of that was happening, the upload that the provincial government was giving us, in particular, a future around housing and childcare needs in particular, and TCH, if I could put that in a separate category, that until we really grapple with that, that provincial bureaucrats and provincial ministers are not seeing in that same significant way as we see it, the need for further investments. Is that right?
So I think we want to be very, very careful about giving the province a free pass on this. I think that the original challenges associated with the downloading of onto a municipal property tax base of very significant social costs, particularly Toronto community housing and others, something that we need to pay rigorous attention to on a going forward basis. And I would never request that council give up its traditional priorities in terms of both that and transit funding from senior levels of government.
Right.
But yes, in strict factual terms, what the numbers show is that the City of Toronto has been able to significantly reduce its investment in some areas, and that investment has flowed into other areas.
So if I could, if I was looking at it from across the street instead of from here, what it appears, and but it appears as if we have been augmenting our taxation with provincial dollars of their upload. Is that fair to say that that's how they would see it?
That will be a part of how they see it, yes.
All right. So in other words, they're subsidizing our taxation breaks that we're giving. So in your notion of kind of a more pay-as-you-go or a balance between recurrent and stable, how we get to recurring and stable funding, there's sort of the two ways. One, obviously, is to rely on user fees or increasing revenues. We've just talked about that from the provincial perspective, or taxation increases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Or a meld sometimes.
There could be a combination of them, but yes.
Right. So if we just went with user fees, is there sufficient in that list that is here to bring us to a pay-as-you-go or to a stability?
So sufficiency is always a tricky question, but if we go by council's past history, council has increased expenditures in each and every year, sometimes by only a small amount, but it's increased expenditures in each and every year. That requires, in a practical sense, several $100 million worth of incremental revenue each and every year in order to keep up with that. The user fee base is not that large. We are already, in a practical sense, hitting the limits of user fees, particularly with respect to TTC, where the elasticities are already right at the margin.
Right. And so if I could, in terms of the percentage of increase that would bring us to a recurring and stable existence in terms of property tax, what would you be recommending? I don't mean what are you recommending, but what would you recommend to bring us to that stable and recurring situation?
I appreciate the question. If I knew the answer to that, I would have written in the report.
All right.
And the reality is that it will take us some considerable time. The reality is that we've had a relatively good 6 years on the basis of a series of conditions that will likely not apply. Council will need to turn its mind to how much it wants to spend and how much it is willing to raise to match that expenditure.
Right. The expenditure that we are raising at the moment continues to be on one portion only of the tax base, the residential. Is that correct?
No, it exists on both, but because of the very substantive and very real concerns about business tax competitiveness and locational decisions, council has made, in conjunction with the province, has made a decision to protect certain property classes, multi-residential and commercial.
So if we were to be able to do both simultaneously, we'd be looking at about $100 million percentage point, right?
I think it depends entirely on how much of the incremental capital you want to
Yes.
fund. But yes, the orders of magnitude would be approximately that much.
Right. So we can either slow that shift down to the provincial requirement, or we can speed it up to get to that moment in time. Can I ask you, let's say, for example, a 5% increase, do you, I don't expect to have it in your brain, but right now I understand there's about $229 a month is the average tax base, and then $50 on our rate. What would a yearly increase at 5% be?
Final question.
So I'll answer we'll give Roberto to answer the question statistically, but in general terms, my own personal view is it's premature to answer that question.
Okay.
We need to have an understanding of the overall picture.
Mr. Mayor, I had one very quick question. Could I ask it, please?
You know what, I was getting some subtle, gentle reminders of the fact that I already gave you an extra minute.
Oh, okay.
I think to do more than that would be to risk receiving the wrath of others waiting
Well,
their turn.
Mr. Mayor, I won't ask my equity question. I just wanted
All
to
right.
know that when we report on tools,
You're
we'll do
doing
what
it.
was
You're
asked.
doing it.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Councillor McConnell. That brings us next to Councillor Fletcher, waiting patiently.
I'm sure you'll catch me right at 5, Mr. Mayor, and I won't be that long. I just wanted to know about the possibility of tolls as a revenue source for the city. Is that still something we can look at?
So I will answer all revenue questions to the effect of we cannot possibly exclude them, and certainly revenue tolls may
Revenue tolls, I like
may
that.
be an attractive source for council.
And just looking at one scenario that I've thought about quite a bit, we just decided to do the east end of the Gardner and also connect it to the Don Valley Parkway. And there was an incremental expenditure there. Do you remember how much that was?
I don't offhand.
So was it about $400 million maybe, extra spending?
I
You
don't.
might know that. Oh, it's more, so I'll leave it at that low amount. Have we ever, or could we ever give the thought to doing a pilot whereby if you wish to drive on the elevated portion of that Gardner and hook up with the Don Valley, that you could be told, because it has an entry and an exit point, or you can always stay on the ground, on the lake shore. Is that something that is even worth looking at as far as a revenue source is concerned?
I suspect by the time we're done with this, all things will turn out to have been worth looking at, and council has already requested a report. Staff have already, as I understand it, provided consulting a contract associated with the potential use of tolls on the Gardner.
And I know that we're looking at tolls everywhere. This would be discrete on an area where you have a choice.
Yes.
I think Crontonians like to believe they have a choice. They would have a choice to pay or a choice to not pay. Would that not be something that would give them a very clear choice in their driving habit as to pay or not pay for elevated or on the ground?
That would be one of the many ways in which we can provide choice, yes.
And can I just ask you a more philosophical question? In combing through the city's books, have you found that we have a spending problem, not a revenue problem?
So on balance, expenditures have been tightly controlled, and that does include those areas in which we have seen very substantial increases in expense, primarily on the rate-supported programs. Particularly if you take away the rate-supported programs, the size of the footprint of the City of Toronto has actually been decreasing.
So the notion, as we have had in the past, that somehow City Council has a spending problem and not a revenue problem is something that you think we should put to bed once and for all?
It would never be possible to argue, my personal view, that public services are as efficient as they can be, or there are not always opportunities for incremental savings. But in general terms, the City of Toronto spend has been tightly controlled for at least the last 6 years.
At least the last 6 years, not more than that. And was there zero, very low property tax increases at the beginning of amalgamation? I'm sure you've documented that very well.
There were, yes.
And what were they?
I can't remember whether it was 1 or 2 years of zeros, but it certainly started off.
1 or 2 years of zeros.
3 years.
3 years of
3 years.
zeros. What would the impact if we went now, we're going to have 3 years of zero, deciding that as council? What would that mean for the city? And what has that meant for the city as far as our overall budget is concerned?
I'd give you a report with even more signatures at the bottom of it.
Could you factor that in if I asked you to do that? Looked at if there'd even been a rate of inflation increase in the beginning of amalgamation, that we would have X amount of money in our coffers at this point.
The retrospective charts are very easy to do. Yes, we can do that.
So you could easily do that. And have you or have you not found a gravy train?
I need to be very cautious on this because I do not want to leave council or the broader public with any impression that I or others will not relentlessly look for efficiencies, or that efficiencies aren't an integral part of solving the challenges that I've talked about for the city of Toronto. But there does not appear to be an instance in which there are very large chunks of expenditure that are simply wasted. There does not appear to be any area in which the City of Toronto pays materially more than other municipalities. It appears to be a tightly run organization from an overall expenditure management perspective.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to understand a little bit of where we go from here. Listening to the answers to Councillor Davis's questions, it seems to me that much of the work won't be in our hands prior to the work you're doing to develop the 2017 budget. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm thinking about 18. Let us suppose that your second report comes in the fall. We start to design a bit of a strategy. The strategy might be changing how we fund our capital, maybe an asset sale, maybe a new revenue tool, something like that. That stuff would probably itself take some time to roll out.
Inevitably, yes.
Inevitably. Similarly, if we were looking for some other stable revenue source to fund the operating side, that I think if I read your report properly, that would require provincial legislative change.
Some aspects would certainly require provincial legislative changes, not all.
Okay. So I shouldn't be looking at this anticipating that the reports you're bringing in the fall are going to make dramatic changes to the mix of things available to us to get through the rest of this term.
I can certainly say with respect to 2017, it'll be very challenging with respect to 2017. The rest of the term is at full 2 years. So I do believe that we can begin to make changes in that time.
Begin, but we won't be out of the woods.
It took a long time to dig the hole. It will take some considerable period of time to fill it up.
Lovely use of metaphor. So for 17 and for some portion of what we're going to have to do in 18, we're going to be relying on those tools that are currently in our hands to try to manage things.
There is a core reality with respect to public finance, which is path dependence matters. Path dependence, it's a fancy, technical, bureaucratic way for saying what you decided a last little while is actually effectively constrains what's going to happen in the near future. So we have had a very substantial pattern. It will take some considerable period of time to change that, but there is momentum with respect to the decisions. So we are now talking about a time which is, it is May. We passed the report at the end of, we passed the 2016 budget at the end of February. It's early to be looking at 2017, but the reality is 2017 will be fairly challenging. We will need to cope with that within the structure of the existing tools we have. There may be a possibility of hurrying up and finding some, but fundamentally it will be within a status quo environment. Then we will need to go forward and hopefully with these or other recommendations as amended by council, take a longer term, more coherent approach to right-sizing both the expense and the revenue to deliver what council would like to deliver on behalf of the residents.
Okay. Changing tracks for a second. We had a deputation earlier from the Wellesley Institute, and one of the things we heard was a suggestion that there be some mechanism to engage either the broader public or some portions of society that have an interest in public finance. Is that something that would be beneficial, that you've turned your mind to, you've considered?
Yes, and I think that staff are comfortable with the notion of a public consultation process associated with both expenditure and revenue management options.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Now, that was the last, to my knowledge, member of the, person who is not a member of the Executive Committee who I had for questions. If there's anybody else, I'm happy to entertain those questions now. Otherwise, we can move to members of the committee. Okay, I don't have a speakers list at present for members of the committee, but I've got Councillor Palacio with his hand up, so we can start one. And please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the city manager, some time ago and today, you indicated that that Toronto must not shy away in terms of finding new revenue tools, including gas tax, parking levies, payroll tax, and whatever else that's allowed under the City of Toronto Act. Now, you also mentioned in your presentation that previous city managers have cautioned the city in terms of financial sustainability. Now, during the last few years, and this is my question to you, a number of financial tools have been implemented to cover that specific end. Is just to mention a few, for example, not long ago, we had at City Council the road tolls, a study that's coming November, that probably will bring something new there to the table. The 0.5% property tax increase beyond 2017, and the municipal land transfer tax and so on. So there has been something that's been adopted. Now, from that perspective, that was supposed to be that was supposed to cover some of the financial pressures on the operating side year after year. How well or how bad have we done?
Sorry, could you?
How well or how bad have we done in terms of creating those principles and directions in terms of developing those new strategies to manage the gap in terms of expenses and the revenue growth? So
the environment for both expenditure and revenue management in the City of Toronto is relatively constrained. There has been an earlier report suggesting that basically 90% of services are core services. There has been a series of annual targets aimed at controlling expense. So that has been done, and expense has been by and large controlled. The City of Toronto has also had, and then, a series of revenue measures associated with the City of Toronto Act. The major revenue that has been chosen, incremental revenue, has been the land transfer tax. That's worked out very, very well, likely at some point in the foreseeable future reaching maturity. The next question is basically, will we manage this exclusively on the expense side? That probably cannot be done mechanically, probably cannot be achieved. So the question then will be, what type of revenue? I'm explicit in the report. I and the deputy city managers are explicit in the report. This should not just be a revenue grab. This should be a thoughtful look at what types of revenue best suit and best match to the types of expenditure that council has already incurred. One of the challenges here is that council has already incurred the expense. That gap is against already incurred expense, not against new expense. Already incurred expense. We now need to find revenue that match. So we either need to reduce that expense, very difficult, or find revenue. The revenue, when we actually begin to look at it, is somewhat unsatisfying because many of these tools are highly intrusive. They have dramatic impacts on specific sectors of the economy. Council will need to look at those and be cautious about exactly how it implements them.
Great. So that's on the expense side, on the revenue side. Now I'm going to ask you a question in terms of the residents side. Property tax increases or further property tax increases beyond the rate of inflation, I think that's going to be very unlikely. I don't think that there is much appetite at City Council to go beyond that. Now, some of the essential services like Toronto Water, solid waste, that was supposed to be covered under the property tax, and somehow over time that has changed. Are you planning to bring anything forward in terms of creating other revenues by dismantling some of the essential services that are supposed to be coming from the property taxes?
My primary concern is actually with the structural stability of City of Toronto revenues and expenses, trying to match the revenue sources with the expense that Council has already incurred, already supported. I understand the challenge associated with property tax. This is a model. And if Council does not want to raise property taxes, if Council did not want to raise property taxes, Council should not have made the decisions Council has made. So Council has made a series of decisions in the past that absolutely require an increment in revenue. We have probably maxed out many of the other sources of revenue. Effectively, the rate base is identical in terms of its impact. There's a slight difference because you can avoid some parts of it. But really, in terms of its impact on vulnerable populations, seniors in homes or whatever, you've already made the decision to increase taxes by nearly 10% a year on one specific area, only to hold them down on another area. There's no economic sense associated with that. Council will need to have a substantive conversation about whether or not it's continuing that policy. If it is continuing that policy, then it will have to put incremental weight on other forms of revenue. If you are not willing to do that, then you had better give us instructions at the staff level very quickly to reduce the level of expense quite steeply.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. So questions for the city manager. I wanted to start by asking, so the one figure that you have, it's called inflation adjusted per capita gross expenditure 2010 to 2011.
Yep.
And in it you factor in inflation and population growth. City spending per person decreases by almost 4% since 2011.
Yes.
Is that a Toronto-only issue, do you know, or is that occurring across other large municipalities in Ontario? Is that just because of what we charge in our property taxes?
I don't actually know about the situation in other municipalities. Just to be clear, this isn't only property tax. This includes all of the rate-supported services as well.
Sorry.
So this is the all-in picture, the total cost of city government for residents and businesses.
Yeah, and that includes, that's inflation and population growth.
That's correct. That's correct.
And also tied into that, so we've decreased our spending per person, because the biggest question I always get, my residents will say, you know, you're charging me property taxes every year. And when I say to them, well, based on inflation and population growth, you're actually getting less bang for your buck every year, as we've advanced since 2010.
Yeah.
Which would be correct.
Yes, that's correct. More bang for your buck, yes.
Yeah, okay. And one of the other comments, or I guess within the report I was reading, dealing with ABCs and getting them to do a 5-year operating budget. How do we force them or get them to put in a realistic 5-year operating budget, not the pro forma ones that we get sometimes, and then they come back and say, you know, I need $100 million more for this. We just missed it.
Or alternatively, how do we make sure that city divisions and agencies, I'll include all of us in this, do not simply come up with grossly inflated numbers from which they can retreat later and make it look like they managed appropriately. So I think that is a core question, and I think this is something that councillors who are on those committees need to understand, or on those agencies need to take seriously, and managing the expenditure of the agencies, because effectively the amount of revenue you as council will require over the intermediate future is likely to be far more a function of Toronto Community Housing, TTC, and a few other large agencies, Toronto Police Services, than it is with respect to with respect to clusters A, B, and C. As we showed in the run-up to the 2016 budget process, on a net basis, clusters A, B, and C, so city operations directly, actually relieve pressure on the fiscal plan. It's substantially a function of the large agencies.
Okay. And then a couple of the deputants mentioned monetizing city assets and not to do it in a fire sale, and Toronto Hydro is mentioned. But I can't recall seeing a list or of assets that we could possibly monetize. It gets talked about, but I've never actually seen one.
So we will come forward with a report with that respect, but you know, in an 80-20 world, you know, it is going to be Toronto Hydro, the land, Toronto Parking Authority are the primary assets the city has.
Yeah, and there's also, and that would tie in, would that tie in with the city's also looking at doing a citywide real estate review, which I think comes back here in next month or July?
Yes, and there are two aspects of the citywide real estate review. One is the value of the land holdings themselves and all of those other pieces. And then secondly, the citywide real estate review would perhaps not surprisingly reveal a fair amount of administrative and governance complexity, with a fair number of groups doing roughly the same thing in the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the city manager for the incredible work that he's done pulling this together. Out of the 5 recommendations, we've been spending a lot of airtime, of course, on the revenue tools. I understand that, respect that, but when I look at this, I'm looking at these 5 recommendations. I kind of see them all as critical components to moving forward with the long-term financial plan. So I just want to ask some questions outside of the revenue tools. Can you comment a bit about you talked a couple times about the multi-year financial and budget process and the idea of going to multi-year planning. We have had the ability, I don't know if you're aware, since I think 2010 or 11 to go through this. We've never done it. Can you just talk about the importance and how critical it is to get into a multi-year planning process?
Absolutely, and I think what staff will be able to do, and certainly what I think staff owe council here, is a 5-year projection. And as I think Councillor Ainsley was getting at, that 5-year projection needs to be informed by a realistic understanding of the future operating and capital requirements of the major agencies as well, give you a very strong sense of essentially what the application of funds will be over the next 5 years, what are the resource requirements, and then also give you a matching picture of where revenue is likely to be on a status quo policy environment, illustrate that, and then come forward, help initiate a dialogue with council about, if there is a gap, how we'd reduce that gap systematically over time.
So what you'd be doing, again, when I'm looking at how things work, how we make decisions here, my sense is there's going to be a lot of discipline that's going to be needed by council if we're going to be pursuing that direction. Would that be correct?
So I think
compared to in many ways what we have traditionally been doing.
So visibility, and then decisions that reflect the underlying financial realities of the city.
Okay. We talk a lot about strategic decision-making, financial oversight. Can you comment, you've been here now a year, you've got a sense of how things work and maybe not work, and where we want to move. Can you just comment on our priority setting and how we have looked at outcomes to try to deliver on our strategic directions, and just get a sense of, has that impacted, or the lack of what we've been doing in strategic direction impacted our financial challenges?
So there will always be an opportunity in any situation to take a long look at how expense is made, the impacts it has on the community, what outcomes we're trying to achieve, and whether or not we can prioritize expense or even reduce expense in a way that supports the outcomes that are required. So there will be, really under any circumstance, an opportunity for significant review, significant reform. The other aspect is the City of Toronto has done a good job in terms of much of its internal reform process, but that internal reform process is stalled at the agency level, so it may be possible to move towards shared services and more integrated models as well and reduce back office costs.
Okay. And you commented it just on the last question, I believe, about the financial management and oversight of our city programs, more specifically our agencies, when you're looking at the larger ones. And I know through financial management, through budget, the frustration sometimes we have on our side, being able to look inside on those other agencies and the ability to do that. And how do we change that dynamic? You mentioned, councillors have much more oversight on those particular agencies, but how do we deal with that? That's one of the biggest frustrations I see, and I know financial staff see that, on how do we deal with these agencies and our ability to really get in and have a close look at how they're managing themselves.
And there's a budget motion instructing me to undertake not a budget motion, a motion from, I believe it was Councillor Fletcher, who got council concurrence to direct me to do some work on that earlier. I understand council's frustration. I'd like to give you a straightforward answer to that. I don't have one, but it is something that we need to spend time and attention with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the city manager for the work and being so clear about the situation in front of us. I don't think you can get any more straightforward than this. I have just a few questions with regards to the revenue tools and the report that we're getting in June. Are you going to be looking just at what's allowed through the Toronto Act, or are you going to be looking actually at what you think would be more appropriate, and if we need to ask the province for other tools, to suggest that as well?
It's not really a question of appropriateness, it's a question of fact, and the report is quite broad. So the report covers a variety of revenue measures, regardless of whether or not they are allowed or permissible under the City of Toronto Act.
Okay. And when you're talking about stable revenue tools, are you, so for example, the land transfer tax is it's highly connected to the real estate market, or the sales tax with the economic situation of the country and the city. So do you consider those unstable, or you're saying, versus the one-time draw on the revenue? Is that the difference?
So
or?
we should be very clear. We are in our fiscal plan right now, treating land transfer tax as if it were risk-free. So 2016, for the first time ever, took 100% of those dollars and put them right forward. No reserve, no different contribution, 100% of those dollars. We've extended that because the first few months of this year have actually performed continuously, so we've actually built that into those numbers you've seen. So regardless of any internal qualms we might have, we've given it full value and are treating it as if it were exactly the same as property tax, inevitable and completely stable. As the City of Toronto considers its long-term fiscal future, it would be my advice that we revisit that assumption and understand that. In the short term, there's not much
But
opportunity
it's
to do that.
revisiting the assumption, not the tax per se.
That's correct. It's
Okay.
revisiting the assumption. Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying that we need to do a better job of matching revenue for expenses, you're saying, for example, that maybe the land transfer tax should be financing some of the projects that we have in housing because they're housing related, or, the road tolls should be financing transit and transportation issues. Is that the kind of correlation that you think that we should be doing in the city so people see the value for what they're paying?
So there are two aspects of it, one fundamental and the other policy or political. The fundamental one is that municipalities are set up to be risk averse. They are set up to be in the city, even under the City of Toronto Act, they're set up as relatively simple models delivering local services on the basis of local property taxation. The City of Toronto has strayed from that to some moderate extent. That's worked out relatively well over the past, may not work out so well in the future. My advice to council is that you build a model that has very little risk built into it, simply because if that risk is realized, you have no capacity, unlike the Government of Canada, the Government of Ontario, you have no capacity to borrow for a shortfall. You'd be forced to undertake immediate action.
But we're also adapting to a new reality. I mean, the reality is that 20 years ago, we didn't pay for housing the way that we're paying now. We didn't pay for transit the way we're paying now. And this is also, the largest city in Canada, fourth largest in North America, trying to be competitive and adapting to this new reality that we have to deliver these services.
So I'm going to quibble with the language because we are not adapting. So we have.
Well,
we have undergone-
you're trying to get us there, no?
But what I can look at is the numbers, and what I can see is that we've done the reverse. So knowing that social housing is an issue, knowing that those assets have been deteriorating, the numbers show that we have not put money into that area. So the numbers show that knowing that we have social priorities, we have steered money away from those areas. So with respect, we have not begun the process of adaptation towards the.
But that's what you're trying to do through this, so giving us a clear picture. You're trying to tell us that we need, in order to be a competitive city and compete with other major cities that have over 20 revenue tools, that if we are to be delivering 100% of our operating expenses and TTC, if we are to deliver housing, that we need to start having these conversations.
We do need to have those conversations.
Okay.
That's correct, yes.
And going back to the slide 12 and 13, the incremental debt charge on growth, is this still taking in consideration the 15% debt ceiling?
Yes.
And this isn't on top of the debt charges that we're already collecting?
No, that's a function of the 20, of the, sorry, which one are we talking?
Yep, this one.
12 shows if we just abandon the debt ceiling, and if you actually financed what was there. So 2017, not a realistic number. The other numbers are somewhat more realistic. We go back to the earlier.
So 2021, what would be our debt ceiling?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if we did all the $29 billion, it would take our debt ceiling from the 15% of taxes into the 40s, touching 50%, which obviously cannot be sustained just through borrowing.
And remember that the 29 assumes no provincial, federal contributions and a variety of things like that, but it clearly indicates that what Council has ordered or asked staff prepare in the kitchen is far, far bigger than the actual appetite.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bailão. We have next Councillor Shiner, and I've added Councillors McMahon and Robinson to the list, and Thompson.
What we've asked for in the kitchen, is that generally the summary of unmet capital needs?
That's correct, yeah.
So those unmet capital needs are approximately 3.7 million for Toronto Community Housing, 3.7 billion for Toronto Community Housing, 20 billion for transit, and 3.5 billion for the waterfront, am I right? And you're saying municipalities should be risk averse and we should be dealing with local services. Are those local services?
So many of them are, in fact.
So transit should be funded by a city, not by the provincial and federal government for its capital infrastructure. For housing, in particular for many new immigrants that come to the city, and land in Toronto should be funded by property taxpayers. So the needs of the waterfront, which is a tripartite agreement, should all be funded from property taxpayers. And the fact that the provincial and federal governments have somewhat abandoned the city over the last decade is why it's being called tricks and shortcuts to cover up the expenditures, when in fact are those not responsibilities that shouldn't be borne by property taxpayers?
So I'll be happy to take up the conversation. And I agree with you philosophically, these should not be on the property tax base. However, they have been on the property tax base for 2 decades now. The City of Toronto has taken the incremental uploads designed as part of earlier negotiations, as a new government of Ontario came in, explicit recognition of that, has taken that money and shifted it towards lower property taxes. So as a result, now 20 years in, the City of Toronto has left itself in a situation where it has deteriorated transit and deteriorated social housing.
Sorry, I was here, and I don't find that the case. And I'm trying to find, because it was downloading, well understood. It was downloading by the provincial government for amalgamation. It was nothing to do with efficiencies. And in fact, your report goes on to say that one of the things you have to do under 3, a recommendation, is the short-term and long-term strategies to deliver a business transformation program that modernizes process, improves productivity, embeds efficiency to achieve excellence in service delivery, and maximizes value for residents. And that's the fact that we know right across the city, 4 districts all operate differently. Different standards, different levels, different response. So in the 20 years, no, we've never done that. But the major costs, the 3 major ones that I identified, they're ones that municipalities can never expect to be there. And in fact, it was the provincial government, was it not under Mr. Davis, that said 75% of the capital cost of public transit and 50% of the cost of operating public transit should be borne by the provincial government. They recognized at that time that, and that's been abandoned. So I ask you, why are you saying that property taxpayers, through additional fees, which are the same as taxes, have to look at covering up the expenditures that this council has said over the past 2 decades? Over the past 2 decades, we've said those are not municipal responsibilities and should not be municipal responsibilities, and you seem to take the position that they should be municipal responsibilities, and now we should generate revenue to cover up those shortfalls.
I'm happy to answer the question, and I'm happy to answer the question specifically. It is not my argument that they should be provincial municipal responsibilities. That is my argument. It is my argument that the kid who was born when those responsibilities was downloaded is now in university. We have argued constantly up for 2 different regimes to the province that should be fixed. It has not been fixed. Now, we have had the assets. We have not funded it appropriately. We have taken the expense that we could have used and we've shifted it elsewhere. It is now ours. We can make the argument, and council can make the argument, no, we do not want to invest in transit because the government of Ontario and Canada should invest in transit. No, we do not want to invest in social housing because the government of Ontario and Canada should make that investment. That has been your argument to date. My submission to you is that argument is no longer a responsible argument given the absolute fiduciary responsibility that we have on the basis of the taxpayers and ratepayers of this city, and I feel that very strongly. It is not a question of what should be, it is a question of what is. And what it is
Mayor Tory,
this council needs to address
time
this.
I have left, because I definitely wasn't 9.5 minutes.
You've got about 2 minutes. Sorry. Invested in your questions. His answer is that I'm totally losing track of my responsibility to operate.
So then, if you could tell me, because the downloading was quite one where you say that we put the funds that we miraculously got from the province, as great savior that was there, and put it into something else. Where did we put it?
You put it into lower property taxes.
What particular expenditures did we put into lower property taxes? We put it into maintaining property taxes at a level that people could afford, equal to inflation. We didn't surreptitiously or any other way try to lower them. So show me the money. Like, what big pot of gold did we put aside there?
There is no big pot of gold. The reality is...
And how much are you talking about in the millions or billions of dollars? Because I don't see it being the $29 billion you're looking for. If it's there, maybe it's a few $100 million, which in the nature of this isn't much. So I'm trying to see why the blame is being put on the council of the City of Toronto to try and do what was right, to maintain a public housing stock, to better public transit, to improve the waterfront, and doing all the things that we should be doing without the support that was there, continuing to ask for it, and why now, on behalf of the taxpayers, we should surrender that. Why we should stop saying it's not the property taxpayers in Toronto, which you said we should be risk-averse in local services, and we should be taking on all the costs of public housing and all the costs of transit and trying to fund that. Why are you saying that is now our responsibility because they haven't come to the table with their funding?
We may end up in violent agreement here, Councillor. The $29 billion, and I've been clear about this, is a number that has been asked for by Council. This is a number when you take the collective asks of all of the projects on which Council has instructed work. We will get substantial resources from other governments associated with that, but it will not fully displace that. That's actually to some considerable extent beside the point. This is things that council can decide whether or not it wants to do waterfront, whether or not it wants to do smart track, whether or not it wants to do other things. That's what's embedded in the 29. The real concern I have is that there is a gap between the expense that the city has already committed, the rate at which it grows, particularly driven by Toronto Community Housing and TTC. These are not incremental expenses. These are that have been incurred, yes, at the time when council has been here. These are expenses that are already there that do not have a firm financial footing going forward. That is not a function of provincial download, or if it is, City Council has not reacted by using revenue in order to make itself sustainable. I'm not making a philosophical argument that the government of Toronto should bear all of these. I'm making a practical argument that since council has these expenditures at its doorstep, it needs to have a practical conversation about what expense it wants to take away and what revenue it wants to encourage in order to ensure that we are able to have balanced budgets going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. I will now reset the clock. I apologize for not having done it earlier, and that brings us to Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So I was curious about something you said, that revenue tools should not be used as a revenue grab, and that they're best suited, best matched to the expense, to the particular expense. And I just wonder if you have an example of a matching like that for us.
So the matching I'm looking for is, there's two forms of matching, one of which could be that on a going forward basis, for example, if we were to realize a gain from an asset optimization, it can be put into the fund the mayor has proposed, the city building fund, and used to buy a segment of transportation or transit or something along those lines. So that's one example, but the much more fundamental example, I mean, and I apologize for repeating myself on this, is that the City of Toronto should ensure, my view, I think staff's view, that expenditure that's base expenditure, that is very unlikely to be reversed on a going forward basis. The ordinary operations be financed in a way that is sustainable with clear and transparent tools, so we can very easily show that the expense that continues to exist is balanced with revenue sources that are stable.
So when we do discuss this at length in June, would you be coming out with some particular examples, or you want us to match them up?
So all that will be coming forward in June is basically a glorified spreadsheet, and it will basically say, it'll be more sophisticated than report than that, but basically it'll say, here's a number of different revenue options, here's the legal authorities associated with them, here's the elasticity, here's some practical implementation concerns, here's a high, low, and medium revenue estimate associated with that. My personal preference here, and the reason that I personally put in the word about revenue grab, is I don't think it would be appropriate to just simply choose things as quickly as we can on the basis of plucking a goose. I think you want a thoughtful approach that takes place over a period of time that allows revenues to grow on a gradual basis in order to match known expense requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So right now, just to help me walk through this, people are paying taxes, then their water rates, garbage rates, and this year we put together a little envelope for a levy.
Yes.
And is that dedicated to transit and housing, or just transit? I'm not clear.
So it hasn't been dedicated at all. It's called a city building fund. It's not yet approved. It's not yet voted. But just for the sake of completeness, we modeled it into the revenue numbers going forward. Okay.
That's good. All right. So, and then, again, what do you say, when I go to public meetings, I hear my ward's, under siege from a development standpoint, Yonge and Eglinton, unprecedented growth. Residents see this and they say they don't understand how we can have a money issue because they see all this development happening in the city. What's your response to them?
I'm not sure I do have a response to that. What I can look at is the actual numbers. And if development continues at roughly the same pace it continues, which is to say that it incrementally increases by that we get another $500 million another $300 million in land transfer tax revenue over the next 3 years, then in fact the city's fiscal problems are substantially less. My perspective is that would be not a fiduciarily appropriate decision for the City of Council to make, to rely on that on a going forward basis. It could happen, but if it doesn't happen, that would be a very difficult circumstance for the city.
Thank you. And then, everybody hears on the news, things aren't happening on time or on budget, not to pick on the TTC, because it's a great operation, but, automatic train control and, which is a bee in my bonnet, being a councillor on the Young Line and the Spadina extension. How are residents supposed to react to that when they hear this kind of thing?
So it's a double-edged sword. It is true that some projects go over budget and are over time. The vast majority of projects are under budget and on time. But one of the real challenges is that we consistently overestimate capital expense. And in fact, if we actually get a little bit more sophisticated about matching capital, the cash flow of capital, that will make the numbers look better in the short term, but worse in the longer term, because ultimately the expense will happen.
Okay, and then duplication, efficiencies, you feel that doesn't exist in the current administration, not the administration, the bureaucracy and the divisions, departments, agencies. There's not a great opportunity to find efficiencies, or you don't think there's any duplication? What's your perspective?
No, and if you look at the structure of the report and my earlier responses, I hope we're clear on this. I do believe that there are substantial opportunities for efficiency on a going forward basis. That in fact, as we look at things like real estate services or a variety of other things, we are finding very material areas of duplication. I think the city itself has made some progress in terms of shared services. I think there's lots of opportunity to expand that into the agencies.
Okay, and then I guess my only other comment would be just, I think in the last little while we have been spending, you're right, every council meeting, I'd love to see a price tag attached to the council meetings. We've also been adding staff, with that comes benefits, and also in some cases cutting revenue. So what do you think we should be, given all that, should we be increasing services going forward, or should we be trying to show more restraint?
So I actually think that is a question with respect for council. The challenge that I have is a very straightforward one, that council continuously requests expanded services and continuously looks for a larger input of public policy, and has consistently expressed a vision of the city which has much more transit, much more other, much more in the way of public works, much more in the way of incremental investment, much more in the way of poverty reduction, a variety of other positive things. It is very hard in a practical administrative implementation world to balance that with a commitment to decreasing the size of some of the core revenue sources. So that is, with respect, a core question for council to answer. The one set of instructions I can't handle is both, because the efficiencies will not be there to allow us to bridge that gap.
Okay, and I have 8 seconds. The last budget round, as you know, the EMS area, the first responders, so fire and police, it's a big chunk of the budget, and EMS. But yet in the last budget round, we added people to staff to EMS, which I agreed with. But fires tend to be on the decrease, and so I was surprised that that staff didn't propose offsets between the two, or some type of merging of fire and EMS, because I think something like that needs to be reviewed. POMAX did do a report. It wasn't a very great report in my opinion, but what are your thoughts on that?
So the increase in fire staff were for prevention, and I think we're well justified and part of many earlier conversations. Having said that, Councillor, it is, I think, certainly the view I have, and I believe the deputy city managers have, that structurally we do need to look at the footprints of services, and we do need to understand the combined footprint of our emergency services, the emergency response models, a variety of other pieces. When I talk about something will take some time to sort out, that is one of those areas where, in the reality of separate services, collective agreements, a variety of other things, physical assets in place, we do need to develop a longer-term, more efficient vision, provision of public safety in the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. I have Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. When I first arrived here, I had thought that we needed to establish a capital or an expenditure clock in order to give us running tabulation as to what we're doing. We're doing it in terms of decisions we're making. I now think we actually need that, to be quite honest with you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, we are the fourth largest government or the municipality or in terms of population in North America. I'm just wondering what is so unique or ununique in terms of how we're doing things as it relates to, for example, other jurisdiction just in North America for now.
So there are in many respects, Toronto's responsibilities are a little bit narrower. We do not, for example, have the school boards the way they do in Chicago or New York, variety of other pieces. So there are core differences. There are also many core similarities in terms of the basic service footprints, garbage, waste, all of those other elements.
Okay. So in your report that will come forward as you, in terms of June, we've seen municipalities and cities around the world where they have actually privatized services, such as transit, for example. So we are looking at funding, or we're looking at asking for funding from provincial and or the federal government. Is this something that you would want to consider or bring forward for us to consider, and the mechanism that would allow that to occur?
So I think it would be premature for me to answer the question, but philosophically, the report does speak to, I believe it speaks to contestability, and certainly the notion of being able to test public service delivery against alternate service delivery or other elements is a way of continuously making sure that public services are delivered as efficiently as possible. We can end up with situations entirely contracted out services can end up being more expensive as you end up with capture to a small number of firms or an uncompetitive market. Similarly, services delivered exclusively through public sector channels can become ossified. You simply need a routine review process that looks to determine best possible value.
Okay. Now, this conversation is not new, it's not unique. You raised this last year to a large extent. We're going into a little bit more in depth at this particular point. Would you agree? That's what we're doing? Right. And so when you wore another lens, let's say from the province, you were at the province and you looked at the city, I imagine that you were making decisions, obviously, that negatively impacted the city. Not to blame you at all. I'm just simply saying, now we are where we are. You're on the other end of it, making decisions now. How now do we what's the equilibrium that you bring to this in order to help us to reach an apex where we say, okay, these are the things that we need, knowing what the provincial requirements are, how do we sort that out?
At some level, I'm uncomfortable answering the question, but I'm going to answer it anyway.
I appreciate it.
Here, I do not believe in any kind of fundamental sense that it is appropriate to have the full weight of, largely the full weight of the operating subsidy for the Toronto Transit Commission dealt with by the 416 property tax base. To me, that's a nonsensical economic policy. Similarly, the massive download of social housing was, I think, a policy dysfunction that occurred a number of years ago that should have been rectified in the intervening years. Those are things, and I believe that Councillor Shiner is entirely right about this, should not be entirely borne by the municipal tax base. They have now been borne by the municipal tax base for the last 20 years. Our ability to convince the other governments about the need for these things is greatly impaired because in the interim, we have tended to emphasize lower rates of taxation. They see clearly that property taxes as a share of GDP or on a per capita or an inflation-adjusted basis have been either flat or gone down. They look at that and they say, why should I give you money? You know, you've essentially hurt yourself and now you have chutzpah coming to us declaring poor for that. We have made these arguments now for the better parts of 20 years. We have a premier who is from Toronto. If those arguments were going to be successful, my view is they likely would have been successful earlier. At this point, relatively late in the game, I believe we do have to step up, take responsibility. By no means we should let the province off the hook. Absolutely by no means. But in the interim, these are ours, and we probably do need to deal with the reality that Toronto community housing, $96 million a year just to keep the lights on, incremental expense to implement the mayor's task force recommendations. Similarly, TTC, basically 160 or whatever million dollars it is, just for the existing service levels. These are now the pressures that we have not addressed, we now have to address.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wallace, in the context of kicking the can down the road, from my perspective, for the longest time, unless you can get your operating budget balanced, you should be, in fact, delaying capital investments, simply because capital investments have an operating impact. So if there is a gap in your operating budget, if you then couple that with continue to make capital investments, you're not going to narrow that operating gap, but rather widen the operating gap. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. I need to think through the accounting of it, but yes.
Okay. So if we go back to the downloading, that, as I recall, placed a huge operating pressure on the City of Toronto. And for the longest time, while the province continued to bail us out on an annual basis, for the longest time, we were looking to find efficiencies or just operate more effectively as a way of reducing our operating gap. Is that?
That's correct. And the city was largely, was to a considerable extent successful in doing that.
Yes. And then when we sort of hit the ceiling and we couldn't continue to find efficiencies, then we got the opportunity through the City of Toronto Act to look at additional revenues to help us close the gap even more on the operating and budget.
Yes.
And as a reality, as the municipal land transfer tax revenues grew, we in fact approached being able to come across with balanced budgets. And now what I hear you saying is, you know, now we've got to address that issue of delaying capital expenditures, because you don't get a real viable, strong city unless you make the required capital investments. And in the context of going forward and making the relevant investments, we now find, because that has an operating impact, we need to find incremental revenues to deal with the incremental operating impact. Is that fair?
Almost, but not quite. I'm actually, unfortunately, blowing two relatively shrill whistles here. Okay. The first is just on the strict, what we've already bought on the operating side. It's unclear that if MLTT stops rising at the same rate and the same near geometric rate of increase at which it's been rising, that the City of Toronto doesn't have a core kind of sustainability problem. So that's kind of step number one, and a relatively shrill whistle. And that's basically the gap that we show for 2017. Then secondly, that gap does not include any of the 29. Now, the $29 billion is obviously an unrealistic number. It will be a fragment of that, but it doesn't include any aspect of that at all. At least some of that will be necessary for city building capital. So it's those two elements, but there is basically a core. It's unclear that 2017, 2018, 2019, at some point, the business model will fail. It has to fail if land transfer tax does not continue to increase.
And so can you just, because I don't know how I missed it, but I read the recommendations, and what about the building fund, that fund that the mayor was trying to put aside to provide, funds to do the capital investments?
So that's factored into the revenue picture going forward. So that is actually, we modeled that into the revenue numbers already.
Thank you.
Now, that was the last member of the committee I had, aside from some questions I have. Does anybody else have any questions? And they can go ahead or after me, but just in case there's anybody else who wanted to speak. What's that? Is it, do you think it's off again? The air conditioning? I feel something. Maybe that's what I'm feeling, it's the, you know, the. So, City Manager, if I might just ask you some questions. First of all, I'm not sure where to start, but when you made a comment earlier on about a hole that we've dug, one of our colleagues from back here, and I'm not sure frankly who it was, but it was in the second row there, said, well, we didn't dig this hole. And I just want to sort of have you discuss for a minute about services and the expansion of services, because I think the impression might be left from your presentation and your answers to questions today that the entirety of where we are on the operating side, and we'll get to capital, is because of decisions made to restrain the growth in property taxes, and there's been no contribution from the fact that council meeting after council meeting for the same decade you refer to, people have, without any thought of how it could be paid for, increased services.
So I apologize, Mayor, if I left that impression. Gwen, I don't know if you want to put up the slide. I think it's the fourth or fifth slide. But basically, it is very clear that over time, expense is growing. Well, it's growing moderately. It's growing as a function of basic core cost drivers, inflationary, and then council's desire to, that one right there, council's desire to add incremental spend over time.
And even in the last number of years, because the one just flashed up there that you might just put back up for a second that showed the 2.5, even there, on those years between 11 and 16, there has been an increase that I guess in most of those years has run above the rate of inflation. Is that correct?
Probably right about the rate of inflation.
About or above. Yeah. Last year was 2.3, or this year, and it's growing at 2.5. Now, you also, I think one might have been excused if they were left with the impression in your earlier answers that there are really no efficiencies, and you kind of amended that a little bit earlier, just a couple of minutes ago, to one of the councillors over here. But I'm assuming you'd agree that through things like technology, review of span of control, review of who does what, meaning what role government plays, that there, I mean, in a government of $14 billion in total for everything, that there must be not only just tiny things that can be done better, but substantial things that can be done better. I mean, in any organization that has $14 billion of expenditures and what, 10 or 11 billion dollars in revenues.
So there are so expenditure control does work. The City of Toronto has had annual targets. They have generally provided savings, and certainly offset. It is certainly my view that there are incremental opportunities for savings, and we will realize that. The only concern I have is that council not assume that the totality of the fiscal challenge can be bridged on the basis of efficiencies alone. I do believe that efficiencies are available and will continue to be realized. The only other challenge I'll put on that is that this conversation around efficiencies needs to be broadened to include the agencies as well, and they are the proximate source of pressure going forward.
Okay, well, that certainly clarifies that. Now, speaking of revenues, you said earlier on that, and I wanted to make sure we all understood again, I don't think people should be left with a misleading impression, that we had incurred all of these expenditures. I wasn't sure whether you were talking about the operating that you've made reference to recently in the last few minutes on the TTC side, or whether you were talking about this list of capital projects, because I think many of these capital projects, in fact, the expenditures have not been incurred, they've not been approved by the council. They've been approved, as you said earlier, for some work to be done, but that's a far cry from approving a budget. So are we talking operating or capital when you made that expression that we've incurred? What you said was, we've incurred these expenditures and we should have raised taxes at that time when we incurred the expenditures, but in fact, a lot of them aren't incurred.
So if I can just jump to to slide 11. So these represent expenditures that have already been committed. So these are base operations. When we say base capital, that's the existing capital projects. The, whatever share of $29 billion, whatever fraction of that were brought forward, would then be incremental to these numbers. So this is essentially the pressure for the 2016 level of services carried forward into 2017 and out years.
But you would agree that, say, that 419, as it has every single year, well, I realize there are numbers in there that seem intractable, that number is going to come down. I think you suggested that yourself earlier.
It will absolutely come down. It will absolutely come down substantially. What I'm concerned about is that there are two elements of it TTC and TCHC that as a result of my conversations with the agencies, it seems like it's less likely to come down than some of the pressures, some of the inflationary pressures that the city divisions have traditionally been able to strangle.
All right, and my final question is simply this. One could have concluded, listening earlier on, that you felt that the property tax and increasing the property tax and property taxes that should have been increased in prior years and so on and so forth was the only way in which to deal with this. And I'm assuming, given that you're bringing forward a report on revenues, including some that I assume will have substantial potential revenue impact, that you are not, in fact, saying that this has to be done through the property tax.
Not by any means. And to be very clear, I respect and understand the will of council, and I understand clearly that council has placed a very high priority on maintaining property tax rates at a low level and maintaining property tax consistent with or even below the rate of inflation. That's true historically. It's likely to be true going forward as well. What I'm emphasizing in the report is that we will be able to make some savings. They will not be sufficient. Therefore, some mix of revenue tools, revenue measures that can be within the City of Toronto Act, that can be incremental to the City of Toronto Act, that can be a combination of asset optimization and others. But the time has come for a robust dialogue on those as well.
Thank you very much. My time is exhausted, and so if there are no other people willing to wishing to ask questions, we would move to speakers. And I have on the speakers list, I had first on Councillor Deputy Mayor McConnell, and she is here. So you are first up.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the city manager, and I know there must have been a pile of staff who worked on this, and I think that it's a very difficult thing to speak truth to power, and I think this report does. And I look forward to other discussions where we actually do get into what are the essential things that will allow us to move this city forward, maybe not necessarily in this term, but to put it onto a much better footing than we have got it on at the moment, to hand on to our children and our grandchildren. Because at the end of the day, it is those Torontonians that really will see the suffering. But in addition to that, we see already a suffering, a polarization within our city, and the only way that we're going to be able to deal with poverty reduction is when we look at $11 billion, $12 billion budget and reallocate within that and to prioritize within that the spending. And I'll give you a very good example of that. We didn't have any difficulty in terms of the taking down of the Gardner, a huge amount of money, and yet George Street is still unfunded. So we as a council have a responsibility also to balance through this. So what I heard today and in the report was that we have decreased our reliability in Toronto on taxation, that we have taxed lower than inflation rates, even though we've said we were doing inflation rates, and that unfortunately, not our choice, but in fact, the uploading money that should have been used for the enhancement of social services and other important services to Torontonians has not gone into our housing, into our social service, into our childcare, but rather has had to be used for other priorities, such as offsetting the increase in taxation. That's not any one of our particular positions, but it is our collective responsibility. So I'm not an economist, never been an economist, do know a little bit about budgets, but what I am and what I was trained to be was a teacher. And so I know a little bit about teaching mathematics, and I know something about arithmetic, in particular up to about grade 4. So I'm going to give you what the grade 4 teacher says when she looks at this. So what I say to myself is our average taxation at the moment to most of our houses are $3,781. Now, of that money, about $1,000 or $1,033 goes to educate our children, not in our tax coffers. So really, what we have is our people paying $2,748 on average in our communities right now. And when you divide that by 12, because we did learn to divide in grade 4, you come up with $229 per month. That's what we pay. And we pay that for policing and fire and clean water and social services and childcare and all of the other things, the myriad of things that we spend our money on, and I guess including potholes. We then have $50 a month that's on the rate-based, and that's for our solid waste and also for our clean water. So the total of that is $279 a month, and that's what it is. So if we were to increase our taxation, as my residents say, by, let's say, 5%, then when I do the numbers and I multiply and do percentage a little bit over grade 4, I come up with $140 extra per average taxpayer in this city in order to get to a place in which we might be recurrent and stable. And you might need some other tools that kind of go along for enhancements and so on. But basically, you would need to do $140 more a year. So what is that a month? Well, it's $11.45 a month. So really, for $240.45 plus $50, under $300, which is, by the way, the cost of most telephones, you get all of the services of the City of Toronto, plus the enhancement that we need. Now, I think that's a deal. I think it's an unbelievable deal. And I think that most people, and certainly economists and out of grade 4, would agree that really that investment is essential for us to get this city into a place in which we can hand it over to our children and our grandchildren. And that's what our role is. It is not, in fact, in my view, to just look at simple things, but rather the whole thing. And I'll stop there, Mr.
Thank you very much.
I see
on that note.
time. Thank you.
Now, surely that's not all the speakers, because I don't have another one listed, starting with the members of council outside the committee. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perruzza, okay. Councillor Carroll, you're next.
Yes, well, I said earlier this morning, Mr. Mayor, I said to Mr. Wallace, I think when I get to my speaking time, I'm just going to say what he said. But so much time has passed, I think we've forgotten what he said. I'm going to use the slides in this presentation because we have a difficult choice to make. I'm reminded of a song in the musical Into the Woods. It came out when my kids were little, and PBS put it on TV. You didn't have to go to Broadway to see the original production. And my little daughter was obsessed with it. And she was watching the song, It's Your Fault. And my father-in-law came in, and he said, what are you guys watching? What is this? I said, oh, it's Stephen Sondheim's newest. And he said, oh, Stephen Sondheim, the secret of life is embedded in all of the lyrics of Stephen Sondheim's musicals. So I think we want to just think for a minute about that, so it's your fault. It's because of you, there's a giant in our midst, and my wife is dead, so it's your fault. But it isn't my fault. I was given those beans because you persuaded me to trade away my cow for beans, so it's your fault. And the song goes on so that every character on the stage or around this table has a reason why it's not their fault. Until the big bad witch, or in this case, the actually unassuming soft-voiced city manager, comes in and says, who cares? It's the last midnight. It's the last midnight. You have to solve this problem now. Figure it out. And the 2017 budget is our last midnight. That's what this report says. So to say in questions while we're discussing things with the city manager, well, I hear what you're saying about the property tax, but there's no appetite for that, so got any other ideas? Just negates everything we asked him to look at and paid him to come up with a solution for. It's the last midnight. We're going to have to do something. I'm not going to get into the teeny tiny minutia of I like this one and I don't like that one. I'm prepared to follow this process, but I'm taking these slides out to my community because they explain to us that it is in fact the very last midnight. City ops adjusted for inflation on a per resident basis our operations that serve our residents and that they seem to want us to improve every year have in fact gone down 5% in real terms. Health and social services to our residents who need it most have gone down 20%, 20% just since 2010. And that can't go on. Emergency services are stable, and we could say, oh, sure, it's those unions. But in fact, what it also is, there's a lot of cost sharing. There's some intergovernmental cost sharing going on in those departments, and we've managed those relationships. The TTC has actually gone up in spending on a per resident basis by 7%, and it's not enough. What do they say to us every day? We need more transit. The only thing that has in fact gone up as much as it should since 2010 is water, because it's on a user pay basis, and we separated it out and said water money is going to go to water building and water serving, and so it's gone up by 15%, which kind of makes the argument on a per resident basis we have invested 15% more, which is what they wanted us to do. Which means that the city manager's argument about you need to tell people where you're going to spend it, dedicate it, match the new revenues that are coming in to the things you know you need to do distinctly, and get on with it, and you'll have the picture you have in water. I think that's what he's saying to us. So the journey this long-term fiscal plan is on, I'm going along for this ride.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Prutza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't ask a question earlier when we were questioning staff because I didn't want to add another 5 minutes to an already very long meeting. But if there was a question, if the question that I was going to ask the staff is basically around the way we are funded and whether or not the city can sustain itself over the long term under the current model. And I think that Councillor Bailão touched on the subject, and we got a bit of a reaction from the city manager, but I think that that's going to be fundamental to the debate, I believe, as we move forward. So he used words like, we are modeled in a way that limits our risk. I think the phrase he used was, we are risk adverse. We were created at a time, and we have a finance model that is very much a small town model built around property tax. Property tax only pays for a portion of accounts for only a small portion of the entire municipal budget. And now we have the land transfer tax, which we're becoming far more reliant on, which is far more risk adverse than what the property tax would otherwise be. But we have been in a growth cycle now, I would say from about 1993-94 to the present. And we are in deep, deep trouble. And it's not just about revenue tools. It's not just about new taxes. If we, and I tell you what keeps me awake at night, other than my little guy, who keeps me awake lots at night, what keeps me awake at night is that if our economy should enter a difficult period. Just imagine a difficult period where your land transfer tax basically disappears, where your TTC revenues plummet, where supports from other levels of government are all of a sudden shriveled and shrink substantially. What do you do then? What do you do? We are now a big government, basically with a financial model that's very much small town. It might have worked, you know, when I remember being at North York, and our North York budget annually was somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million. All mostly dependent on the property tax. Relatively stable. You could weather a storm back then. Could the new city of Toronto weather a financial downturn? A sustained financial downturn of any kind? Absolutely not. We would be having a very, very different kind of conversation in those circumstances. So while I agree that moving towards a model where we begin to budget and develop a model that spans, you know, a few years might be somewhat helpful, I think what we also need to do is think about developing a model that's very much tailored for a big government, should we have to face a storm. For what it's worth, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. So that was the people I had listed. I'm sure there are more. If we're exhausted from members outside the committee, we'll happily turn to members of the committee who wish to speak. Hearing none? Well, I mean, I'm not saying people have to speak. I'm just saying if you're going to speak, put up your hand and get on the list. Otherwise, we can move on. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Just a couple of comments, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, there's been a lot of discourse today about raising revenues without any real consideration of the people that are going to have to pay for those revenues or pay for those taxes. There are a lot of deputies here that were talking about increasing property taxes without any consideration about how expensive it is to live in this city. We know housing is expensive. We know education is expensive. Prices are going, hydro's going up, water's going up, garbage has gone up. And far too easy in this council, we actually approve increases in the operating budget. You look at the capital budget, how high it's at $30 billion, and we're even going to discuss today adding $3 billion more to that with a potential Expo bid, without any context of an understanding about who actually is going to pay for it. And, you know, there was some discussion about, you know, who's responsible for that and who dug the hole. Well, I think that a lot of council members have dirt under their fingernails in this one. And that you know, this idea that we can't find efficiencies is patently false, and it's the wrong attitude to have. But as we move forward and we're going to consult with the public, I think we have to be, you know, very careful about, you know, the guy that doesn't have time to come here, which is, the, you know, the families that live across the city, moms and dads, and you know, the people that actually want to live in this city, and how hard it is to live in this city. And we have to, you know, before we take any decisions, we have to take them really carefully, because these affect real people. 5% property taxes is going to have a real effect on families. And no one, I actually haven't heard anyone here, which is remarkable, talk, and I stand to be corrected if that's been the case, and I apologize, but I haven't heard a lot of people talk about who's going to pay for it and how much it's going to cost. And I think it's an important context as we move forward in the consultation phase.
I had Councillor Shiner next, and then you're now wanting to be on the list, Councillor Palacio. Very good.
Mayor Tory, I appreciate the opportunity to ask the questions of our new city manager over here, but in some areas, I think, as you understand from my questions, I'm not in agreement. I say that being here at Amalgamation, knowing that the value of the transit system and our support for it was based on numbers in 1996, which were the lowest they've ever been, and now we're almost 50% higher in its ridership. We have a city that's bursting at its seams. We have development right across the city, and we have to have the funding that should have been in place all through this time period to pay for our public transit needs as a shared funding model. And the model that was in place when the Spadina Expressway was canceled was one of 75% public funds from the provincial government for the capital needs and 50% for the operating, because of recognition that the government at the time was that cities are for people. You can't have cars on the road, you have to build transit. But we are building like crazy. This city is growing by leaps and bounds. And I pulled out a fact sheet that I had from 2002 that I did. I've been around for a little while. When the Shepherd subway was opened up and people said, oh, look at all the money you spent, the $1 billion on that. But the revenue that we saw generated from the construction that was released in the Yonge Shepherd corridor at that time, within 2 years of the subway construction starting, and I have it in square feet, but in short stories, it's about 2 million square feet, generated for the provincial government at that time sales and income taxes of $318 million, and federal sales and income taxes of $408 million, plus annual revenue. Now, it may not seem like a lot, 300 or 400 million, but the whole subway was $1 billion. So 2/3 of the cost, 70% of the cost, was recovered in the fees that the provincial and federal governments got out of their sales and income taxes. And what happens now on a property inside the city? When you're inside the city of Toronto, when someone buys a house, there's sales tax, there's the HST on the purchase, and there is the income tax on all the wages that are paid for all the construction, and that is going off to our partners at the provincial and federal level, and it is not being reinvested back in public transit in the city, because if it was, we wouldn't be in the position that we're at. And I say to stop asking for what the taxpayers of the City of Toronto deserve. To stop asking what they deserve is to have the tax dollars that they're paying come back in to support the transit infrastructure that we need, is abandoning. It's abandoning those taxpayers and abandoning the fight that has to take place to see the revenue that comes from development in the city go back into revenue. We all know traffic in the city is horrendous. It's the biggest complaint we have, and yet there's no real shared funding for a public transit system across the entire city. The one that we currently have is a Band-Aid in the downtown area and doesn't reach the suburban areas and out into the 905, which is needed. And then we have the issue of Toronto community housing. How in heaven's name did you ever expect from downloading that a municipal government could support the needs of 90,000 people in public housing that is rent geared to income? It is absolutely impossible. It cannot be done on the property tax base, and it can't be and shouldn't be done under additional user fees. It's only maintained in the mediocre condition that it is because of the goodwill of this council and the people of the City of Toronto that want to make sure something's done. But it's not properly maintained, and I think it's shameful. It's really shameful that the provincial and federal governments have abandoned those very same people that they say they want to help and support, those that are in need, those that don't have a good income, those that need housing, by abandoning public housing. It was metro housing, and it was a little bit Toronto housing, and it became all of a sudden a city problem. Then all the funding that came from the levels of governments disappeared. No, I can't agree with the city manager that you've asked for 20 years and you haven't got it, so you have to give up. You can't give up, because the people in Toronto that are out there, they can't afford to even buy the houses that are here anymore. So many of the young people have to move out of the city, or older people are selling their homes and downsizing because of the cost of just purchasing the real estate. Never mind the fact of having to maintain it. And if you charge them more fees, not only won't they be able to afford to buy it, they'll go in further debt just to maintain it. I have some great issues with the reports in here that are asking us specifically to examine and optimize revenue generation and new principles to guide these different issues for revenue, when the first step in the process The abandonment of the City of Toronto taxpayers and the residents that live here by the provincial government and the federal government over public housing and transit hasn't been righted. And to say we should raise property taxes first and raise revenues first to see if they come on board, I don't agree with. This has to be something that you work hand in hand. I think we can find some additional revenue for it. I think we can actually look at our services and say we're amalgamated and start to balance those services off so the service levels are the same, and the savings that should have taken place over the last 20 years will take place, because there's some savings within the city that we can find, and at our agencies and our boards, but nowhere near the $29 billion that is needed to fix the current problem, and that doesn't even include the rest of the transit system that we're going to have to put in place. So, Mayor Tory, when it comes to voting, the sections at the end, 4 and 5, about looking at new sources of revenue, I can't support them now. And I would just ask that they can be voted on separately.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief. And first and foremost, I want to thank city staff and city manager for coming forward with this report, which is very thoughtful and creates a model that, in terms of financial sustainability and affordability at the same time. Some of the points that I would like to bring forward is in terms of it is essential to create and to have this series of principles and directions to guide the development of new strategies to manage the gap in terms of expenses and the proposed revenues, as is being noted. But also, it's also important to not to set off a sense of urgency, perhaps, on city finances and to let the world know that we are in trouble. And perhaps the only way of dealing with that is through city cuts and on services. And that would be on the expense side, and so, or to have a tax grab on the revenue side. So it's somehow we have to be mindful in terms of how we move forward with that model overall. Is one of the things that when I was asking the city manager, and previously, other city managers, they have clearly indicated that for the city to become financially sustainable, we have to embrace new revenue tools. And that somehow has been addressed also in the past. And some of the things that we have, that City Council has adopted is, as we all know, and that's helping tremendously now, is the municipal land transfer tax, TTC fare increases that we all know, recreational user fees, the cost recovery system that's in place and that has been implemented. So all of that, I believe that is helping out in terms of creating that sense of firm, sustainable, and model. Do we need more? Absolutely. But, and that's where I think that we have to be a little bit more mindful as we move forward. There are things that have been approved already by council in terms of the road, well, at least in terms of asking city staff to look into it. Road tolls, for example. We don't know what's going to come out of it, but my guess is probably it's another way of creating some revenues there. And in terms of the 0.5% property tax increase that beyond 2017 that was adopted by council in terms of financial sustainability. All those are little things, but somehow when we look at the overall aspect in terms of creating those revenue tools, I think we've been doing a good job. Do we need more? Absolutely. I think we have to be more practical, but at the same time, and I want to be mindful that when it comes to property taxes, when it comes to, there are a lot of people, I go every single Saturday to my constituency office, and when I have people lining up out there, and I have senior citizens that very often, they do cry, literally speaking, because they cannot afford to pay their bills, and they are struggling to survive. And even though they're homeowners, the option for them is not to sell their home. Is they're saying, how do we survive? So it's something that I just wanted to share with you. There is that level of sentiment out there, and I'm hoping that as we move forward, we pay close attention to that aspect as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank our city manager and the staff that worked on this report. I think it's a very balanced approach that is in front of us. The city manager is painting a clear picture of the financial situation and the direction of the city, and is actually saying that this is not a one solution that is going to solve this problem. He's actually saying that we need to do a series of things, from long-term strategies on business transformation programs. This is a big corporation. We all know that we always have to be looking for innovation, new ways of doing things, becoming more effective. We all know that we can't say that in a big corporation like the City of Toronto, there's always space for innovation and savings and efficiencies. I think what I heard loud and clear is that although you should always be looking for those, that is not enough to continue to the level of investment that we need this city to have, that we want the city to have, because we actually already approved it. We approved a lot of these projects. We said this is the direction that we want to move as a city. These are the things that we want to give our residents. These are the projects we want to build, but we haven't found a way to pay for it. And what we have in front of us is a picture of that and saying, don't let the province and the federals off the hook. That's not what we're saying. For example, Toronto Community Housing, nobody's letting them off the hook on the $2.6 billion of capital. But these $96 million that you've seen in here, for example, for the pressure for next year, is on top of that. That is operating. And that is the reality that we have in front of us. We're continuous. I mean, last week, the mayor and I went to the province again, continually always asking for them to come to the table. But the reality that we have in front of us is that people are living in deplorable conditions. And then when we're talking about these revenue tools, what we have to think about is there's only one taxpayer, absolutely. And we need to continue to have the province and the feds coming to the table, where the person paying for the property taxes is the same person paying for the income taxes as well. So we need to come and work with the province and the feds to have these issues addressed. And we need to understand that if we want to be competitive, any North American city out there, our competitors, Chicago, New York, all the other North American cities, San Francisco, LA, they have a very, very high number of revenue tools, diversified revenue tools. And that is the level of cities that we're competing with. So if we want to continue to attract jobs, and for that we need to have a good quality of life, we need to have good public transportation, we need to have good roads, we need to make the investment. And I'm ready to make that investment, so Mr. City Manager, you can count on me to make that investment. Do we have to make it in a thoughtful, responsible way? Absolutely. And I think that's what you're going to be putting forward, and the mayor is going to lead us on. So I'm looking forward to have that conversation with the residents, but to make sure that we have a clear vision at the end of this process, which is a better city. And for that, we need to have a serious conversation on how to get there.
Thanks, Councillor Bailão. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the city manager for the report in front of us. And I think what we're starting to see, I'd say finally, is an outside perspective, kind of looking up, looking in to us as a city. A lot of reasons that the city manager was brought in. Of course, he's brilliant at the province, but he brings a different perspective into looking at what we probably just get used to looking at year after year. And also with the mayor coming in, you know, somebody who hadn't been part of City Hall, who hadn't actually seen how we function day to day, month to month, and sort of looked at it up here. And I think between the combination of these two leaders, we're seeing the results of this report in front of us. We have to face a difficult decision and difficult decisions in the next couple of months. In many ways, we've been incredibly lucky, and I think the city manager brought that in. Just the land transfer tax would be one of them. I've heard the mayor talk about in meeting after meeting how important it is to look at transformational change, the police being one of them. That is something we critically have to do, and I think we really have to really work at that. And I've been in many meetings with the city manager, sometimes out of frustration, sort of saying we just can't keep doing the way we are doing things right now. And I get that, and I think that's what this report is. Now, there are a number of critical components to this report that I think are critical. All of them, all 5 recommendations are critical and have to be used and have to be looked at in its entirety. We can't be pulling 1 or 2 out. We can't be just looking at the revenue tools recommendation, because without all the other parts, it doesn't work. But what this report really is saying is I think we need to grow up fiscally as a city. I think we really need to grow up as a city council. Now, I'm not being critical about that, but I think we have been lulled over many, many years on a lot of bad habits, and I think we have to transform and start changing those, and I think that this report suggests a lot of directions. Again, we're one of the largest municipal, we are the largest municipal budget in the country. We are the 6th largest budget in the country. But we still make decisions as if we are a small municipality. I sometimes think we don't realize how big we are, how influential we are. And you see that in the budget process, or in fact, I think I've seen that more so over the last year and a half when we look at how we make decisions. We have had the ability to do a multi-year budget planning process for the last 5 or 6 years. We haven't done it yet. That is something that is absolutely critical in an organization this size. And the fact that we haven't done it in the last term, we didn't even really, we sort of looked at that, but we didn't go anywhere. We need to start looking at our fiscal, management down into the future, and this is a big component of this report. We look at setting priorities and outcomes in order to deliver a strategic agenda. I don't know if we're very successful at that. It's something we need to do, but I don't know if we do it right. I kind of look at the way we do things around here is we throw everything into the kitchen sink during the budget process. We kind of throw it all in and we sit back and kind of go, oh, that's nice. Now, how are we going to pay for that? I don't think we have the answer. That's not the right way to be going. We so many times put things into the budget, and it's committee meeting after committee meeting, council after council. I see the reports that come into my office every day, every week, every month. We put the ideas in. We have no way to pay for that. We can't do that. We have to stop adding and adding and adding. But what we need to do is really look at, how we pull things together on a full kind of broad spectrum. Strengthening our financial management and oversight of city programs and agencies. It's mind-boggling to me that we have some agencies, the police over $1 billion, TTC Emergency Services, and we do not have strong financial oversight. Believe it or not, our financial staff do not have the kind of confidence in these budgets that are coming before us on whether or not they are, fiscally responsible. And that is a huge concern when we look at the amount of money that we're spending on these particular budgets. Yes, the individual councillors on each individual agency have a responsibility, but I think we have a bigger responsibility to try to sort that out. If we did, I think you would find things a lot different. We have the 5 recommendations. I am, again, I'm not going to be getting into the revenue tool until we do the other 4. Which is the multi-year financial plan, the strategic decision-making and financial oversight, the multi-year expenditure management plan, and the asset optimization study. Until we have achieved those and see something before us that is very sound, I think, we shouldn't be having the discussion of revenue tools. I won't feel confident having a discussion or making decisions on revenue tools till I see all of the 4 reports before that. They will be coming hopefully in the next number of months, but it's critical that all of those components of this long-term strategy are decided on to move forward as a city. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have a quick motion. And my motion is, if you could put it up on the screen, that the Deputy City Manager and CFO be directed to prepare a fiscal impact summary for each council meeting, which summarizes the financial and staffing implications of standing committee reports on that agenda. So we've heard, not just today, but prior to today, some dire warnings from the City Manager. In my mind, in my residents' mind, we need to rein in our spending and demonstrate some restraint. And I think we have to really question expanding certainly some services and where we go on that file. But hopefully this motion will provide a robust tool to keep this front and center for council as we go through this decision-making process. So I hope you'll support this motion because I think it's going to be added information. It's going to inform council as we decide how we tackle these recommendations before us. And I mean, a lot of people are fearful, you know, if we go down the revenue tool road, we'll find ways just to spend that money as well. So that sentiment is out there, and so that's why we would definitely have to look at dedicated funds. But without a doubt, I am very cautious about these revenue tools and the concepts around them, and would like to see the heavy lifting, the house cleaning done internally in advance of going down that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Are there any, you're going to speak, Councillor Thompson, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, where to begin? This is a conversation and argument and chatter that's been around for a long time. First of all, I would like to thank the city manager and his team, because I guess as the city manager has said publicly, we need to have an honest conversation around revenue tools, or otherwise known as taxes, in the city. It's interesting, when I talk to other friends who live in other areas of the GTA and have an equal value home as I do, and when they tell me what they pay, I pay far less in terms of my taxes than they do. And some will say, well, so what? That's the way it is, and I get it. At the same time, there is a desire for us to offer more services. There is a desire for us not to reduce or cut services because of the impact that it has. We've heard about the poverty issue. We've heard about the challenges. We increase TTC fares and so on. And we hear politicians say all the time, well, people can't afford it anymore. And there is some truth to that at the same time. But at the same time, there is a tremendous amount of demands for more services to be offered by the city. And the question is, do I pull the rabbit out of the hat and magically the funds will appear in order to pay for the services? And I got to tell you, the rabbit's left the hat a long time ago. I'm just left with the hat and there's nothing in the hat. And so the question is, how do we put things in the hat? Well, first and foremost, I think we're going to have to start the conversation with the public, not simply amongst ourselves around the table and simply bring the so-called revenue tools in place and then decide which ones we like and which ones we actually don't like. I know when I speak to my friends at the province, they say to me, well, you guys have a bunch of tools. What are you using? Maybe one of them, the municipal land transfer tax piece. And I have to say this, I never thought of this before, but David Miller has done this city a great big favor by bringing in that land transfer tax, and I guess that's probably the reason why he lost this election. And so that being as it is, the fact of the matter is that we really need to ensure that we understand. Right now, as I know that some of my neighbors, some of my friends who own same value property as I do in other areas, they're paying maybe almost $3,000 more than I do in terms of the GTA. And some people say, well, so what? That's too bad. The fact of the matter is that we need to start being honest with ourselves. And I know that there are a lot of people in the city who cannot afford to pay more taxes and so on, but then there are those who can. And I think at some point we are going to have to start to look at that. And as a politician, I guess it's a dirty word to use that people need to pay more taxes. Now, I'm not suggesting to you that that's what I'm sort of sitting here advocating, but I want to bring that reality that, in fact, there are people elsewhere that are paying a lot more taxes than the people in the 416 area. And so some people might say, that's too bad, the province has to pay more. Well, let me just say this to that it occurs to me that when I talk to people at the province, they say to me, well, you're not using all the instruments you have at your disposal, so before you come to us looking for more, let's understand what you're doing. And so it's something that we really need to be talking about. We need to have that honest perspective, that honest discussion with the public, and we need to obviously talk about why taxes have to go up if they have to go up, where those monies are going to be earmarked to, whether or not it's housing, TTC, and other areas, and in fact that it does indeed go there as opposed to going elsewhere. We need to be able to demonstrate that we have looked at the internal organization to be as efficient as we can and that we are not wasting their funds. I think people can actually honestly absorb those types of response from us. And I think we need to start making those conversations and making those arguments to the public. So it's a question of, do you want better services? Do you want increased transit? Do you want all these things? It doesn't come without a cost. If you don't want to pay for it, then you're not going to get it. And so if you don't get it, then you don't complain about it because you don't actually want to pay for it. We don't have the luxury of being able to issue bonds. I hope that the city manager will start to look at, obviously, the ability of privatizing some of our transit system. It's done elsewhere in the world. It seems to work extremely well, and it's very efficient. So it's a difficult challenge that we're facing, but I think we need to have that honest conversation, and we need to have it soon. I think that's the point the city manager is making. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Mr. Mayor, I will be very brief. I think the thing that I find most astounding is that there seems to be a shift in planning time horizons, and I notice and observe that even the federal government, you talk about, they're coming, once upon a time they used to provide financing on a 1 or 2 year basis. Now the talk in Ottawa is that we're looking at national strategies, and they're going to make funds available probably on a 10-year basis that will allow us to do 10-year plans that is in the context of what is being proposed today. So I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to be seeing some pretty good times on a macroeconomic level with respect to the economy over the next 10 years. So I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else want to speak? Well, may I just say a few words about this? First of all, I want to say thank you to the city manager and city staff. They have come forward, and I will say that I think with Councillor Crawford, we have driven this process with your approval to get these reports, and we've had quite a few animated discussions with Mr. Wallace about these things, and we'll have more. But the bottom line is that what he's done here is produced a report that is honest and that is straightforward. I don't agree with everything he said today, but you know, we're not all about everybody agreeing with everything around here. We're about trying to sort of identify problems and fix them. So I'm just happy that we're embarked upon this process, and it also is embarked upon, and we're sitting here with a very substantive report that deals in part with 2017 problems, but also longer-term problems in, I guess it's still May. And that's another thing that I wanted, and so did Councillor Crawford. We wanted to ask for and receive answers to some of these questions now, so we weren't sitting around in the fall, you know, just coming to grips with the problems. I would like to just state one fact, and it's not the only one, as to why I am averse to sort of going first to the property tax, as some of my friends, my colleagues, my friends, always do. And that is a very simple fact. 97%, you can look it up, 97% of the voters in the last election voted for a candidate. There were 3 of us who got 97% of the vote, who said they would hold property tax increases to the rate of inflation or less. 97% of the voters. And what they were saying, I don't think, was so much that, well, that means we should freeze government where it is, or some of them would have said that, some would have said reduce the size of government. What those were saying who thought we should be improving services, because I think that would be many of them, is please try to find another way to do that without doing it on the property taxes, notwithstanding what Councillor Thompson said, which is a true fact. I mean, what he said was true of his house and lots of other houses, not all, in the City of Toronto. So there are only kind of 2 or 3 ways in which you can do this. And I alluded to them in asking my questions of the city manager. On the expenses, I do not fall into the group of people who sort of say it's all fine and we can just leave it alone. Every penny has been squeezed out of this organization and so on. Anybody who says that, and I know Mr. Wallace was not saying that, but anybody who says that in an organization with tens of thousands of employees and billions of dollars in expenditures is not being straightforward. I've run billion-dollar organizations with thousands of employees, and you're never over the job of trying to find more efficient ways to do things. And whether it's through technology or the word transformation has been used here today, there is much more to be done. But that involves, actually, and let's come back to Councillor Carroll's recitation of the don't blame me, it involves people willing to look at other ways of doing things. So what we can't have as part of this exercise is people who say, oh, we couldn't possibly monetize an asset. The world might come to an end. The sun might not come up tomorrow morning if we monetized an asset. If we actually took something that had a significant amount of public resources invested in it and made better use of those public resources, no, we can't do that. We can't. We couldn't possibly contract something out, because somehow if we did that, the government might not even open for business tomorrow. It would be a disaster. People would be rioting in the streets. Dogs would be running around chasing their tails. We couldn't possibly stop doing something we're doing. And again, I have been here a short time, as somebody said, I guess it was Councillor Crawford. I am a relatively new mayor, and we have a relatively new city manager. I have been here for all kinds of discussions. I've never once heard anybody get up and say, you know, maybe we just can't do that or shouldn't be doing that anymore. It's obsolete. It's not a high enough priority relative to other things we need to do. But again, if you suggested that we might just back out of something that we weren't doing very well or that we weren't doing properly or whatever, people will light their hair on fire and just say this is the worst disaster ever that anybody would even suggest this. Well, we can't go on that way. That's part of Don't Blame Me Too, which is this notion that there are things that are just off limits for discussion. I am not an ideologue, to the point where people criticize me for not being an ideology or having any, but I come here just saying, look, what we have an obligation to do is to find the money to do things in a responsible way, as Councillor Bylaw suggested, to get the job done for people, to make their lives better, to make their services, you know, good, not just adequate, but good services. And that means you have to open your mind to how you raise the money, how you spend the money, things you do, things you don't do, how you do things, how your money is best invested, and so forth. And if we're going to have this discussion successfully going forward and have it come to a successful conclusion, as I'm very determined, by the way, that it will, and that includes a willingness on my part to look at where revenues have to come from and to try and find a way to do that other than through the property tax beyond inflation, then we all are going to have to open our minds. And in the don't blame me category, we're going to have to make sure that people say, okay, I'm not willing to rule out everything short of raising property taxes. I mean, come on. That's not what's going to solve that problem, and that's what I've heard since I've been around here. So property taxes, by the way, aren't going to raise enough money to solve this problem anyway. If you did take them up, as Mr. Keenan suggested, 5 points a year, it's not going to raise anywhere near enough money to address what Mr. Wallace has outlined to us. So I think this is a good start, and that's all it is. And we have many more profound discussions to have this year and going forward when the rest of these reports come back from this. But I would urge my colleagues to support these recommendations because they get us going on a longer-term plan, a plan that I think is going to be pragmatic in the sense that it is a reasonable consideration of all the different ideas that have been discussed, and we actually are being honest with people, and that's the most important thing. We're being honest about the true state of the city's finances. I wanted that, and I welcome that as much as sometimes it's tough to listen to the medicine being administered by my friend next to me, the city manager. So that's all that I have to say, and I apologize for the 45 seconds. Anybody else want to speak? All right. Well, are we then ready for the question? And we have some motion. We just have the one motion. Is that it? We have the one motion, which is an amendment moved by Councillor Robinson. Can we just pop that up so people can see it? You can see it here. So I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You want that recorded? No. Okay. And then we're going to, on the main motion as amended.
Councillor Shiner has asked for 3, sorry, 4.
Separate, Mayor.
Oh, yes, yes.
Section 4.
And Councillor Shiner had asked for 4 and 5 to be dealt with separately. Sorry.
I'm okay with 5, just section 4.
4, just 4. Yeah. All right.
So
1, 2, 3, and 5. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
And a recorded vote on 4.
And then a recorded vote on 4.
On recommendation 4 in the staff report, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor Shiner. The recommendation 4 carries.
It's a lonely vigil. All right.
History here.
So that item, and the overall, the item as amended now then. Well, didn't we just do it? We did 1, 2, 3, and 5, and we did the amendment. We've done everything. Yeah, we're done. Okay.
Sorry, if I could, I had held item 15.10. It had the confidential report I've circulated a motion to my colleagues that just deals with a few items, and I don't think any of them have to speak. So if we could bring it up, because there were some staff here as well, I can move my amendment. I think move the motion and let the staff go before we get...
There are going to be no questions and no speakers, just out of deference to our friends from Expo who
That's what
otherwise are
I've
going to be
heard.
here at 9:30, I was saying, and they were told.
I have taken the time to speak to all of my colleagues here, so I think that's the case.
Very good. Then that's 1510, Toronto Transit Commission lands, Yonge and Eglinton. And
Put
you
it up on
have,
this. I have the amendments, 2 of them that staff have.
all right, should we put those up? Has it been circulated? Yes, it
I'm
is.
saying nothing either.
All right, ready for the question then? So these are, I'm sorry.
The motions, I promise not to speak as well.
Yes, so motion A is in front of you, and it would amend the, or replace. It just adds this to the current recommendation?
Yes.
All right, so are we ready for the question then? All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
And there's a
Carried
second one
unanimously.
to keep the
Motion
confidential.
B is to keep confidential attachment 1 confidential on a going forward basis. All those in favor?
And then-
Opposed? Carried. And we
think I
don't
have
have to
to move
vote
the
on the
staff
item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now, I think that
Mayor?
does bring us to,
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, yes.
could I ask that we deal with item 15.9? It's a relatively short item simply because there are 3 deputants, whereas we have a whole list of deputants with respect to item 15.7. I wonder if we can just,
I'd normally be happy to do that, except for the fact that we made a commitment
You
this
already made
morning
that
that we were going to deal with 15.7 after we did 15.1, and I had no idea we'd be sitting here at 4:30 reaching that point. I apologize to the
I was
3
just compelled to make
people.
that simply because I was asked to make the request.
I just think fair is fair, because the other people have been waiting, and they were led to believe this would be next, and I think it looks like this item with 3 deputations will take at least 45 minutes, I would think. It's 15 minutes for the deputations, and
All righty.
so I'm going to have to say no to that, unfortunately. All right. Then that brings us to 15.7, which is the Mayor's Advisory Committee. I'll remind people that we agreed earlier on today to limit deputations to 3 minutes. And I don't know if all these people are still here, but I have no less than 39 deputations. So off we go. Anthony Fernando, Residential and Civil Construction Alliance of Ontario. Now, I see also, Andy, you're here. Are you 2 appearing together?
We're actually bringing in Ken Tannenbaum because he's using Anthony's spot. So we're going to start with Ken Tannenbaum, if that's okay with you.
So you're going to use the full 6 minutes then?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So who's first then?
Yeah, just in the, Mr. Chair, if it pleases the committee, we're just in the efficiency of today's business. We're just trying to consolidate our feedback to the committee on the Expo item. So my name is Anthony Fernando. I'm with the Residential and Civil Construction Alliance of Ontario. We're here today to speak to you about the Expo report and the special events report that city staff have tabled, and we want to thank city staff for all the time they've put into the report. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Andy Manahan, Executive Director, to speak a little bit about the coalition letter and some of the work that we've been doing on this file.
Okay. I didn't know the order was being revised a little bit. There was a letter that should be in your package that was signed by a number of representatives, not only from construction, but from a broader cross-section of citizens in Toronto. And it's about 4 pages long. I'm sure we could have received more signatures, and in fact, we did receive more people that wanted to sign on to the letter after we had submitted on May 20th. But it basically just shows that there's a growing and a broad base of support for an Expo bid, and that we would encourage City Council to also support the initiative. But I'd like to turn it over to Ken because he has some broader comments.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, we're deeply grateful for having the opportunity to speak with you today. I am privileged to serve as a co-chair under the remarkable leadership of Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam and a very broad-based group of leaders from labor, the arts, our next generation. It is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have
the chance to consider an Expo, and it's our view that this is a winnable opportunity for Toronto today. And after having borne witness to the very difficult deliberations that you just undertook, we understand that resources are very constrained, and we're not here to ask for money. In fact, I represent a very broad group of business leaders who are willing to underwrite, that is to say, fund the next level of diligence to look at the cost-benefit analysis of hosting an Expo in our Portlands. When I've made the rounds around the business community, I have sung a 3-chord song. It's a CAE song. The C is about Canada. We are a beacon on the planet for multiculturalism, and 50% of our citizens are not born in our country. They are the logical ambassadors to welcome the 169 member nations to Toronto over a 6-month period in 2025. The A is about accelerating and aligning stakeholders. Accelerating the work in the Portlands is vital to unlocking incredible city value. The city owns hundreds of millions of dollars in our Portlands and will benefit in perpetuity from the tax increment that's generated from property taxes once that land is developed. And E is about the economy. And you're talking about tens of thousands of new jobs, 40 million visitors and associated restaurant, hotel, tourism-related activity. The pavilions are built by the visiting countries, so you have 169 member nations coming to retain Canadian contractors, use Canadian lumber, Canadian steel to build the pavilions for an Expo. What we need to assess is the incremental cost of hosting an Expo in the Portlands that we're already developing. So you have in your list of 29 billion a number of initiatives that will unlock those city-owned lands, will bring forward transit to that node, and we need to take the time to assess the cost-benefit of doing that work. We, a group of 40 business leaders, have signed on to fund the next level of due diligence, which is to say to update the PricewaterhouseCoopers and Ernst & Young reports that have previously been done, and to present to you, the province, and the federal government, the cost-benefit of the incremental cost of doing an Expo in our Portlands. So with that, we are hopeful that at no cost to the taxpayer, you will give us permission to proceed, as we have license now from the federal government and Prime Minister Trudeau to explore further. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just continue on. I know, Mr. Mayor, and some of your colleagues have been to Shanghai, and of course other councillors have been to Milan. And I think you've seen firsthand that these can be a catalyst for growth. Even a place like Shanghai that's, growth on steroids kind of a thing, they recognize the value of it. It's a cultural magnet. It does leave a legacy. It provides an opportunity for testing new technologies and processes. So I think, the multiplier effects from cultural diversity, economic development, and so on are phenomenal. Toronto is already a magnet, but I think it'll attract even more foreign investment and ideas, which is really important in a 21st century economy. The previous federal government, from my understanding, there's a staff report that came out over 2 years ago, said that there's no need for us to bid on an Expo right now because we have the internet. We can exchange ideas that way. Well, if you look at the growth in rides in the Pearson Airport, we've gone from a 2008 period where we're below 30 million passengers per year to over 40 million per year, and it's only going to grow to 60 million, I think, in the next 10 years. So that shows you that people still want to connect. It's not just a case of looking on your computer screen and thinking about, well, let's do this project here or that project there. It's a vital matter of people connecting and coming together. And I know there's a concern about senior orders of government in terms of the backstopping. I think those types of challenges are real, but we can overcome them, and I think we're both happy to take questions.
Thank you, all three, very much. I just have a couple of questions, if I may, for Mr. Tannenbaum. First, and I ask these, first of all, saying how much I respect, as you know, your family's contribution, your own and your whole family, and including to the success of the Pan Am Athletes Village, which was a project, I guess, that will be turned over quite soon. I assume, as a business leader, and you might just talk about what the views would be of your 39 colleagues, that you would concur that no decision should be taken to bid prior to knowing what the numbers are in terms of what the public contribution, regardless of where it came from, would be expected to be, and a whole bunch of other numbers and considerations that that will come out of some of this work.
Yes, I'd say that all 40 would concur with your sentiment to be cautious and optimistic.
And I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but because we're most grateful for the fact that some of these same colleagues have agreed to underwrite the cost of the bid if one transpired, which starts with this feasibility study, and I think they've agreed to underwrite the cost of the bid itself. But you will also agree with me that that is, it's a large sum of money, but it's peanuts relative to what would be involved in actually putting on an expo, relatively speaking.
I think we have to take it one step at a time. I think we do need to prove out the cost benefit, and with a proven cost benefit, I think the case for support to the business community will be very strong, because all boats rise with the tide, and there should be a very strong multiplier effect by bringing 40 million people into Toronto over a 6-month period. I think the broad base of support for this that I've witnessed will respond favorably once we prove that out. But we need more data.
And finally, and I want to acknowledge that I certainly, and I speak only for myself in this, want to be fair in terms of including, for example, as something that wouldn't be on the price tag of an expo, the remediation of the mouth of the Don. We're going to do that anyway, because we have to in order to accommodate any development, not just in the Portlands, but all around there, and to frankly provide flood protection for some existing neighborhoods. So that will be done. I'm optimistic the other governments will come forward with the money, so I wouldn't include that as part of the cost of an expo. I want to be fair about excluding those things and saying we're going to do those anyway. We haven't found a way to pay for them yet. But I want to just see if you, and if you can speak as to what you think your colleagues would think, would support my contention that any money that is an expo, purely expo-related price tag for the public sector should not come out of money that we believe must be allocated by those same governments, the other two, for transit and housing in the context of building a great city that we all talked about in the context of the expo vision.
Yes, that is correct. We think that it's vital that your transit and housing priorities are funded, and that we look at any expo cost as incremental and need to be assessed on their own merits.
If I could just add to that, a number of us had a meeting with Mike Williams last month, and obviously there's a surge in terms of traffic and mobility for the Portlands area. So you should be looking at building adaptable infrastructure. So if a station requirement or footprint or whatever it is going to be so much for the Expo Games, you should be able to scale it back down so that it's functional for the day-to-day needs of Torontonians after the fact. So that's a positive legacy, which should be looked at in the accounting as well.
And if I may, you referenced the Pan Am Athletes Village, and that was a case where we really began with the end in mind. Waterfront Toronto did exceptional work in planning the legacy uses and the state of that neighborhood in advance of the games. So the same opportunity exists for the Portlands, wherein I think we would look to Waterfront Toronto to continue that work in consultation with community groups, the West Don Lands Committee, and creating the template on which we would do our planning for the Expo state in advance of the legacy state, which will be a great new neighborhood for Toronto, mixed use in form.
But you will agree with me that, notwithstanding my earlier compliments, which are most sincerely meant, that the Athletes Village complex, similar to what you're talking about for, say, the Portlands, if it comes to, say, housing that's going to be turned over, did have a significant public contribution component in it that came from taxpayers.
Yes, it did.
So, that's the reality going forward. That would be, you have to sort of say, is that just Expo or partly Expo? But anyway, you've agreed we have to sort all that out.
Yes, but in that case, the province was the beneficiary of the lift in land value because it owned the former Ataratiri lands. In this case, the city owns hundreds of acres that would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars post-remediation. So the opportunity to accelerate that does have significant value for the city, in addition to the incremental property tax revenue that's generated once those lands are developed. So if we can bring that forward a decade through an alignment of stakeholder interests, we have something great for the city's income statement and balance sheet.
All right. Other questions of this group of deputants? Councillor Robinson.
Yes, thank you very much for being here today. So I'm just wondering about how, if we proceeded with this, how this would impact our ability to bid on other mega events like the Olympics or the FIFA World Cup or other major sporting events. How would that impact the city's ability to pursue those options and opportunities?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that. Our focus as a group has been on Expo. The beautiful part about the Expo is it does not have a very prescriptive output specification. In the case of an Olympics, you have to have a number of stadiums and you have to have an athletes' village. Here, what we have to prepare is serviced land ready to host visiting countries to build their pavilions on. So I think it's a much more flexible opportunity to pursue because it does give us the greatest range of opportunity in terms of thinking about the legacy.
And
I can just add.
Sure, of course,
point.
please. Yeah.
Paris is on the list for the Expo 2025 bid, and they're also in contention for the Olympics
That's right,
2024.
yeah, that's
So with those two close together, I think that's a challenge for them. So in this case, in hindsight, Toronto made the right decision not to bid for the upcoming Olympics. So I think it's a case of spreading it out. So there's going to be lots of opportunity in the future for FIFA for those types of major events.
Okay. And the province, have they come to the table? And we heard something from the federal government over the weekend, but the province, have we heard any commitments from them?
In our rounds as co-chairs, we've been received warmly, but I think it's been an after you approach. So there is some who goes first. So really what we're doing is putting our hands up as the private sector to say, let us bring forward a business plan such that we can make an informed decision.
Okay, and the report wasn't particularly warm and fuzzy, but I guess my question is, the federal, who needs to take the lead? Because the report indicates it's best that the federal government take the lead from the perspective of the bid committee, making decisions and being impressed, I guess, with our bid.
Ultimately, an Expo is a gesture of the Government of Canada. So Toronto will be a host city, and in doing so, we'll have to think about what it's willing to contribute in light of the cost-benefit analysis.
Okay.
It may be its land, it may be cash and land, it may be other things.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just the condensed timelines, are you at all concerned about how quickly this would have to unfold? And it says here we'd face potential significant financial, operational, and reputational risks. So any concerns around the timelines?
My experience, having been co-developer of the Pan Am Athletes Village, is that when stakeholders are aligned, great things happen. We were on pace to spend $1 million a day in the Athletes Village to deliver it on time and on budget for the games in the summer of 2015. So I'm confident that we have the construction capacity here in the city, and if we set the right procurement model and align the stakeholders, we can certainly get it done.
Thank you very much.
We had Councillor Ainsley next to ask questions, followed by Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I guess my concern is similar with the mouth of the Don. I'm on the Conservation Authority as well, and we've been talking when David Miller was mayor about needing money to do the mouth of the Don. And so you'd see that being secured from the federal government and the province. I'm having trouble that we haven't seen it in that period. Why all of a sudden we would see it for a commitment like that for 2025?
Yes, I think without the mouth of the Don money, it's a non-starter.
Yeah.
That land doesn't exist without the mouth of the Don being addressed. So I think we need to use this opportunity, in addition to the persuasion powers you have with the provincial and federal government, to step forward and get that floodproofing done. It's critical to the resilience of our city. When we think about climate change, we have to think about floodproofing the Don.
Okay, and also in terms of the brownfield remediation, so it's spring of 2016, we have to have this in by November, I think, and you think we have enough time to do the mouth of the Don and the necessary brownfield remediation, and then the construction to achieve a 2025 goal, or goals?
Just to clarify your question,
We have to do the mouth of the Don.
the mouth of the Don would have, the work to create Villiers Island, which is the byproduct of the mouth of the Don, would need to be done probably 2 years in advance of 2025, so 2023,
Okay.
in order to have our invited guests come build their pavilions on Villiers Island and surrounding areas.
Okay.
So that's doable, but we need to get cracking on the mouth of the Don in short order.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming in. So you have your CAE, positive attitude and mantra. What about the downside? Is there a downside to hosting the Expo, in your opinion, or lessons learned from other cities?
I think there's always downside that has to be managed. Any procurement is about identifying risks properly and managing those risks. And my experience in the Pan Am Athletes Village was that the province, through Infrastructure Ontario, did a superb job at identifying risks and transferring risks between the various stakeholders who were involved. So I believe risk is inherent in everything we do. It's how we approach that risk and manage that risk that's critical. And I think there's a great model in what Infrastructure Ontario developed to procure the Pan Am Athletes Village that can be deployed in the Portlands in terms of a procurement that properly identifies and manages.
Okay, so you think that any obstacles can be overcome, so to speak? Pretty much.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. How many other countries are potentially bidding for the 2025 Expo at the moment?
I don't know if I have, we have Japan and France.
So two?
Two.
And potentially Toronto or Canada?
Yes. When the Secretary General of the Bureau of International Expositions was here, it was clear to us that there seemed to be a bias towards coming back to North America. So it seems like there's a limited field of competition, a bias towards coming back to North America, which leads us to believe that, in addition to being a great host to expos in the past, 67 and 86 were among the best expos ever held. We think this is winnable.
Right. And now, will you bring back a legacy plan as well as part of the plan that you'll be bringing forward for the games?
I'm
the
sorry?
Expo? A legacy plan.
Well, we would view that the legacy plan would really be to currently Waterfront Toronto's planning oversight for the Portlands.
What does that mean?
So we would imagine that they would conduct what they did with the Portlands as they did with the West Don Lands. So they would create a precinct plan, a block plan, appropriate densities, essentially create a canvas on which the development community would then respond to with massing, density, uses, proper zoning.
So is that because of what structure would actually be in place, would actually be there to tear down after the Expo?
Yes, we view the Expo largely as a pad on which
but not permanent.
Visiting countries. There may be some permanent structures that would fit into the legacy plan.
Right. Now, I ask you the question about the legacy plan because we were just in Shanghai and we actually saw some of their facilities, and in fact, they were actually having challenges in terms of what to do with the space and facilities that's actually been left. And so that's why I ask you that. And the reason why I ask you that question is that in my conversation with the people there, they said to me, we should have developed a legacy plan with the actual plan. So that's why I ask you that question. So you may want to consider that as part of the conversation.
Yes, I think it's a must-do. You know, we have in the West Donlands, it was developed by Waterfront Toronto. We have a community center, affordable housing, student housing, and market housing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Anybody else wishing to ask questions? Well, if not, we'll thank all three of you very much. Mr. Tannenbaum, if you would, because you're best placed to do this on behalf, I'm sure, of not only the whole committee, but the whole council, the entire City Hall building, and the whole population of the City of Toronto, use those channels, I know you have, to communicate to our basketball team that we hope they go down and kick some serious you-know-what in Cleveland tomorrow night. And if you could convey that message. You did agree to go and convey that message, did you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Okay, we have, I think, a consolidation of the next two, Ellie Rosenblum and Leela Karim. Is that the two of you that are?
Yes, from
okay.
North York Arts.
And two has worked into one, or is two into two, or?
We're 2 for 1.
All right, 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Are you willing to do that in 3 minutes?
Yes.
That's very good. Very popular. All right, for your sake too, but mostly ours. But thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Lila Karim, and I am the Managing Director of North York Arts. And I'm presenting with Eli Rosenblum, our Development and Marketing Coordinator of North York Arts. Thank you for this opportunity for us to speak to you very briefly today about Expo 2025. For those of you who are not familiar with North York Arts, we are a local art service organization currently incubated by the Toronto Arts Foundation and is designed to address the needs and interests of artists, arts organizations, and residents in North York by providing arts and cultural programming and services outside the downtown core of Toronto. We receive funding from the City of Toronto, thank you very much, and we partner on citywide arts programming initiatives. We work in collaborations with city councillors, the City of Toronto's Culture Division, artists, art groups, residents, and local businesses. We partner with diverse organizations that serve the newcomer community, the youth and senior demographic. And we connect with artists and arts organizations that work to contribute to growing the local economy and the art sector overall in Toronto. As you know, today is Newcomer Day at the City of Toronto, with the celebrations taking place at Nathan Phillips Square. And Toronto is home to 230 different nationalities. And just a quick note that 60% of North York residents are born outside of Canada. So the reason why I say all this is by putting arts and culture at the center of the Expo theme, artists, arts organizations, and residents will benefit from citywide arts and cultural activations during the Expo season. And as a city, we will champion the great diversity of Toronto on the world stage. Over to you.
Thank you, Lila. Hosting an expo is a unique opportunity to define what it means to be Torontonian for those residents of North York and of all cultural backgrounds across the city. Tying community benefits to the build of an expo will offer Toronto and North York residents new employment opportunities, as well as skills development and leadership opportunities to equity-seeking groups. Engagement across the city is currently taking place with the broad and diverse communities to be part of shaping Expo. As a member of the Expo Engagement Committee, I've seen firsthand the enthusiasm that North York residents have for an Expo bid. Through our community consultations in North York, last week at the North York Central Library, residents expressed interest in an Expo that is innovative, accessible, inclusive, and as diverse as the residents of Toronto. Our artists want to contribute to an expo that uses the talents of Torontonians to fight poverty, promote equity across Canada, and introduce new connecting technologies to the world. Expo provides a platform for artists and arts organizations in North York to tell their relevant stories to the world. Your signal of support will help the bid for Expo 2025 be a transformative experience for the city, the country, and generations of Canadians to come. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you about this exciting prospect.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Are there questions of these deputants? Well, thank you very much for your patience today and for
2 for 1.
putting 2 into 1. Yes, I appreciate that very much. And good luck with all of your work that you do. It's very important.
Thank you.
Next on the list here, we had Melissa Foster, also from North York Arts. Is Melissa Foster here?
Oh, no, sorry.
All right. Well, you see, that was actually a 3-for-1 deal then. It's even better. Thank you very much, Ms. Karim. Then after that, we then had Mike Weininger from PCL Construction. Thank you for your patience, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I do. Mr. Mayor and members of the Executive Committee, on behalf of PCL Construction, it is my pleasure to be here today to offer our support and commitment to a successful Expo 2025 bid. Expo 2025 in our great city has the potential for profound impact on our communities and will leave a lasting legacy for years to come. PCL, we are more than builders, we are construction partners who are passionate about our communities. Initiatives like this are a natural extension of PCL values. As construction industry leaders, we understand that it takes resources and dedication to be the very best. And as builders, we want to make sure we have a positive contribution creating strong and sustainable communities. Expo 2025 has the potential to build a highly skilled and educated workforce that is needed for the future. It means education, training, and work opportunities for a new generation of tradespeople and professionals. A successful Expo bid will accelerate and coordinate efforts by all 3 levels of government and the private sector to build infrastructure in Toronto, the economic engine of Canada. This is our opportunity to realize our dream of turning an underutilized waterfront Portlands into a clean, green, vibrant, and sustainable mixed-use community on a revitalized waterfront. Most recently, PCL is very proud to have been involved in the legacy provided by the recent Pan Am Games. As a construction company known for building cultural landmarks across North America, PCL is a proud builder of several iconic sports facilities in the GTA that were showcased during the Games, including the largest purpose-built facility constructed for TO 2015, the award-winning Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre. During its 2 years of construction, this one project alone directly created more than 450 construction jobs, and that doesn't include all of the construction management professionals, consultants, and suppliers involved in the project. Expo 2025 has the potential to create thousands and thousands of needed construction job opportunities over the following 8 to 10 years. The Pan Am Sports Centre, along with all Pan Am project, had a goal to leave a lasting legacy of sustainability for the community who will be using this facility for years to come. We surpassed our goals of constructing the facility to achieve LEED Silver and actually achieved LEED Gold. To confirm a question earlier on construction capacity, the industry can certainly handle the construction to move forward with 2025. In closing, supporting 2025 provides a positive, lasting impact on our Toronto community with tremendous job creation, economic injection, lasting sustainable development for the people of the GTA. Thank you for allowing me here today as a voice of not only for our company, but for the construction community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions of this deputant? From Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Now, with an exposition, participating countries are responsible for their own pavilions. Is that your understanding?
I think from my understanding, they're understandable for their own pavilions, but would likely be built by local contractors here in the city.
So participating countries provide the design and engineering, and then local companies assemble them?
Potentially, but there's also potential for local engineering and architectural firms to be part of it as well.
And when the Expo is done, the disassembling, is that also the local responsibility or the participating countries?
Likely done by local forces.
Under contract?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of this deputant? All right, we will thank you very much again for your patience and for your submission. And that would bring us to Claire Hopkinson from the Toronto Arts Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience.
Oh,
and,
thank you very much. I've scribbled out good morning. Good afternoon.
we'll just take that as an observation as opposed to anything else, but anyway.
No. Thank you very much for seeing me. I'm truly privileged to be one of the co-chairs of Expo Canada 2025 for the Arts and Innovation co-chair. You know, I understand that it takes vision to create something and a prudent eye to analyze the risk. I've got a producing background, but for the last 10 years as CEO of the Toronto Arts Council, I've been basically in charge of overseeing 2,000 possibilities, 2,000 acts of imagination, acts of vision every year that have to be translated into something practical, something sustainable. Organizations that grew from a $6,000 grant such as TIFF, and look what it's doing for our city. So all of this contributes to city building and an $11.3 billion contribution to Toronto's GDP. While the future indeed is hard to imagine for most people, this truly is what the arts and creative community do for a living. So, of course, Expo 2025 would be an unprecedented opportunity for our artists to showcase their extraordinary talents on the world stage. And we truly do have some of the world's best artists here in Toronto. This is an opportunity to invest in our creative sector, and it's of obvious benefit. So from this point in time, from a risk evaluation point of view, I believe we need to continue with the Expo opportunity to explore it with great respect. Indeed, I'd say, what do we have to lose? We have, amazingly enough, a dedicated group of citizens, backers, some of whom are prepared to cover the cost of the next study. I call them Team Toronto. They truly are an amazing group of people. So this will allow us to continue the work we've begun with the new federal government. You know, there will be off-ramp opportunities along the way, but the worst-case scenario is that we undertake this due diligence, find out all the issues, and present them back to City Council. But now we are in such a better place to succeed than we've ever been before in the history of Toronto. We have 3 levels of government who are actually talking to each other. We have engaged citizens. We have the capacity. We've shown that we have the capacity with Pan Am. We have an open dialogue, and we have private sector support. So there are clear benefits to exploring this Toronto bid about the health of the city, thought leaders embracing a design process about the future of our city and about the future of the world. Most importantly, I'd like to talk to you about our city's youth. I was a product of Expo 67. This is Exhibit A, my passport from So this ignited my imagination, showed me the world was full of potential and creative possibility. And I believe Expo will be a gift to our next generation. I think it's inspired my life's work, and I'd like to see our next Expo inspire our Toronto future generation. Also, based on experience and research, Expo 2025 will deliver a heightened feeling of inclusion and possibility for the millions of youth who will attend. So we can start to imagine a better city, we can host and prototype a better city for ourselves, for our country, and for the world. Thank you for your leadership in this and so many other things. We are here to work for a better Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hopkinson. Are there any questions of the deputy? Yes, Councillor Robinson. Sorry, Claire, Ms. Hopkinson. Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah, that was the.
I was trying to speed things along.
You've done the easy part, but Councillor Robinson.
Don't bite.
My question is about theme. So what would the theme for this enterprise bid be?
Well, the great thing about an expo is that we get to design this theme. So we've already started with what we call dreaming and theming sessions, one in East End and one in North York, and we're going to be bringing them out throughout the city simply on a volunteer basis. So we can capture the values that are important to citizens of Toronto and bring those forward as we develop a bid. Obviously, there are some key issues which are in front of everybody in the world: sustainability, better cities, mobility, cultural harmony, social cohesion. All of these things we understand are really important to Torontonians, but also to the world. And, you know, we say one theme, but of course there's going to be many, many sub-themes which can propel our own strategic goals for the city and our own conversations.
And did the Toronto Arts Council Board and the Arts Foundation Board vote on this? Was this before your boards and they voted on it to support it, or?
Both Foundation and Toronto Arts Council Board have given me great encouragement.
Okay, but there hasn't been, a vote hasn't taken place.
Well, there wasn't specifically something to vote for yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, thank you very much.
yeah.
Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the concerns that's sort of in the chatter is the downtown orientation of all the documentation we've seen so far, the Donlands and so forth. What mechanisms would you recommend to make sure there's fairness throughout the city so that suburban wards can participate in the glow of Expo?
This is such a good question. And as you know, and this is why I think the composition of the volunteer committee so far is reflecting the values of what will go forward. As you know, I'm very, very committed to bringing all Torontonians into greater access to the arts. That will continue. I will make sure that happens. But really importantly, this is an opportunity for all youth across the city to participate in, whether it's a fair and equitable posting of jobs to work on the Expo site, whether it is engaging the 169 member nation, their communities that are already here in Toronto all over the city. They will play host to this Expo. They will be involved, and I have to say that is one of the reasons I'm so excited about this potential, because I think about tomorrow's youth. You know, those whose parents come from a different cultural background or they themselves have immigrated here, they'll be able to participate in this Expo. They'll be able to bring their friends and colleagues and schoolmates out to a pavilion, which is showing the very, very best of their home country or their parents' country, tasting the food, seeing the fashions, admiring the technology. They will feel the sense of inclusion about their history, but also about the fact that it's showcased here in Toronto. And when we think about the future of Toronto, the future of an empowered youth and an included youth who from all over the city is a very, very powerful legacy for this Expo to leave.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Wong-Tam?
Thank you. I recognize I'm not in the committee, but I just wanted to ask a question, and this is something you may or may not know, Claire. Susan Crocker sent me an email. She's the chair of the Toronto Arts Foundation. She sent me an email early this morning, rising from Milan, reading about the headlines in Toronto that we were, having some conversations about Expo. And she shares with me that the city's cultural plan and the cultural strategy was greatly accelerated because of the Expo in Milan. Do you have any thoughts on using Expo 2025 as the international cultural marketing strategy here for the city?
Well, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that occurs to me at this early stage is when we talk about international collaboration, it's not just going to happen in 2025. It's going to happen in 2020. It's going to happen in 2019, as soon as the bid happens. So instead of simply bringing in cultural groups from around the world, we can actually start to do residencies around the world so that we can have collaborations that come out of this, so that these international relationships are cemented throughout the Expo period, so that our artists have these embedded relationships throughout the world. So it's not about selling a Toronto show, it's about having relationships throughout the world of where you can land your next show or perform or do a collaborative residency. And I've been talking to even people in the film industry, which is a little bit outside my beat, but, they are seeing this as a tremendous possibility for the film industry because it is potentially about embracing new technology. We're already into virtual reality. What will it be like in 2025? And how do we showcase our city? Right now, we're a great back lot for New York and wherever in the White House. My husband builds more White Houses than I can tell you. He's a carpenter in the film industry. But what would it be like if we saw more and more films across the world that actually showcase the beautiful shoreline of Toronto and our beautiful city in these films? So, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Hopkinson? Well, thank you very much for your deputation and answers.
Thank you. Thank you
And
so
we'll
much.
move on to Liz Pimentel, Unite Here Local 75. Welcome. Good evening or good afternoon.
Greetings, Mayor John Tory, members of the Executive Committee, visiting councilors and members of the public. Thank you for your time, especially as you've had a very long day, as I just saw. My name is Liz Pimentel, and I'm president of Unite Here Local 75, the Hospitality Workers Union, representing 8,000 members in the GTA. And our international union represents about 275,000 hospitality workers across North America. I'm here today to express our union's support for moving forward with the bid process for Expo 2025. Local 75's membership is incredibly diverse. In the Fairmont Royal York alone, we once estimated that the 800 workers there spoke more than 80 languages. Expo 2025 represents a wonderful opportunity for the people of Toronto, like the members of Local 75, an extraordinarily diverse community, to welcome the world to the city. We have the chance to show off our city and its vibrant, creative, and unique neighborhoods to our families, friends, and neighbors from back home. Expo 2025 could be a celebration of the very dynamic that makes Toronto a special city, the coming together of hundreds of cultures in an open, inclusive, and ever-changing community. Toronto's hotel and hospitality workers are ready to welcome the world to our city. In fact, we do this already every day. We hear from our employers that Toronto needs to do even more to bring group business to the city. When people come to the city for business or pleasure, more often than not, they have an amazing and unique experience. They tell their friends and families back home. Then they come back again to find a new neighborhood, experience a new restaurant or cuisine, discover a new shop. Expo 2025 could mean bringing millions more people, millions more visitors to the city before, during, and after the event itself. Investing in the infrastructure that would come from hosting Expo 2025 would also mean investing in our future as a global hospitality and tourism destination. Better transit, more vibrant public spaces, more green infrastructure. This could be the legacy for the city if Toronto hosts Expo 2025. Unionized hospitality jobs are good jobs with fair pay, decent benefits, and job security. We came here to work hard and to build better lives for ourselves and our families. When the hospitality and tourism sector thrives, our members thrive, our families and their neighborhoods prosper. By showing your support for an Expo 2025 bid today at Executive Committee, you're investing in the future of tens of thousands of hospitality workers and their families, but perhaps more importantly, you're investing in a more global, more vibrant, and greener Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Jeffrey Wilson, CEO, Ports Toronto.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Executive Committee. Ports Toronto has been acting as an information resource for Councillor Wong Tam's initiative, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and quickly address you here today. The opportunity to do a World's Fair obviously involves very sophisticated movement of goods and people. This is an area of expertise, obviously, that Ports Toronto is involved in, whether it's the movement of people through Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport locally, or people and goods, in fact, through the Port of Toronto, whether by cruise ship or by freight vessel. We feel like we are in a position to be of assistance for the operation and production of such a exhibition, if that is something that the City of Toronto wants. And I put it in those terms, Mr. Mayor, from the simple standpoint that Ports Toronto is here to help, and if this is something that City and City Council want to go forward with, then as city builders, we're quite prepared to roll up our sleeves and pitch in as needed. And in the interim, we're quite pleased to continue our support, as I say, as an information resource for the initiative overall. Thank you.
That was succinct and to the point, and I thank you for that. Other questions of Mr. Wilson? What?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm going to give up my second number 29 position, and I'll just do them both in 1 minute and 39 seconds together.
Are there any questions, Mr. Wilson? Well, if not, we'll thank you very much for being here and for being so brief, and we appreciate your coming by.
Thank you all.
Mike York, Carpenters and Allied Workers Local 27. Mike here? Oh, okay, he has a letter that we do have on file, though, because I just finished reading it, so that's here. Andreas Kalogianidis, Toronto Music Advisory Council, co-chair. Well, we can stand that down. If he comes back, we'll, of course, let him. Alex Baduz, Chief of Staff, Toronto Region Board of Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pleasure.
Good evening, councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to provide brief comments on behalf of the Toronto Region Board of Trade regarding a bid on Expo 2025 for the City of Toronto. Last summer, we welcomed the world to our city and our region for the Pan Am Pan Am Games. By many accounts, it was a great success. The city and region were showcased to a new global audience while engaging our citizens and creating a lasting legacy of sport and culture. Importantly, the city and region were also the recipients of much-needed new infrastructure assets, which will be critical to our region's economic competitiveness over the long term. So it should come as no surprise that we are looking to build on that success by hosting another major international event here in Toronto. But we know that the costs associated with hosting these kinds of events cannot be undertaken without weighing the pros and cons. We commend Mayor Tory, Councillor Wong Tam, and all the city officials for their thoughtful consideration and approach to bidding on Expo 2025. For our part, we believe that if executed prudently, Expo 2025 has the potential to showcase Toronto's strength on the world stage and leave a lasting legacy for future generations. We are a city that does a lot of things well, and as you yourself have stated, Mr. Chair, Canadians need to trumpet our strengths and our goals everywhere we go. Mayor Tory is absolutely correct. We must brag about our city abroad, but we must also bring people here to show them firsthand what we have to offer. We have unparalleled cultural diversity. In fact, just last week, we were named the most diverse city in the world. More than 140 languages are spoken. In 20 years, over 60% of Toronto's population could be made up of visible minorities. We are home to a thriving arts, culture, and sports environment, and our businesses are dynamic locally and competitive globally. As an opportunity for Toronto, Expo 2025 can be a tremendous jobs and economic catalyst. It can act as a driver of tourism, raise the city's global profile, and advance various infrastructure, cultural, and social development projects. Toronto's Portlands is an ideal area to host the Expo and aligns well with the city objectives to redevelop this prime waterfront district. And it will be critical for our city over the long term. The City of Toronto is still growing. Our city's population is projected to grow by nearly 500,000 people in 2031, which means we need to embrace opportunities that will create jobs, develop our waterfront and transit infrastructure to accommodate this continuing growth. Expo will also encourage us to prioritize and build transit projects by a set deadline. With the right approach, the board believes we can leverage the Expo to positively engage our youth and our communities, and it can provide opportunities for GTA businesses to connect with partners globally to enhance engagement in export markets. Should the city move forward with an Expo bid, the board will be looking for an understanding of the full costs of the Expo, and to the extent possible, ensure that assets constructed can be reused. Given the thoughtful and prudent review process the city has undertaken, the board strongly encourages the city to choose participation as its approach to hosting mega events if they will provide opportunities to build our community while further opening our city and businesses up to the global economy. We believe Expo 2025 is one such opportunity. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you for being here, and are there any questions? All right, if we're hearing none, well, thank you for your patience and thank you for being here. We have Brian. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Thank you.
Day,
Here
isn't
you
it?
are.
Hello, I'm Brian Nasmuck. Thank you for letting me speak. There are people here today who have more expertise on the huge impact of an expo, but I'm here to share how I believe expos have influenced my life. I'm president of Smile Theatre. We take professional musical shows into homes for the elderly and long-term care facilities. I'm producer of It's Always Something, the Gilda's Club benefit. I know the mayor attends that. I'm co-producer of Voices of Hope, the World AIDS Day concert in support of Casey House, and sometimes I actually work for a living. The first time I went on a plane was to go to New York City in 1964. Why? To attend the World's Fair. My family were all huge science fiction fans, and that was the place I saw science fiction become science fact. Working computers, cars of the future, a picture phone, they were all there to see and touch and experience, and it was inspiring. Even in those days, I was dabbling in creative writing, and that New York trip filled me with more ideas. Even if I hadn't been to New York, how could I not want to visit Montreal in '67? Bobby Jimby's Canada, 1 little, 2 little, 3 Canadians, we love you. That became our new national anthem. What a way to celebrate our centennial year. How proud I was that our country would hold such an amazing event. My first trip to Expo 67 was a 4-day supervised outing with my school, sampling the cultures of different countries, so I believe it qualified as an educational experience. And then this summer, I took a week off work to return to Man and His World. My focus was cinema. Those compelling visual adventures were a catalyst for my decision to take media studies at Seneca College, and my eventual career in television, creating a decade of shows at YTV and writing for things as diverse as Sesame Street and last year's Canadian Screen Awards. So in 2005, when my stepson Josh was old enough to appreciate it, we journeyed to Japan for their expo. The themes were ecological coexistence, renewable technology, and the wonders of nature. There were robots that played jazz, virtual reality experiences that took us to locations real and imaginary, and discussions with people from other countries in line as we stood waiting to get into pavilions. I know that trip had a major impact on Josh's life. Having an exposition in Toronto will be an opportunity for us to showcase our city to the world and spotlight the best of our arts, community, and culture. As importantly, it will be an inspiration for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Torontonians like me in ways we cannot imagine here today. That would be part of the legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Hearing none, we'll thank you very much for your patience and for your very interesting submission. We thank you very
I
much.
thought I'd add something.
It did.
Wake some people up.
We have Denise Pinto from Jane's Walk. Is Ms. Pinto here? Denise Pinto? Okay. Cynthia Wilkie, West Don Lands Committee, and I see next to that John Wilson, West Don Lands Committee.
Okay, we're not quite at twofer, but we're going to give you a discount. That's okay.
We're into quite a negotiation here, I can see. So do I hear 4.5 minutes?
Oh, yes, okay, I think we
All
can
right.
come in under that, yes.
That's good. Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The West Don Lands Committee, as I think you may know, is a coalition of community-based resident, business, environmental, heritage, and social service organizations. Our members represent over 40,000 residents and hundreds of businesses in Toronto's East Downtown. We are here to urge you to recommend that Council support the further development of an Expo 2025 bid. You already have a letter from us, but I'm going to highlight 3 points. So number 1, bringing Expo 2025 to Toronto would be a singular opportunity to showcase Toronto and engage our diverse community. So you've heard about this already from others. Expo 67 brought the world to Montreal. It was a formative and an inspiring experience for visitors like me. I was 16 at the time. The Expo 2025 Steering Committee is already connecting with young people who are excited by the potential for a global exchange of ideas and culture on their home turf. Expo 86 put Canada's West Coast on the international map and set the stage for the stunning revitalization of Falls Creek. Number 2, Toronto is well positioned to use the focus of Expo 2025 to advance the outstanding infrastructure plan already in place for the Portlands. Mega events like Expos have been most successful where they have been a catalyst for advancing a long-term revitalization plan. The gold standard our coalition has always looked to is the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. The lesson from Juan Busquets, the architect and urban designer who oversaw the build-out for the Olympics, was to plan for the long term and make the Expo or Olympic event fit into that plan. The important legacy for Barcelona was not the Olympic sporting venues. The important legacy for Barcelona was the use of a mega event to advance a plan for major infrastructure moves. The transformative changes included rerouting of expressways and major rail lines, the creation of a fantastic new beach and harbor within a short walk from the subway, and turning derelict brownfield sites into a new neighborhood. We already have an excellent plan in place or in development for the Portlands. Expo 2025 is an opportunity to ignite the same kind of catalytic process to make it a reality. My final point is that it is crucial that the process be led by the city and not by other levels of government. Toronto has to be the driver. We know best what is in our interest. We would not accept a mega event being foisted upon us by other orders of government. We need to take charge of our own future, and we need to be bold and innovative about it. The staff report sets out a process for advancing mega events, and we suggest now is the time to activate that strategy. Toronto has an excellent chance of winning the 2025 bid. To compete globally, Toronto needs to think big and think long-term, and we can't afford to think small. So thank you, and I'll pass it over to my co-chair, John Wilson.
That's right, co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee, and I just want to share with you a perspective of someone who has been working on renaturalizing or naturalizing the mouth of the Don River since 1994. It's been a long process. I've been active with the task force to bring back the Don and with the West Don Lands Committee in doing that. And at the West Don Lands Committee, we have seen in the last few years the urgency that comes when you have a deadline. When the Pan Am Athletes Village had to be completed in time for the Pan Am Games, all of a sudden the West Don Lands portion of the mouth of the Don River became high priority for government, for city departments, for other governments, and it got done on time. And not only that, it exceeded all of our expectations in a number of legacy ways. We have a wonderful Cherry Street Cooper Coo YMCA that's now coming in, which is, fantastic. And we have a park, Corktown Common, which gets rave reviews around the world. What we see here is an opportunity for a long-standing, sort of slow-moving process to fix the mouth of the Don and make my neighborhood actually safe from flooding, as well as to renaturalize that part of the city and connect the city to the waterfront through a wonderfully green mouth of its river. We see an opportunity to deliver that in an expedited way when we have a goal in mind. And that's what I think that the city needs to consider. And I do believe, agree with Cindy, that it is something that while it will be the federal government that it has to be the lead on the bid, there has to be a champion, and the champion has to come from this council. Thank you.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm interested in the fact that your deputation focuses a lot on the mouth of the Don. And I've heard some people say, well, that's as may be, but we know what will happen when we start to do the work on it. The mouth of the Don, my initial impression was it has the potential to almost to be the theme of this expo, that whole issue of water issues that are going on globally, preparing for the flood going on nationally and globally, urbanized waterways being renaturalized is going on from Seoul all the way back to here. It could become the theme. But there's some reservation, yes, we know that, but the people who've been invested in it for 20 years and the EAs and the work and the people in the nearby neighborhoods will suddenly slow us down and we won't meet deadlines because they'll have all sorts of objections as soon as we start the work. Do you think there's enough work done already that the community that surrounds the Mouth of the Don project and have been doing the work so far are ready to march ahead with it if we made this the theme of the work that needs to be done?
I don't think we need to make it the theme. I think that's a great suggestion, but the communities around the mouth of the Don are
Ready to go.
ready to go, absolutely chomping at the bit to make this happen. They've seen, pictures, pretty pictures, various iterations of pretty pictures. They've gone to public meetings through the EA process over and over again. They've gone through the acceleration process that this council directed in its last term. Yeah, we're ready to do it. Whether this is the theme, that's smart cities, green, cities, diversity, all of these thoughts may be part or even part of a combined theme. Who knows? That's a decision yet to be made.
Right.
But when Ken Tannenbaum says that he thinks it can be done, he knows better than I do as to whether or not it can be done in that amount of time. I take his advice and say, yes, if we put our minds to doing this now, it will create the sense of urgency that it would be done, in my lifetime, which haven't always been convinced would happen.
Yeah, and if I could just point out in terms of community support, there have been 10 years of very intensive consultations, lots of opportunities to come here and express dissatisfaction. And one of the things, just to go back to the Pan Am Village, that process benefited from was the many years of consultation, the over 10 years of consultation that Waterfront Toronto had conducted that had built a very solid consensus about that. There has never been a complaint about any part of that development. So I think that's your answer.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my only question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam.
It's just a very quick question. In the Portland's Acceleration Initiative, they estimated, I think Cushman & Wakefield estimated that the full build-out of the Portlands would be completed by 2041. Is that your understanding from that report as well?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
That's the way I recall it.
Yeah.
So really, some of your support for the Expo, and I heard the comments around the diversity of the city, creating that new green economy, but really it's that without a catalytic project, sometimes like an Expo or the Pan Am infrastructure build, it might take 2041 until that Portland's community is completely built out. So your hope is that this will accelerate a lot of that work.
Yeah, I mean, that's talking about the full community. I mean, that's a lot of acres. It's a huge size. But the renaturalization of the mouth of the river and the site preparation to allow development to take place, involves the regulation of every level of government. And so did the Pan Am Games process, or build-out. So the important thing to take away from this is that when you align all three governments behind a common objective with a hard deadline, things get done. And when you don't do that, you can end up with stuff dragging on for years because one department refuses to approve something and then another department, refuses to approve something and everything grinds to a halt while you're waiting. So the urgency, I think, is created by a deadline is very important here for the long-term interests of the city to actually get this project going and get the Portlands developed, as well as the benefits of the beautiful, new mouth of the Don River.
So flood
protection.
Sorry, flood protection's been on the city's priority list now for about 20-25 years. Without the catalytic force of an Expo, and let's just say, for example, we do see funding from the federal government at some point. Is there a guaranteed delivery line without some hard Expo opening ceremony to launch it off?
Well, no, there isn't. I mean, we do expect to see funding. I think from the federal and provincial government, the city has already put in, has already started a development charge process and other processes to come up with its, share of the funding. But the funding doesn't mean implementation. That doesn't create the deadline itself. So the hard deadline of an opening ceremony is definitely what we see as one of the huge advantages from the standpoint of Portland's preparation.
All right. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Over here. I'm over here. All that equipment.
Keep moving around.
Yeah, you and I, we all have been working on that environmental assessment for the Don Mouth for quite a few years, and I believe it was approved within the last 2 years anyway. And so you'd just call that shovel-ready, wouldn't you? I think you did already, John.
There are, obviously, on a civil engineering job this large, there's a lot of work still to be done, but absolutely, the planning has been completed, the environmental assessment is there, and yes, shovel-ready, that will work for me.
That's just new that there be civil engineer. What type of work is still required there?
Well, it's detailed design.
So how long is that going to take to do?
It's within the 8-year framework that the Conservation Authority has provided us already.
And so is it the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority is playing a pretty big role in the mouth of the Don. I'm just wondering about the dollars. You indicated the city had put in our money, or our money's spoken for. Do you have any idea the timelines or how we're doing in levering out those other dollars, since it's such an important project? And I think you've said it's fundamental for this Expo to go forward. We can't have the Don mouth not done.
No, so, I mean, I think that the expectation is that we will hear something in the early fall on that.
So before the bid date, you think that?
We're hoping that's the case, and that's been the indication for quite some time that would be the case.
And have we any idea about the provincial money?
I think I'm talking about both parts. You may recall, that province and Waterfront Toronto has been undertaking a due diligence investigation requested by the province in particular and the federal government to fine-tune the cost estimates for this work. And that process, the first phase was finished at the end of October last year. The second phase, I don't know whether it's finished. I don't think it's been made public.
It's very close.
I think it's very close. So that's definitely one of the triggers, the two other orders of government we're waiting for before making a commitment in terms of their actual, funding contribution.
So did you
All right, no, that was the last question.
I couldn't see because of that pillar.
No problem. Maybe it was one you would have asked, but I'll just ask, if I may.
Oh, yes.
Just based on what you were just saying, because you've got your ear to the ground on these things pretty well, and I do for different reasons and from a different position, but I want to be careful that we don't hold out that Expo is going to produce the revitalization of the mouth of the Don. I think it's well on track to be done anyway, and that's, I think, what you were just saying in terms of the money and so on being confirmed.
It is well.
That's regardless of Expo.
It is well on track to be done anyway. It's not part of the costing of Expo. However, I believe from my observation so far that this will put a supercharge into the completion of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of these deputants? All right, well, thank you both very much. Appreciate that. Let's see now. We're at Andrew Flint, Executive Director, Liberty Village Business Improvement.
Disorganized chairs. I was feeling unsettled.
Okay, Mr. Flint, you have 3 minutes, and thank you for your patience.
Mayor Tory, councillors, thank you very much. I'll keep my remarks brief. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the Liberty Village Business Improvement Area. As the heart of creative commerce in Canada, the Liberty Village BIA breeds innovation while advancing and nurturing a creative and vibrant community. Liberty Village BIA, founded in 2001 as the first commercial-based BIA in Toronto as well as Canada, represents 600 member businesses and over 10,000 employees located in our unique and dynamic campus-style community on the west side of the downtown core. The leading creative and tech companies, along with the most diverse and engaged entrepreneurial incubators across the city, call Liberty Village home and have ignited our unprecedented growth. On March 31st, the Liberty Village Board of Management invited the Expo team for a presentation. After the presentation and extensive question and answer session, I am pleased to inform this committee that the Board of Management voted unanimously to support the Expo 2025 bid and the efforts to secure it for Toronto. With over 82 business improvement areas in the city, the Liberty Village BIA is renowned as the model which enhances the business and property owners of Liberty Village, creating a safer, more attractive community setting, promoting economic development within the BIA boundaries, and advocating on behalf of our members. We are recognized for our greening activities and environmental initiatives, and we are a testing ground for new ideas, approaches, and forward-thinking innovation. Expo will enable our creative and tech companies, along with those in the corridor from Liberty Village to Kitchener-Waterloo, to shine on the world stage. We strongly encourage this committee to move the Expo project ahead with support, encouragement, and excitement for what it can do for our business community, our city, our province, and indeed our country. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Questions of the deputant?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Flint, thank you very much. Appreciate it. John Tevlin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak with you today, and thanks for the invitation from the steering committee. I've rewritten my speech so many times because of the good points that get made. I think if I wait any longer, it's going to turn into a haiku. But I will just keep the, this is a big, bold, as Jim Collins would say, a hairy, audacious goal. And I think that Toronto's ready. But I'm really glad it happened today because two good things happened today. It really helped me as a citizen on the personal side. One was sitting in on the financial review this morning. I thought that was tremendously valuable, and all of the points of view put back and forth. And some of the notions and nostrums were significantly challenged. I don't think I can put it any better than Ken and company or the others have said, other than to say one thing, and I say this as a person outside of the steering committee. I would put one sentence down, and that is, Expo is a revenue story. And that is a challenge that I would put down to the steering committee and to staff here to see whether that assertion holds water. So I am convinced that it is, and I bring you that from my experience in the tourism industry, with leadership roles at places like the CN Tower and Ontario Place. So I love the waterfront and have been part of it for some time. So I think that is it's an exciting story, and that's a vernacular that I think is germane to the important discussion. The second thing that happened today is that it was Newcomers' Day. And I was delighted I caught part of what you said. I was having my sandwich over on the other side, but was speaking about the Syrian refugees and the wonderful news that we're considered the world's most diverse city. Diversity is a word that we're using with great frequency, and I think absolutely deservedly so. It's mathematically and demographically true, but I would just put out one other thought, again sort of stemming off the financial discussion, is that diversity is also an asset. In other words, it is a thing we have. And perhaps I was asked to speak here because I think I said to somebody on the steering committee once that I thought until Patrick Patterson looked up in the stands at a Raptors game and said, "It's a beautiful thing, man," when looking at the breadth of diversity in the audience, I always thought the most diverse location in Toronto was under the bottom of the water bucket at Ontario Place in the water park. And it was people in traditional and informal dress, parents surrounding a bunch of little kids who didn't know each other. They were shy and in corners until the sound went off for that great big bucket to drop. And all of those kids, and I think I saw all 194 nationalities represented, squealed and squirmed and jumped up and down in delight and had no notion of being separate or distinct from each other. Well, those little kids are 12 now, and in 9 years they're going to be 21, and I hope we'll see them smartly attired and trained by us to become exemplary hosts and hostesses for Toronto, and I hope their older brothers do the construction and their older sisters write the apps and lead us to finally get to a place where we could call ourselves a new world city. A new world city which is not only is it diverse, but it is also one people. And I think that this bid could be our moonshot. We've got enough time, we'll have to work at it. But I think it is something that Toronto will be ahead of the game from the moment this council says, let's give it a shot and look.
Wrap up now.
And that's my time.
Thanks very much. Questions of Mr. Tevlin? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tevlin. Phil Gillies, Expo Steering Committee.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the committee and other councillors. I'm Phil Gillies. I'm one of the original members of the Expo Steering Committee. We've been at this for about 4 years now, back when it was really just Councillor Wong Tam and Mark Maloney and I sitting around a table saying, wouldn't this be nice? And it's very gratifying to see that it's grown into this massive community-based effort that we have now with the business support and the community organizations that have come forward. It brings us to this very crucial meeting today. I want to just take a minute to talk about the scale of the event that we're talking about. The projection is that Expo 2025 in Toronto would attract 40 million people. So that's 40 million individual trips through the turnstile. Now, to put that in perspective, the biggest event ever held in Canadian history was Expo 67, which attracted 50 million visitors. Expo 86, which I attended, and I know Councillor Wong Tam and probably some of you in the room attended also, was 22 million. But with 40 million visitors, this Expo would be the biggest event ever held in the province of Ontario. To put it in perspective, the Summer Olympics in London in 2012, during the month of its run, attracted about 500,000 visitors. About 70,000 of those were the athletes and the officials. So this is, to quote Bernie Sanders, this is huge, what we're talking about. And of course, there are costs associated with it, but the revenue that could come into the city, the tax revenue, the other benefits, I think are incalculable at this point. I want to speak briefly about the staff report, and I'm not going to be critical of the staff report, which is fairly negative, as you know, but a lot has changed since that report was written. I think the big concerns expressed in the report were, well, we don't know where the federal government is on this, number one. Number two, is this going to take a lot of city money and a lot of city staff time to continue to work on? And three, I would say was, it doesn't look like we've got a lot of time to do this. I think those questions have in large part been answered in the last week. One, we now know that the federal government, through the letter from Prime Minister Trudeau, has indicated that if we move forward, we have a willing partner to explore the possibilities in Ottawa. Very important, of course, is that you can't submit a bid unless Canada rejoins the Bureau of International Expositions. We're not a member as we sit here today, but I'm sure that if you read between the lines in the Prime Minister's letter, he's clearly indicating that if we move forward, that the membership would be renewed. Okay. Finally, the question of staff time and money, I think, has been in large part answered by Ken Tannenbaum. The private sector will step forward and fund the feasibility study that we need to get to November. And November, we can make the decision as to whether to go forward with a bid or not. So all we're asking today is let us continue to do our work.
Thank you, Mr. Gillies. Questions of this deputant? No. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have copies of the Prime Minister's letter here, and I'll just read you one sentence. Should the City of Toronto choose to submit a bid to host an exposition, a process that begins with a decision by City Council to take a position on this issue, our government is prepared to explore next steps. Now, unless I miss my guess, it's not exactly a ringing endorsement.
I think they're being very cautious at this point, Councillor Pasternak, but the obvious next step would be rejoining the Bureau. And I don't think if the federal government wasn't contemplating rejoining, I doubt we would have gotten the letter at all.
You've made a reference to the staff report, and it is quite, this is what we often rely on to make decisions, although we think beyond it. We listen to deputies as well. But, and I'm sure you've read it, it clearly says, given the condensed timeline necessary to complete a bid, the extraordinary commitment of resources required to support it, and the continuing uncertainty in terms of provincial and federal contributions, it is clear that at this time, without such contributions clear, the city cannot meaningfully or responsibly pursue a bid for the 2025 World Expo without facing significant financial, operational, and reputational risks. Now, that's pretty stark advice.
It is. But again, Councillor, when staff wrote that report, we didn't have the letter from the Prime Minister, which I think is somewhat cautiously encouraging of moving forward. Secondly, we didn't have the commitment from Ken Tannenbaum and the 40 business leaders to fund the feasibility study. Now, keep in mind, all we're asking you and what the vote today is about is not an endorsement to go ahead and bid. It's an endorsement to take the next step, which is to prepare a feasibility study, a business case for going forward with a bid. So if you can allow us to continue to do our work henceforth, there's another big decision point that comes, and that's in November.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions to Mr. Gillies? All right, then we'll thank you very much, and we'll move on. Next is Janet Grant, Director of Events, Mars Discovery District. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the Executive Council. It's Janet Grant. I am the Director at Mars Discovery District. And while I work in Councillor Wong-Tam's ward, I live in St. Paul's, where Councillor Matlow is known to openly encourage Council to engage our city's residents with inspiring plans in consultation with the community. As we've discussed, Expo 2025 would be a powerful strategy for the city to raise its profile. We know that it will be an environmentally sustainable and green expo, a socially responsible, accessible, and inclusive expo, and the world's most innovative and technologically advanced in history. Mars, like other innovation hubs, is a place where we help launch and grow innovative companies that are growing our future. At Mars alone, we work with over 1,000 startups and promising ventures, bringing their breakthrough products and services to national and international markets. These companies are focused on prominent sectors that will be transformed in our lifetime through their innovative technologies. These examples include work and learning, health, energy, financial technology, just to mention a few. It's this focus on societal impact that truly distinguishes Mars. The entrepreneurs we work with are focused on improving society for future generations and making a difference beyond our borders. What better international stage than an expo to showcase this? Those of us of a certain age remember Expo 67 and Expo 86, a perfect example of city building and national pride in these achievements. Toronto is a city that responds. Look at the joyfulness we've seen in the success of the Toronto Blue Jays, the Raptors, and the enthusiasm generated from hosting the Pan Am and Parapan Games. Torontonians, especially millennials, and I have 3, will embrace this initiative, especially since there's no cost to investigate the next stage, and it will most definitely be a dynamic job and economic catalyst for Toronto and Canada. Canada has a rich history of innovation, from insulin to the first electron microscope, BlackBerry, Bixie bikes, and Drake. At Expo 67 in Montreal, I remember eating an innovative product called a snow cone. Who knows what the next great innovation will be, but let's give ourselves a chance to continue Canada's place as a strong knowledge economy on the world stage. We know this morning Premier Wynne told reporters that she's open to talking to Toronto about bidding. We have the Prime Minister and the Premier opening the door, and you have the private sector ready to cover the costs of the next step. Please, let's just say yes to learning a little more about a wonderful and transformative opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Other questions? Yes, Councillor Wong.
Thank you very much. I just want to understand a little bit more with respect to the new economy that the Prime Minister has been speaking about. And I think there's a lot of talk about the digital economy and the innovative economies. How can Expo and what you do at Mars come together to make it that much bigger and that much more accelerated?
Well, I think it's a job catalyst for one thing. I think any of the startups that we have at Mars that we're offering mentorship and guidance to could certainly, 1 or 1,000 of them, who knows, could contribute to the success of an expo using technologies that will be new and disruptive and certainly accelerate and amplify what we already see.
Is it a challenge to demonstrate the physical use of these startup companies, the actual benefits? I mean, you have to be able to bring it all together. You have to bring lots of people in terms of into the marketplace. And there's a lot of noise out there in terms of what is the next thing. Is there a program right now in the City of Toronto that allows us to do this in a real international way?
Well, at Mars, I can tell you we do close to 2,000 events per year, and many of them have sort of what we call a demo pit, and we can show off and showcase some of these technologies. Last summer at the Parapan Games, Mars partnered with the province, and we had over 80 technologies for people with disabilities. So we had a number of assistive devices that were on show across the Mars Centre. It was a fascinating journey into what is possible.
But can Mars do this on their own to garner that international audience? Can you do this by yourself?
Entrepreneurship is not a solo game. Absolutely not. No, we need partners and we need to collaborate.
And can you think of a program larger than Expo to showcase Canadian innovation, the new Canadian economy, the new digital information era?
It would be the biggest showcase this country has ever seen.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much for that submission, Ms. Grant. And next we have Rick Ockberg from Toronto Restaurant Regional Ontario Restaurant Hotel and Motel Association. Okay, that would bring us to Miriam Kramer, OCAD University. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we had Alfredo Romano stroked off, and we had Elsa Fancello. Are you Elsa Fancello? And it was down at number 37, Castle Point, Numa, on behalf of Paul Bronfman and Alfredo Romano. But we're happy to, I guess, hear you now, since you're standing there and ready to sit down.
There's actually two separate
separate
deputations. So my name is Elsa Fancello, and I'm the development manager with Castle Point Numa.
So I'm clear, because the name I actually called it was Miriam Kramer. You're not Alfredo Romano, I know that.
No, so I work with Alfredo Romano.
But
I am going to be speaking on behalf of Alfredo and Paul Bronfman, but
at the same time?
Separately, actually.
Separately. Okay. Well, you go ahead. You have. So you'll be doing two deputations then.
Yes, back to back, if possible.
Can I just check with the clerk? Do we allow people to speak on behalf? I actually think you're only allowed to do one.
Okay.
So.
I can't speak for, unfortunately, Paul Bronfman, I tried to, because of his
Yes.
condition, I tried to see if he could call in and make a deputation, but I was told that that's not possible.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead on behalf of Mr. Bronfman, if you wish, and we'll.
Okay. Well, I'm going to first speak on behalf of Castle Point Numa. So on behalf of Castle Point Numa, who have interests in properties along the East Bay front and Keating Channel neighborhoods, and in the Villiers Island and Film Studio precincts in the Portlands, we encourage the city to take a leadership role in the review and potential submission of an Expo bid for Toronto. We are hopeful that this committee will reject the recommendation proposing Toronto to be silent on whether it should or should not host the World Expo 2025, while funding commitments are secured from the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario. While it is appropriate for the committee to set parameters, without such civic leadership, any exploration for a bid would be crippled. Inspiration for other levels of government must start at home, especially one with the potential to attract investment and promote growth for the city. We believe that Expo 2025, like many others, will bring the three levels of government together to accelerate major infrastructure projects. Specifically, Expo 2025 has the potential to expedite important legacy projects planned for the Portlands and across the city, including building public transit, waterfront LRT, smart track, downtown relief line, just to name a few, completing the naturalization and flood mitigation works required for the Portlands, promoting neighborhood growth and placemaking on Toronto's waterfront, and encouraging economic growth, job creation, and innovation. These are tangible legacy items, but there are also intangible benefits that our civic leadership should celebrate. You often hear of the personal impact Montreal 67 and Vancouver 86 had on its citizens and many others from across Canada, including myself who attended Vancouver 86. Inspiration, pride, hope for the future all come to mind. Toronto has the opportunity to invest in its young citizens and provide the same in an Expo 2025 for the next generation of business, social, and cultural leaders. We trust this committee will recommend picking up the mantle to actively pursue and lead the 2025 bid process. So thank you on behalf of Castle Point.
Thank you very much. May I just, before we see if there's any questions for you, something we have to do before 6, which is to get the committee's concurrence to extend the meeting to complete the agenda. And I think it looks more intimidating than it probably is in terms of finishing, but I think we should get it done. And may I have such a motion from Councillor Giorgio, seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Do we have questions for Ms. Fancello? All right, well, thank you very much.
Can I speak on behalf of Paul Bronfman?
Well, we're certainly not going to do them 2 in a row like that.
I can go back and...
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have to figure out whether we're going to do it at all. No disrespect to Mr. Bronfman, we just have to, I don't know what the rules are here. I can't believe the rules actually permit one person to go and speak on behalf of various others. Maybe with Mr. Bronfman's instance, so why don't we let me consult the clerk on that?
Thank you.
Miriam Kramer, I think did we call Miriam Kramer from OCAD University? I think we're told she's not here. Marcelo Cabezas, who is here?
Good afternoon. My co-chair for Expo Next, Kendra Fitzrandolph, is going to join me, and we're going to take 3 minutes each. She's coming right behind. Good afternoon.
Sorry, just let me understand what's going on here with the 3 minutes
Yes.
each. You're just on behalf of yourself.
Yeah.
It says, and then who did you say was going to take another 3
Kendra
minutes?
Fitzrandolph, who's the next on the list, is going to follow me. We both are co-chairs for Expo Next on the steering committee.
All right.
Birds, one stone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
2 stones.
Great. Mayor Tory and Executive Committee, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Like the rest of the people presenting today, thank you for your time and hope to inspire you to keep exploring this opportunity. Let's start with some good news. The movement that has emerged to support Expo has been nothing short of groundbreaking. It is responsible, active citizenship at its best. As a first-generation Canadian, I'm thrilled to be working alongside Torontonians and citizens that look like the city and country of today. Mayor Tory, ironically enough, this is the same feeling that reminds me of the same vibes working on your campaign. How all Torontonians came together because they cared about their city, no matter what their skin color was, how big their wallet was, or who they knew. It was a one-of-a-kind connectivity that was brought to life not in the end result, but in the process. The time spent on a common goal, and it was this process that led to an emotional connection. There was an understanding that a Torontonian is a Torontonian is a Torontonian, and that this is our city, and we want to contribute to it being Toronto the Great. Well, you can't create this without a calling card to bring people together around one thing. Fast forward to the present, and well, these are the same sentiments infused in our team Expo, and the possibilities upon us, and those who we've met along the way. And it gets better. Guess what? We're all volunteers, and we're just getting started. I, with Kendra, am the co-chair of Expo Next, which is galvanizing the under 45 and millennial demographic to step up for their city. We have been met with enthusiasm and a real desire to do something transformative. They are the future. They are ready to move. They want to contribute with impact. Some of the members of this Expo Next group are presenting and will continue to present today, and we thank them for their time. So while the Ken Tannenbaums and some others have talked to the business and economic benefits, I wanted to ensure all of you to realize, I just wanted to ensure you all realize the potential in how an Expo can bring this city together. Mayor Tory, you've talked about One Toronto, and I believe Council wants the same for our city. Expo is a once-in-a-generation mechanism to foster understanding between our city citizens, who in many cases come from another place in the world. As the most diverse city in the world, hosting an Expo makes so much sense. Moving forward, our volunteer team understands we need to...
I have to just stop you there. Your
Sure.
3 minutes are up, because I think if you're going to take, you're going to take another 3 minutes, I think. So,
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'll have to stop you there. Thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Fitzrandolph, over to you.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the executive and other members of council. In respect of your time and energy, I'm going to keep this brief. As Marcel introduced, my name is Kendra Fitzrandolph, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Toronto, a city builder, as well as the youngest member of the Expo chair for the Expo Steering Committee. Today, you've heard from some of Toronto's finest business, arts, and culture and union communities. We have all come together to stress the importance for your support to our cause. I became involved in Expo to learn how a bid process of this scale and magnitude is conducted, as well as feel connected to an opportunity for my city to showcase itself to the world. But the time we've spent and the dynamic group of people that we have galvanized has been nothing short of phenomenal for me as a young city builder, and it is this energy and these people that is now my driving force to continue my work with Expo. I ask you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to allow us to continue the process. Through social media and ideograms and presentations, we've stressed the economic and social benefits that we've shown you today, and in the way in which we intend to conduct the bid. This is all clear, but what we haven't shown you is how people from my demographic, the millennials, what an opportunity this is for us to learn what our city can provide for us as we grow in the professional world. I am proud to speak for millennials and say that we are hungry to become a contributing member of our city's future through this bid. Let us learn to be a part of the process for an Expo bid 2025. Toronto right now is sitting on cloud 9, and we all know that, as both a city and a Canadian contributing force. We have the only Canadian NBA team in the playoff finals. We have the only Canadian MLB team painting the city blue. We have citizens rocking Toronto-centric paraphernalia, both at home and abroad, with pride and more than ever before. And we have citizen-built groups that are leading exciting ventures throughout the city and igniting ideas. Now, we as Torontonians have an opportunity to represent Canada and imagine what we can do if we bring Expo into the mix. So in closing, I ask you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to let your future leaders, the millennials, have a chance to contribute to Toronto in this incredible process. Let us choose our own adventure. Let us bid.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fitzrandolph. Other questions of these two deputants? All right, well, thank you both very much, and up your enthusiasm that you both have.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now there was some misunderstanding, I guess. Mr. Dan Tisch from Argyle Public Relations was moved down the list, I think, and now, but actually we passed over his name because it was way down at the bottom, but he's actually here. So there he is, if you want to come up and make your deputation. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As the mayor said, my firm is Argyle Public Relationships. We've had the privilege of working with a lot of members of council and staff of the city because we specialize, among other things, in public engagement on sensitive issues and leading public consultations. We've been doing this in Toronto now for 37 years, long before I was with the firm. And so when our company was formed and opened its doors, memories of Expo 67 were still fairly fresh, and Vancouver's Expo 86 was still on the drawing board. We've grown a lot since then, much like Toronto itself. We're proud to be on the Profit 500 list this year as one of Canada's fastest growing companies. But what might be of interest to this council is that we're also the Canadian affiliate of the Reputation Institute, which is responsible and known for the RepTrack study of national reputations and what is the key to building reputations for cities and for nations. So I speak not just as the owner of a creative business, but also with that reputation lens in mind. As part of our international work, I was excited last year to visit Milan and last year's Expo, and several things struck me there. First, unlike sporting events, you've already heard this, but Expos last many months, and they attract local, national, and international visitors. The economic impact is substantial. We saw this in Milan, even on a site that was less attractively and centrally located than the one we're considering for Toronto. Second, Expos are an opportunity to showcase leadership and innovation, and I was really struck by how Milan did this not just with the theme of food and sustainability, but also the extent to which Italian and multinational businesses used it as opportunities to build their brands, and I think there's a chance for Toronto to do the same. Finally, Expos build the reputations of cities, provinces, and nations. And I know that this committee and council has to balance the management of risk with the exploration and the seizing of opportunity. But one thing I really want to stress is that reputations have an economic value. They have an economic value to cities and to countries. And according to research we've been involved in, national reputations are built on three things: an advanced economy, an appealing environment, and an effective government. Canada has prospered in these global rankings because we have all three. We lead the world as a place to, in perceptions of being a place to live, work, study, or visit, but we're not quite number one, although we're in the top 10 as a place to invest, do business, and organize events. Expo can be a chance to tell that story. As Canada's greatest global city, it's Toronto's turn to do this, succeeding Montreal and Vancouver respectively. And that's why I call upon City Council to join countless leaders from the business and creative communities in this exciting shared vision to welcome the world to Toronto in 2025. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tisch. Any questions of this deputant? All right, well, thank you very much for your patience, and we appreciate your deputation. Alexander Josephson, Partisans Architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Executive Committee for allowing me to speak today. I represent Partisans, one of the next generation architectural design studios here in Toronto, and perhaps maybe some of the millennials here. We're working on a number of projects, civic projects across Toronto, including the interior fit out of Union Station and the Illuminato project at the Hearn, located in the Donlands. We also just completed Bar Raval last year. The broader Expo 2025 team encouraged me to come here today to speak to the architectural importance and opportunities represented by mounting expos. Other deputations have alluded to the importance of these projects. I'd like to be more specific about them from an architectural standpoint. Indeed, over the last 300 years, expos have changed their names, but they have always been expos, starting with the 1851 exposition in London, where the Crystal Palace was built. This building no longer exists, but is certainly part of the collective consciousness of all Londoners. In 1889, the Eiffel Tower was built in Paris as part of their expo, and this is obviously their legacy. Toronto can look at legacy in a different way through architecture in our own expo. The last 3 expos have seen many different kinds of architectures, experimental and expressive. Many of those architects and designers that worked in those hometowns have gone on to become international leaders in their field, bringing the brand and thinking of their cities across the world. Toronto should embark on this project to assert ourselves as an international leader across the board, from culture to infrastructure and policy, for that is architecture in the end. I echo that it is time to reinvest in the lands, but also in the future generations that will make this project happen and inhabit its legacy. Wow, I'm going too fast. I'll slow down, Mr. Mayor. Expo represents a reason, to me at least, in the very least, to get together and articulate our optimism and strategy for the future of our city in the third millennium. A chance to think about, as an architectural community and developer community, how we to build for the next 100 to 1,000 years versus the length of a mortgage, which is 25. Many have asked why I'm so passionate about a project like the Illuminato taking place at the Hearn next week, and I hope you all have tickets to come. I'm not scared of the fact that it's temporary. In fact, I'm inspired by it. I see it as an important rally in the political arena of culture and infrastructure in Toronto. It will live on in our minds. It is not an immaculate corpse. It is the possibility and access that matters. The Hearn is also potentially one of the most important assets in the city's hands in the Portlands, which is what we're talking about for Expo. To end, I want to quote the Italian writer Italo Calvino from his book Invisible Cities. I think this is in respect to the budget meeting this morning, which I attended. The cities, as with our dreams, everything imaginable can be dreamed, but even the most unexpected dreams conceal our desires and our fears. Cities, like dreams, are made of our desires and fears, even if we want to keep them secret. Let's not be scared. Let's be visionary and wise and support the bid for Expo 2025.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. It's Alexander? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
You can call me
great.
Alex.
Thank you for your energy and your speed.
Could you hear it?
I'm just curious, like, to pick your brain as an architect. As an environmentalist, I struggle with kind of the temporary art installations, but I understand the novelty and the importance of them being temporary. So, for example, the winter stations we do in the beach, they're temporary, even though some people would like to have the big belly of a bear in their cottage backyard. But so what do you see as far as sustainability for these pavilions? Is there a way to reuse them somewhere without having them torn down?
It's a great question. Yes, in short, there is. And you know, the good thing about Expo and what differentiates it from Olympiads and other events is the fact that Toronto has the ability to interpret how we want to mount the Expo and what kinds of legacy we want to build through the, I would say, ground rules we set out for nations to participate. In the past, these pavilions have remained permanent. I mean, the Eiffel Tower was a permanent installation, but you know, Shanghai has some pretty fabulous pieces of architecture, but fundamentally, Toronto could say, you know, we need certain things built in certain ways for certain situations and contexts. So I think that what's great is that the steering committee has a very broad understanding of their ability to craft rules that benefit the interests of not only the immediate context of where the pavilions are mounted, but also how they're built. And I think that that's what's great about Expo, because it doesn't put the onus necessarily on us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you very much for your attention.
questions. Next was Dave Leonard. Dave Leonard here? There we are. Thank you.
Okay. So, good evening, Executive Committee and everyone else who's stuck around. I'm a historian of Expos, specializing in the history of Expo 67. I'm at York University, third year of my PhD. So we've heard a lot today about Expo 67 and 86, about memories of them, about their legacies, and I'm here to sort of contextualize those deputations with some further details, insights, facts, and figures. Obviously, when we think about past Expos in Canada, when we think about 67 and 86, we recognize in the present that things have changed. Staging an Expo in Toronto in 2025, while I'm supportive of such a bid, is not as simple as following a script. Nonetheless, there are lessons to be learned. I should note that both projects were treated with some caution at first, yet the successful bid in Montreal came at the municipal level. In Vancouver, it was spurred on by the provincial government. While there's no hard and fast rule, partnership is necessary. In tandem with the federal government, represented by the Canadian Corporation for the World Exhibition of 1967, the City of Montreal pushed for a site on 2 artificial islands in the middle of the St. Lawrence River. This spectacular site offered Montreal the opportunity to develop valuable new park space that would outlast Expo, and which is still well used for local festivals. In Vancouver, the redevelopment of False Creek has produced a vibrant, mixed-use, residential and entertainment-focused neighborhood. Both Expos have also produced stunning infrastructure development in both cities. In Montreal, $1.5 billion was spent accelerating projects that were on the books but needed a kick. In Vancouver, Expo produced, certainly at least, the first SkyTrain line, now christened the Expo line. Both had true regional impacts. In 1967, most visitors came from outside Montreal, 45% from the United States, predominantly, however, from New England, 20% from the rest of Canada, 30% from Greater Montreal, a small remainder from international destinations. In Vancouver, U.S. tourism to the Lower Mainland increased by 87.2% in 1986 over the previous year, for a total economic impact of Expo 86 of about $840 billion, or $1 million, not billion. That was certainly not billion, right? The London Observer opined that Expo 67 isn't just a World's Fair. It has a glitter, sex appeal, and it's given impact and meaning to a word that had neither: Canadian. One Vancouver developer said that Expo 86 changed the city from Milltown to metropolis, and another former city councillor said that it gave Vancouverites a collective confidence that they had previously lacked. Expo allowed ordinary people the opportunity to experience and interact with representations of the international community and with new and advanced technologies. And unlike Olympics, they offer a sort of true popular participation, I think, that allows ordinary people to experience, sort of wander through the site and get a sense, a truly active participation.
I'll just have to ask you to wrap up now because your time is done. Okay, thank you, Mr. Leonard. Questions of Mr. Leonard? All right, well, we thank you very much for your presentation. Robert Cohen, Media Headquarters. Okay, Mark Kerwin, Alleyway of Dreams Project, East Toronto.
It's me. Hello.
Thank you.
All I can think of right now is a Snickers bar. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I'm really hungry. Thank you, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee members. Yeah, especially for going overtime. I know all of you are beholden to your constituents, and I understand the political process and how important that is. But I think, to be fair to your constituents, it's very, very important not to turn down an opportunity too soon. I think everyone here today is not saying that we bid on Expo 2025. I think they're saying that we need to explore this opportunity a little bit more clearly. And I appreciate everyone's concerns. And one thing I've learned from today is that we're truly lucky because everyone here really cares and cares a lot. We may not agree on all our opinions and philosophies, but it's clear that everyone in this room cares deeply about Toronto. So I went over my writing for 3 days over the holiday weekend, and everyone's pretty much said everything that I've written down. So it was very prescient that someone earlier said that he was going to write a haiku, and I did. So just imagine 6 months after 2025, and the haiku is as follows. 2026. Expo was phenomenal. The 6 forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputy? All right, we thank you very much for that. Ken Bryan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Members of the executive, I won't take up too much of your time. I had a whole speech written out, but like everyone else has said, everyone else has touched wonderfully on a lot of the things that we were going to touch base on. I also received an email from Andre Demise, who couldn't make it because he's at work, and it's in support of the Expo bid and its importance to Rexdale and some of our priority neighborhoods, where if we treated people like we do natural resources, we wouldn't have priority neighborhoods. It's important because Rexdale is in the news. All of us knows what happened there more or less, and Andre's support of this, of the Expo bid, frankly, is more important than my reason for supporting it. I'm in nightlife and bars. I'm in clubs, restaurants, lots of tourism means lots of money for people in my industry. That's a really selfish thing. So I'm not going to read his email because I know we're not too clear about the rules or whatever, but he is in support of it because transit investment, infrastructure investment, jobs, having one Toronto, all these things matter. And having something like Expo 2025, when we speak about moonshots and the things that came out of trying to take us to the moon, they help people in their everyday lives. Lots of technologies, lots of opportunities came out of it. Rexdale's been in the news a lot lately, and people are looking for solutions. One day somebody asked me, I think it was when the first time you and I met, you may not remember, but we met during the Summer of the Gun UTAG at Yonge Dundas Square. And somebody, I think we went to Peter Kent's fundraiser a few months later, and somebody asked me, well, how does somebody like you, somebody like Andre who comes out of these areas, how come you guys aren't in malls, shooting people up and doing all of this? And I said it boiled down to one thing: opportunity. We talk about public-private partnerships. I'd like to see public-private partnerships for Expo Canada in terms of job development. I'd like to see the investments that are coming in that we need for transit not only be debated and talked about, when it comes to property taxes, but, tasking the provincial and federal governments to fund our transit properly so that kids from Rexdale will be able to get down to the waterfront, will be able to get down to jobs during Expo 2025, and feel like they have a real stake in this, feel like they have some real opportunity that speaks to them. Right now, most of them don't. We talk about environmental concerns. I know kids in these areas that have never seen a body of water outside of a pool or their bathtub. These things are important. Expo 2025 is important, not only for our reputation as a city, but for the opportunity that it gives to all the citizens of Toronto. And that's it. Thank you.
And you weren't even watching the clock, or were you?
Oh, yeah, I was watching it all
Very
the way.
good. You did very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. There's a question from Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, and I hope it's a quick one. Much is said about the city's motto, diversity or strength.
Yep.
And we sort of rely on those words as a foundation of how we want to live together in relative harmony in our city. Does that need work? Do we need to nurture that, or is that just a given?
Yeah, absolutely we do. And, we talk about things like structural and systemic things, and a lot of that really, it's incidental. If we talk about diversity and representation of people's concerns, there's a lot of people in this room, and it's not necessarily super diverse, not necessarily in terms of the way how people look, but I think I'm the first person here all day who may have mentioned Rexdale, and that's only because Andre's in that community and he's doing that work, developing children in those areas, making them, making it more likely for them to end up, with a job than a gun. And I think diversity is our strength as a nation and as a city. A lot of people are looking at Toronto to figure out how we do it. In the Raptors thing, one of the things that made a lot of the news was one of the Indiana Pacers fan was like, what's up with all the Muslim Indian fans in Toronto and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, hey, man, welcome to our city, I think it's important that when we have these things, there's an old Bible verse. It says, for lack of a vision, the people perish. With Expo 2025, we have an opportunity to reach out and go after a grand vision and show people the best of Toronto, and that also includes diversity. And I can't think of a better thing that we could use to say, hey, this is what we need to do to be able to get there, and that thing will help, a very diverse group of people within the city.
So in order to make this Expo reflective of those values that you're talking about, bringing communities into the process,
Absolutely.
Involving them at the decision making.
Absolutely.
What would it take for us to build the world's most inclusive, accessible, and most harmonious Expo that the world has ever seen, considering that we have people living in Toronto represented around the world speaking every single possible language?
Absolutely.
What would it take?
I think when we speak of inclusion, that is making sure that all the voices gets heard. It sounds really cliche and buzzwordy and all that, but that's true. I think this city council will do a great job of that. When we speak of inclusion, I think, transit's important. When I used to live on Jane Street, I never made it downtown. I couldn't afford it. It took too long. It took me an hour and a half when I used to live in Malvern to get downtown both ways. So I spent 3 hours on transit to get, I got to work quicker downtown Toronto when I lived in Hamilton. It was 45 minutes. So the investments that we will make in terms of transit infrastructure will benefit people. It will benefit people in those areas, and that'll help us get to our goals of inclusion and diversity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much. Any other questions?
sir.
Thank you very much. Next, we had Natalie Kaiser speaking on behalf of Paul Bronfman. Good afternoon, Ms. Kaiser. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm just here to read a letter on behalf of Mr. Paul Bronfman from Pinewood Toronto Studios. On behalf of Pinewood Toronto Studios, we are supporting Toronto's further consideration of hosting Expo 2025 for Toronto's Portlands to be the Expo 2025 site. Toronto should encourage the provincial and federal governments to support this opportunity by making a commitment to review the civic benefits that will accrue for the host city. Anything less would be short-sighted, since significant infrastructure investment associated with this Expo bid will provide opportunities for decades to come. Expos have proven to be catalysts for youth, and Toronto should be at the forefront of a sustainable future for the generations to come. A revitalized port will play a strong role in Toronto's growth and opportunities for youth. As you are aware, Pinewood Toronto Studios have been located in the Portlands since 2008, and for the past 7 years has been actively involved in the planning and visioning work to transform the Portlands into an urban and dynamic film-friendly community. As the largest purpose-built film studio in the city, we have to continually respond to the needs of our industry and the type of environment that it demands. We believe that the planned investment, including flood mitigation, public transit, and mixed-use vision for the Portlands will be accelerated by the Expo bid and provide the necessary infrastructure for our industry to grow and compete with the best studio locations in the world. We do not agree with the thinking that an Expo bid will create conflict with the industry. Our studio is designed to operate whatever activity is taking place on its borders. And surely, the industry cannot deny that what's good for the city must be good for the industry. Our offering here in Toronto to the film world is a strong mix of talent, financial incentives, recently developed studio space, and equally important, the city itself. I see our Expo bid as an opportunity for the industry to show our strengths, not something to be feared as disruptive. We strongly encourage the city to continue to play a leadership role and continue to actively investigate how the Expo 2025 bid can inject significant infrastructure dollars that will transform Toronto's Portlands and the city as a whole. We are a great city, but we should not miss an opportunity to be better for all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser, and please extend our thanks to Mr. Bronfman. Are there any questions of Ms. Kaiser? Okay, well, thank you very much, indeed. Colin Lynch. Mr. Lynch, okay. Christine Che. Okay, I think that, believe it or not, unless I've mistaken something here, that brings us to the end of the list. Is there somebody who's been waiting who has not been heard? How could I have made that mistake? What is your name, sir?
Andre Morso. I'm here representing JP Gladue, the President and CEO of the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business.
Okay, well, I didn't have that at all, but you're most welcome. So you have 3 minutes, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time, and thank you to all the councillors. The Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business was founded 35 years ago by esteemed Canadian businessman Murray Koffler, former Prime Minister Paul Martin, and a number of other business people from across the country. We are the bridge between corporate business Canada and Aboriginal business. We don't receive core government funding. We have a national membership of over 500 members that are both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, and a lot of great corporate citizens. We support the bid. The being here today. We see it as a positive opportunity to message Aboriginal business as well. There is an opportunity for a form of economic reconciliation here. We support the idea of a legacy possibly being left that would, maybe a cultural business center to be a part of what is left from what we think would be an amazing opportunity for Toronto to shine as a city. And I want to say thank you to Kristen for doing something that Torontonians do really well, and that is reaching out across to each other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam.
I recognize that everyone's had a long day, and Andre, you've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, so thank you. Reconciliation with Canada's First People. It's something that we have to embrace across the country, across the territories, across the province, and in every municipality and town. How are we doing in the City of Toronto with respect to reconciliation, meaningful reconciliation?
I think that we just have to go to our airport. If we come off of a flight in Vancouver, you are welcomed at least by the recognition that there are Indigenous peoples that live here. I think that reconciliation comes in many, many forms. And one of them is when you come off of a flight from anywhere in this world and you come to Toronto, when you get to the airport, where is any kind of identity that says there's anything Aboriginal here? We can go a long way, and we can do it really fast. I think we just need to open up our minds and our hearts to the idea of conversations that need to be had.
So recognizing that the Prime Minister has stated, and I think publicly on numerous occasions, that no relationship is as important to him as the one with Canada's Indigenous people. Recognizing that Toronto has one of the largest Aboriginal populations anywhere in the country, especially in an urban setting, what type of desired outcome do you think that the Aboriginal community would like to see out of Expo 2025 if it was to be a platform for all these major infrastructure projects to showcase Canada's diversity? What can Expo 2025 do to foster a closer, more collaborative relationship with Canada's Aboriginal peoples?
Well, I think that the experience at the Parapan Games, where, getting jobs for Aboriginal people, there's over 70,000 Aboriginal people that live here in Toronto. There's the opportunity for jobs. But I will say it again, and that is that if we're going to have something like Expo 2025, that we don't, I will speak for myself. I'll say, we don't want to be a part of the wonderful Indigenous. We already are. But how about us celebrating our Aboriginal people? How about us having a beautiful building left as part of the legacy where we can have a cultural center? Our people do not have a cultural center in the biggest city in the country. And here's an opportunity for us to get something that's brick and mortar or whatever it is. We could get something out of that that would be a lasting legacy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that deputation. That brings us to the end of deputations. I called her name. There was no answer. Yeah, and so we would now move to questions to staff. Okay, Councillor Fragadakis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is Canada a member of this Expo organization worldwide?
Through the chair, not yet.
When is the submission for Expo 2025 due?
We don't know yet. The clock for submission starts the first time a country puts in. Sorry. The clock for a submission starts the first time any country puts in an application to this, and the earliest they could have done it was on May 1st. Nobody has done it, to the best of our knowledge, as of this weekend. So once somebody puts it in, we have the last date that anybody can submit A bid is 6 months after the first group bids.
So 6 months from the beginning of May is,
November 1st.
so we're not a member of Expo as a country, and yet, and the deadline is November, so.
It's not November yet, but in fact, it's more likely to be after November.
So there's no real deadline as to when the,
Not until the first country puts in a bid.
oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to see where this is all going, because I mean, I'm just trying to figure out timeframes, because if the deadline is December the 1st, or when would Canada join? Like a month before the deadline?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions of staff from members not on the committee? We'll just canvass the visiting members first. Okay, then we can move to the committee. I'm sorry. All right, then.
We've heard from a number of the deputants about the exciting opportunities that exist to advance some of the work that we're waiting for. And I guess this would be for the Portlands piece. Is this not an opportunity for the mouth of the Don to be renaturalized and to have an implementation plan drawn up for that?
Through the chair, as you know, Councillor, that there is a, did you want somebody else to answer the question?
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There are plans to renaturalize the Don that have already been approved. The EA has been approved. It's just not funded yet. So the assumption, you have to make an assumption one way or the other whether funding would come with or without Expo. My guess is it would come without Expo or with Expo. It's a question of when, and I think some of the deputants have said that it would come sooner rather than later.
So that's just as part of the waterfront planning, and I just wanted to be clear on that. Some of the deputants assumed that it would be Waterfront Toronto doing all the planning, and I just want to underscore that we do have it, or perhaps we would not for Expo, but we do have a joint waterfront city planning process for the Portlands. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Of which it's the Deputy City Manager, Cluster B. Is that the?
That's great. He's co-chair of it along with the CEO of Waterfront Toronto.
So, but this is, and I believe that, and I have spoken to this at previous budget meetings, that somewhere in that list of projects, we do have $975 million of city money that has been identified, that our money is, we have our ante in the pot already. Is that not right?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer that question. So the $975 million for flood protections has been identified. We've reported on that previously. The $325 million that's identified as city costs are largely recovered through development charges in the base, the citywide base. We identified an area-specific charge that would take the balance. We're in the process of updating the charges generally across citywide, and we are confident that that amount will be found through development charges and other mechanisms the city has to fund flood protection.
So the other two levels, when we got that money, we could actually start on the naturalization.
Right, and the naturalization, of course, is key to the successful revitalization of the Portlands and the lower Don.
And that would also be an impetus for the site that we're talking about.
Well, again, as the Executive Director of Economic Development indicated, we think that that asked for the provincial and federal support is well advanced, and that money will be forthcoming for a variety of reasons, not necessarily related to anything to do with Expo.
That was actually your final question.
Oh, I didn't know we were at 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're at
I was out of the room.
3:16, yeah.
Oops, thank you.
Okay. Other questions from members not on the Executive Committee? Okay, if we can go to the committee then, Councillor Pasternak, who else? Councillor Thompson. Well, we'll start with those two.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Williams, I assume you've seen this letter from the Prime Minister. If you had seen this, if this had arrived 2 weeks ago, would your report to us have changed in any way?
we certainly would have added that letter and reference to that letter, and we would have indicated that it was unclear to us how far that letter took us towards solving the first problem, that is the one of whether the federal government would be willing to provide financial assistance to an Expo 2025 bid, but more importantly to an Expo 2025 execution.
Would you have written the line, "The city cannot meaningfully or responsibly pursue a bid for 2025 World Expo without facing significant financial, operational, and reputational risks"?
I would have added a phrase that said, without clarification of what the federal government meant by the Prime Minister's letter.
And one of the concerns in all the reading of Expo and what it purports to be is it's primarily a downtown event. Would you be able to build in strategies for fairness across the city so that other regions of the city can participate in some way?
I think one of the deputants answered that question, and I would add to that answer that there are 169 members of the BIE, many of whom would be involved in pavilions. Many of the people from those countries live across the city, and obviously we would engage those communities in the planning for and the carrying out of the Expo and the energizing of the pavilions from their countries.
When it comes to legacy, it's not like a Pan Am Games or an Olympic Games where there's sports facilities and an athletes' village left behind if properly planned. These are temporary pavilions that are assembled at the beginning of the Expo and then dismantled. I was at Expo 67 and then visited again in the early 80s to write a newspaper article, and it was just really a sort of a barren wasteland. It was pretty depressing when you saw it. How do we prevent ourselves from getting into this situation where in fact, when the party's over, it's really over? There's nothing much to speak about as far as the legacy is concerned.
So I think each place that does an Expo have some buildings that last, and some of the deputants made reference to some of the very iconic buildings around the world that have lasted. My understanding is that Dubai, in their successful bid for 2020, have indicated that all of the Expo site will continue on in the future as a satellite, I guess, city to Dubai. So I think the principle, if you have to pull them down, is not the case anymore. However, given the plans for the Portlands, how we would work in legacy buildings from the site along with the plans as they're being envisaged by the different groups involved would be an element that would have to be resolved in the early stages of the planning.
I'll thank you on that note. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I had Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mr. Williams, you have a report in front of us that speaks to the future of mega international event and bidding and hosting for them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are 5 recommendations in that report, is that correct?
Yes.
And within that report, there are a number of criteria that have been identified as it relates to bidding on specific events. Where does the Pan Am event sort of stand on that in terms of, I know we're already taking place, but if we were to look at that, where would it have fit in prior to us actually coming forward with this report?
I would put it into the mega events category.
Excellent. And then the Expo?
Mega events.
Okay, great. And so it fits the criteria then as the mega event, is that correct? The issue, though, is that because we don't have the, I guess, Canada as part of the BIE, and the federal government is unclear with respect to rejoining that, that's a major concern for you as you wrote this report, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So if, in fact, Canada was a member of the BIE and or the Prime Minister's committed to having Canada join, what would be required of you in terms of, or the city? Would there simply be that you would wait until the federal government obviously put its application in, because that's the applicant, is that correct?
They do the formal application, yes.
Right, and the city's responsibility is to do what?
They would identify the city of Toronto as the host city.
Right, and constructing around that in terms of the money, where that would come. Is it the responsibility of the federal government to pay for the games, provincial government to pay for the games, or the city of Toronto? What's that relationship like? In terms of the question we've been asking the city manager this afternoon about how we fund things, this is a big capital cost. What would be the component part that would be required for the city to contribute? And what the final part of that question is, what would be the total cost of actually hosting the Expo?
So I'll start with the last question first. It's a huge range depending upon the infrastructure needed to build it. The E&Y report estimated was between $1 and $3 billion net, and that was totally tied to the infrastructure spend. The operating costs of an Expo are close to break even or modestly positive. To the question as to the financing of the Expo, the BIE has indicated that the federal government would have to commit to underwriting the costs of the Expo. In other words, ensuring that the BIE doesn't lose any money on an Expo here. The federal government could offload that to the province or to some other organization, but the federal government would be on the hook for it as far as the BIE is concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Is this attract more of a domestic market or an international market?
So on most expos, it's a domestic market. And in the case of Montreal, it was split pretty well equally between Canada and the Northeast U.S., as one of the deputants indicated. Expo Montreal has a record for the most non-domestic attendees of any expo, but it's expected that Dubai will break that record. So all the work I've seen on expos in Toronto have pointed to the market being the Eastern Canada and the Northeast of U.S.
Okay, and is there any TV production air rights?
No, this is not a worldwide media play, so there would be no significant revenue from media.
No, so no revenue source. And then what about impacts on other potential bids that we might pursue, of other major sporting events or the Olympics down the road or FIFA? There's all sorts of them, as you know well. How would this impact those bids, potential bids?
There are some cities that have attempted to do multiple major mega events, Brazil being the most recent example with Pan Am, FIFA, and now Olympics. But I don't know very many places in the world that have attempted to do it very close to each other. So presumably, if we decided to bid on on Expo 25, it would be very difficult for us to then bid on FIFA 26, no, 24, or Olympics 28. We've already passed on Olympics 24.
Right, okay. So that would be provide challenges. The Mayor's Advisory Panel on the international hosting opportunities, the three people that really pulled together the package that we're now using to define how we move forward, would they, those three people, would it be their perspective that this would fit the formula they've created as the people who initiated this?
They set out a number of criteria. One of the major criteria that they have indicated should be taken into consideration is that funding be sorted out before a bid is submitted. And it's on the basis of that advice that the current report indicates that it's premature to put in a bid based upon the lack of information on the other orders of government providing funding support. I should also point out, by the way, it's the other orders of government that reap all the tax benefits of holding these mega events. The city reaps very little tax benefit at the outset. Down the road, it could possibly, but it's the province and the feds that.
And along those lines, can you just expand on your...
We're just...
Okay, that's fine. I'm good.
Thank you.
I can ask him offline.
Okay. Other questions of the, from behalf of committee members? Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong?
Yeah. So I have questions related to the E&Y report.
Sure.
So, so it's true that in terms of tourism, there's not much of a bump after an expo. That's what the report says, yes?
The report says it's hard to determine that. It indicates a couple of examples where growth kept going, and another example where in Sydney, or no, somewhere else in the world where it dropped off after the expo.
So they also talk about, the cost is between 1 and 3 billion, is that right? Is that?
Yes, roughly.
Okay, so now that would have to be adjusted, so most times when that would be what, 10% more since the last time it was written?
That would be a conservative bump up.
Probably more than that. And do they factor in the capital cost as the federal and provincial government paying the capital costs?
Yes.
They do. So they make that assumption.
Yes, they do.
We have no, we're not even, we don't have any idea. I mean,
No, the only
Prime Minister's letter didn't suggest that they were yet going to give us a penny. They said they gave us their best wishes, but that's about all they gave us. Yes.
So far, yes.
All right. The operating costs. Now that's covered by the Expo Corporation. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So then there are. What about the remediation and servicing costs of the land?
That's part of the infrastructure costs that are currently ascribed to the federal and provincial governments.
Oh, no, so we've ascribed not only, so that's in addition to the mouth, okay, but you've already said the mouth of the Don is not counted in this because we think that.
Well, it's counted in the E&Y numbers.
Yes.
An estimate of it, but as the Deputy City Manager reported, the expectation is that we're seeing our way forward to getting those costs done with or without an expo.
Did they quantify the remediation and servicing costs?
Their total costs for are between 1.5 and 2.5 billion for all of the remediation sorry, for the infrastructure costs are from 1.2 to 5.5 billion.
1.2 to 5.5.
Right, and the 5.5 was tied to the cost of the relief line on the east side.
Okay, so, okay. And it's also true that some expos lose money. I saw in the E&Y report that Hanover lost $600 million.
Yes, that included operating and legacy.
And just one more quick one. Does that include security costs?
They have an estimate in here for security costs. I can't remember what it was. Oh, yes, here it is. It's between $400 and $900 million.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other, have you got your hand, ordinarily we dealt with, I think, first the non-members, but if you have just like one question or?
Just two questions, Mr. Mayor. This is with respect to the questions that Councillor Minnan Wong was asking. So I wasn't going to ask because I thought we were going to move forward, but so I'll ask them. With respect to the estimates out of the Ernst Young report, those estimates into the quantums of $1 and $3 billion, that includes work that we need to do, work that the City of Toronto and the city managers and before even Mr. Wallace arrived, has already said that these are important priorities that the city is committed to doing. Is that not correct?
I'm not sure how to deal with the word committed. Many of those costs are.
Sorry, maybe I'll rephrase it. Meaning these are infrastructure projects that the city would like to do at one point in time. And so it's contained in the Expo report by Ernst Young as an expenditure for Expo, but really it could be an expenditure or seen as an investment for the City of Toronto. Is that not correct?
In most of those costs, yes.
Yeah, so the bulk of the costs in the Ernst Young report actually speaks to the hard infrastructure costs. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And so what we need to do is actually what Ken Tannenbaum in the private sector is stepping forward to do, is to try to extract the incremental costs, simply that is Expo-related costs, to hosting the fair. And that is not in the Ernest Young report. Is that not correct?
No, there are costs in here for pavilion construction, for instance,
Yeah.
that are very significant, and it's unclear as to who would pay for those.
Do you find it, do you find it strange that with when the Ernest Young report was comparing both an Expo and an Olympic bid which has almost 30 different venue sites, and an Expo has one site, that they would come up with the same security cost for both events?
I
Did you
can't
find
remember
that
the
to be
number
odd?
they had in theirs, so.
Okay, so
But I mean,
I
you're
remember the
comparing a
report.
23-day fair to a 6-month fair, so it's probably possible to get to roughly those same elements.
Based on securing 30 different venues versus one. Okay, thank you.
Well, it says 9 minutes is 3 times 3, so your 3 minutes are up, and I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Bailao had a question.
I just want to go back a little bit to the work that needs to be done that is happening anyway. So the flood protection, when are we scheduled to start that work?
Well, currently, we have a request into the feds and the province for the funding, the matching funding, and we're in due diligence. We've been doing further work. We'll be reporting back on that. Optimistically, if the monies were to forthcome in the fall, or the next round of infrastructure funding, we could go into detailed design, and somewhere in 2018, we could start looking at procurement. 2019, 6-year project, 2024-25 for completion.
And then we have the Gardner as well.
Similarly, we've got a decision on the hybrid model. We've got a procurement option with a P3 that we're looking at with federal government assistance. Have to report back on that.
And we
again,
have
there's
transit.
design. Design's usually a year or two in production, procurement another year, and it's a 6-year building cycle.
And we have the transit, the LRT to that part of town also underway, right?
We're not that far along on designing transit, bridges, et cetera yet.
So this,
Those are additional things that we would have to.
would you have a concern with the timing on this, or would that?
I think it's fair to say that that geography, the mouth of the Don and Portlands is probably the most complicated geography we have right now in terms of infrastructure and procurement. So it's not without its challenges.
So we have 2 that are on its way, the flood protection and the Gardner, and the transit, we're not that far advanced. And what about all the other infrastructure, the sewers,
So in the $975 million number is included a number of bridges and utility relocates as a result of creating the mouth of the Don. And in addition, there's other public works that are included in our capital plan for replacement and construction. What isn't in our plans long-term is the East Bayfront LRT and extension into the Portlands. That would have to be a further council decision sometime in the future.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So are you done then? Thank you very much, Councillor Bailao. Other questions of staff? Councillor Crawford.
Mr. Mayor, on the projects that are kind of in the hopper to be funded, are any of these projects needing matching funds? So if one of the, say the feds pay half, we pay half? And any of these funds that would be needed, or projects that would be needed for an expo?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, some of them are definitely on our list and are ones that we have current asks under a variety of programs, both with the feds and the province.
Okay, and would it be possible, again, when we sort of look at, and we're sort of looking at our long-term strategy, that there's a potential of, especially if it's matching, it's great that we get half from one level of government, but of course we're going to have to pay for that. And it could really look at changing our long-term strategy, bringing a number of items that could potentially, we were looking at doing 10 years from now, and actually bringing them a lot quicker, and there could be like this very large bump in our long-term strategy or our strategies in moving forward?
Well, I'll let the CFO answer the question more fulsome, but I would say that certainly an Expo bid, if it's supported by the feds and province with dollars, means that you're going to advance your interest. The question is, does it take away from any other funding obligations or funding requests that we might have? Does it reallocate? But surely it provides some incentive.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Most of these projects are on that unfunded list. The waterfront or the Donlands portion, that's our portion would be mostly funded through development contributions. So that's okay. It is still conditional on positive federal and provincial funding. That aside, the other projects like the waterfront LRT, it is on that list. It will require funding, and all those projects, in my view, will require some form of federal provincial funding to get off the ground, because we cannot do that whole $29 billion list. If we do get funding for some projects, that certainly moves it up the list, and then we can match it. But without federal provincial funding, it will be difficult to undertake.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? All right, we would then move to speakers on this. Are there speakers from outside the committee who wish to speak? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you. And this has been an incredible journey for us to get to this stage for those who have been working on the Expo 2025 team, which is probably one of the most broad community-based organizations I've actually been involved with. And I've been involved with a number of them that could pretty much rival the face of the UN at times. But what I found to be remarkable is just the passion of the citizens of Toronto when I've had the opportunity to meet them. And when the Secretary General came to speak to us in January, I was very fixated on the infrastructure, to be quite honest. I was very much committed that that was going to be the catalyst that was going to bring us greatness as a city, and there was all sorts of economic cases to be made. But since then, my thinking has evolved from that. And it actually, those are good things, and those are important things that we want to aspire to as a great city. And I have no doubt that we'll get there eventually, but certainly this does speed things along. But what I have uncovered to be the greatest strength of Expo is the ability to pull us together and to actually be a bigger city than we are. With respect to our mindset, I have met young people who have talked about the new economy, the digital economy, and about innovation and startups, and they want a platform to showcase their talents and to make sure that their voices are heard. And that is a power, that is one of the powers of the Expo that I don't think that we have right now. We don't have an international cultural and arts marketing strategy. We simply don't. We have cultural institutions in our city that market regionally. And one of the opportunities of the Expo is actually to go global. And I would actually refute the claim that perhaps Expo will only attract a domestic market. Toronto happens to be the portal to North America and the Americas. And I would say that we haven't even started to understand the global reach of our city. With respect to the broad citizenship that lives in Toronto, we have people from across the globe speaking every single possible language, living in our city, and they don't feel a sense of connection necessarily to the core. They don't feel always a connection to one another, and they certainly don't necessarily feel a connection to civil society and their civic government. So we know we have an opportunity to actually showcase the world simply because Toronto is what Canada should be, in my opinion, and Canada's voice is more needed now globally than ever before. And that is part of the exciting propositions of the Expo. And to me, if we don't find a proper way to develop a reconciliation conversation with Canada's First People through the Expo, then we have a problem. When we have 169 member nations that are part of this global community, we couldn't possibly begin a nation-to-nation conversation with those nations without talking first to Canada's First People who live right here in our great city, in our great country. And that is hard to quantify. That really is hard to quantify, but that is the lofty aspiration that I think that could be just one of the many legacies that will come out of Expo, and there's too many to list in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wong-Tam. Other speakers from not members of the committee? Councillor Fletcher?
Are you going to reset my time?
Yep.
Checking. Thank you. I just want to say that Councillor Wong-Tam has a big passion and great leadership here. And from the very beginning, she's been saying Canada has to join the BIE. We have to get back into Expo. And Your voice has been raised very clearly with that. I think that it's time to get back in that business and have Canada be part of that bureau, and I'm hoping that the federal government will move to that. I was very excited today to hear some of these deputations, particularly the Toronto Arts Council. It really was inspiring, thinking about the world and arts and our place on the stage, and had us think in a very big way. This is an opportunity to realize some of these dreams. And so to the whole committee, their efforts are fantastic, pulling together and creating this big idea for Toronto. I'm also very interested in some of the questions that put together some of the infrastructure requirements, because in order to host Expo, we have to have the site ready, and the Donmouth, as I understand, is ready to go. We have our money. That's why I've asked that a few times. But we are waiting for money from the federal government and the provincial government, and we've been waiting for that for a while. They need to hurry up to the table and bring us those dollars outside of Expo, and I heard the mayor say that, and I agree. Those are commitments about the waterfront. Nothing can happen until the Donmouth has been done, and nothing can happen with roads or sewers, etc., until we actually have that Donmouth done. When we decided to take down the Gardner and free all that space up, I don't think we were thinking about Expo at that time, but when you think about it, that's the right decision. I'm very interested to know what is the timing around that, because I heard one of the first deputants say, we have 2023. That's our deadline in order for people to come and put the pavilions up that will bring Canada to bring the world to Canada and bring other Canadians to Toronto. I don't have my Expo passport, but I was there and it was very inspiring. So that deadline is 2023. And what does that mean for our Gardner takedown, rebuild, and then getting some transit along that corridor? So I'm really looking forward to an implementation strategy and putting some numbers and things around that, so we can say, here's our goal, and here's how we have to do it, and here's how it will work. Because it's my ward, and I know it very well. There are some big pieces that have to happen. How will we stage them? How will we implement them? How do we get that all ready for 2023? And that is, I'm hoping, out of today or the next steps, that we know what those are going to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I had Councillor Nunziata want to say a few words.
Yes, just a few comments. As a newly elected member of the Budget Committee, and after hearing the city manager this morning on our financial crisis, I find it very ironic that, we have a budget in 2017 where it was very clear by the city manager where there are a number of projects that City Council has approved but unfunded. And we're looking at increasing property tax, we're looking at means of revenue tools, and here we're talking about an Expo bid. I'm not in a position to support the bid where I feel very nervous, and when we're going through the budget, on putting the city in debt for millions of dollars in the future. So my personal opinion is that I do not support it.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Do I have any other members of, not members of the committee, members of the council, who wish to speak on this? All right. If there are none, I'm going to, I'm sorry, there was. Pardon me? Yes. Yeah. But I was going to speak first, because I wanted to put a motion on the floor, and I think it hopefully might focus the discussion. So the motion, I think you have distributed, and we can put it up on the screen. And it will form the bulk of my remarks, because I think it's self-explanatory. It would delete recommendation 5 and add the following new recommendations: that City Council accept the offer of a privately funded feasibility report to determine the incremental cost and associated benefits with hosting Expo 2025, and request the city manager to participate in the establishment of the terms of reference, with the final report to be submitted to the city manager by mid-August 2016. for comment and analysis. So this covers off a point I was actually asked about by the media today, which is, well, if you have all the proponents paying for the study, what are you going to get? And in this case, aside from obviously the professional reputation of those who conduct the study, we'll have the city manager involved in the terms of reference, and the report will be submitted to the city manager for comment and analysis. Then the City Council would, under number 6, request the City Manager to submit the feasibility study to the Executive Committee no later than the meeting in October 2016. That coincidentally, we would ask, number 7, that the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada participate in the establishment of the terms of reference for the feasibility report and consider the feasibility report and the possibility of a bid at the same time as the Executive Committee, namely October 2016. And finally, something that I've certainly been saying and mean very emphatically, which is number 8, that City Council require that any city bid for Expo 2025 be contingent upon an agreement with both of the other governments that any Expo funding by those governments be separate and in addition to any current and future funding allocations to transit. It says future because, of course, currently we know more or less what's coming from the most recent announcements, but phase 2 of the infrastructure planning by the Government of Canada is now underway. We're being consulted on that, and obviously there'll be some determination on that. And I just speak for myself, obviously. I don't want any of the incremental costs, of which there will be some, no matter what anybody says, to putting on this Expo, if we decided to proceed with it, to be taking away 1 penny from our transit or our housing money that we need as a top priority or other infrastructure. And so this is an attempt to take the approach that I said I would take in my written statement yesterday and my statements to the media today, which is a cautious approach that I think is responsible within the context of overall city decision-making, including all the material we discussed this morning and through most of the afternoon in terms of our finances. We obviously need to know far more than we know today, but at the same time, you don't want to shut this down, given the level of enthusiasm and some of the commitments made to pay for the feasibility study. So it is put forward in that context, which is a good faith requirement that we do some of this work, some of it to be paid for by these private sector proponents, that the city manager have a good hand in it so that we can make sure that it is as objective as it can be, and that he analyze it to make sure that we get objective analysis, that we get the other 2 governments to be involved in this quite directly in terms of reference and analysis, and finally that we make absolutely clear from the beginning that whatever transpires going forward, we're not going to see the transit and housing and infrastructure money coming from the other governments spent on Expo and then be told we can't do the transit or the housing or the other infrastructure. So those are my comments. I commend this motion to you, and we'll now move ahead to hear from others who wish to speak. And I think we had Councillor McMahon on the list first. And we have Councillor Bilow, okay, well, there's 2 to start.
Just ask you a question on your motion quickly. So, if whoever supports this, are they actually voting for the bid to proceed in any way, or is it if you support your motion, are you in any way committed to pursuing Expo in Toronto?
No, you're committed to accepting the kind offer of a feasibility study to be done and paid for by the private sector, with us having some involvement in the terms of reference, and to have that reported back to you in October. Same with the Government of Ontario and Government of Canada. We're asking them to participate in the same exercise, and you are making a statement that says if there were ever to be a bid, we would make it clear that transit and infrastructure and housing money not be included or in any way interfered with as part of paying for an Expo.
Okay.
It doesn't commit us to a bid.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions on my motion? Councillor Bilow.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, when you talk about feasibility, it's financial and also the implementation, as the Deputy City Manager was talking about the coordination of all those projects that need to happen. Correct?
Yes, I think it's one of those fairly broad studies. And in fact, I think it was mentioned earlier on, it would be updating some of the information they already have from both Ernst & Young and also, who was the other one, KPMG or whoever it was? PwC, and I think it would be, certainly I would contemplate it in terms of being useful to us as not only going over all the numbers in terms of finances, but also the feasibility of doing it. It will analyze some of these questions we've been discussing, like what is the impact on tourism, and trace a bit of the history of others and so on and so on. So I'd look at it, and I would hope that the city manager obviously will have the input into the terms of reference, that it'll be a fairly broad document, but it doesn't need to reinvent the wheel in terms of some of the work that was done before. Okay, well, if there are no other questions, then we'll go to the others who wish to speak, and that starts with Councillor McMahon, and I had Councillor Bylaw as well. Is that right? Those are the two I had, and Deputy Mayor Manning-Wong.
Great, thank you very much. And I will be supporting the mayor's motions. I think that they're very prudent and they will help allay people's financial fears. Thank you to Councillor Wong Tam for all her hard work on this. I know the word Expo comes out of her mouth. It must be every second word in a positive way. And thanks to her, the very passionate committee and all the deputants today. It's been very enlightening. I'm happy to support the idea in theory and Mr. Tory's, the mayor's motions. I'm just concerned about a couple things, timing. And if we have enough time, the plans of Waterfront Toronto and how, they jive together with this. I wouldn't want to disrupt any of their plans down there in the Portlands, but hopefully this will accelerate their work and work together with them. The funding, of course, we want other levels of government involved. And to me, what's big is the sustainability model, and so I'm thrilled to hear from Mike Williams and Councillor Thompson. I think we're mentioning that the Dubai model is to keep those pavilions and transform them into something viable and functional and vital to the community. So I think that's a great model. I think it's a fabulous opportunity for our city for sure. When we were in Shanghai recently on the mayor's trade mission, we heard from the mayor of Shanghai how he had nothing but positive things to say about his experience and their experience with the Expo, and how they would like to bid on it again. Only we don't want them to, and they can't. So I think it's all good. We're going along here in a good way, and I like the kind of three pillars that Mr. Tannenbaum was mentioning: the Canadian spirit, the accelerated work, and the economy, the CAE. I think that's fantastic all around, but we just need to get everything together and get the stars and moons aligned, and we can go from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your motion. I think this is the most appropriate way to lead on this issue. I think one of the deputants said, cautious but optimistic, and I think we have all the reasons to be optimistic, because having such a broad range of people from our city coming together in support of a project, I think it shows that there's a huge broad acceptance and enthusiasm, and that we need to recognize and we need to embrace. And so for that, I would like to thank everybody and the co-chairs and everybody involved that had so much work over the years to bring this forward. I have certain reasons why I support the Expo. One of them is I get very tired when people come up to us, and I'm sure I'm not the only Toronto politician that says, you guys should be ashamed of that Portlands. Even though that we tried to tell them how much work is being done in there, people don't see it, they don't believe it. So it gets really exciting to have something to say, you know what, there's going to be something extraordinary happening there. And I've seen it firsthand. I've experienced Expo in Lisbon in 1998, actually, where Toronto lost to Lisbon. It was the last two cities. And it was the exactly same situation. Brownfields, hectares and hectares, completely, nothing happened in there. And today you go in there and it's a vibrant neighborhood of office and housing and transportation and aquariums and everything in there. You can find monuments, music venues. It's a wonderful neighborhood. So the potential for us to do something like that in a part of the city that is completely dead right now, while creating jobs, while supporting our arts, while promoting Canada out there, is exciting. Now, I also think that we need to do it in a cautious way, exactly as the mayor is saying. We have very, very big challenges ahead of us, and transit and housing are big challenges. I look at this as, yes, we are already doing these kinds of investments. Yes, we're already doing a lot of this work in the Portlands. How can we make sure that that buck that we're investing goes a bit further? And can this make our dollar that we're investing going a little bit further? If we're doing all this investment, does it make sense? Can we actually, out of that dollar that we're investing in transit and in the flood protection and all that, can we actually help our arts community and create, you know, some more jobs and promote Canada out there? If we can do that without destabilizing and without affecting the investments and the focus that we need to have on crucial files such as transit and housing, I think it is worthwhile. And that's why I'm looking forward to have the results of this study done and what you're asking here, Mr. Mayor, because I think this is the responsible way to proceed. We're not saying no, we're saying thank you for this amount of work that our citizens have done in this file. It can be exciting, but we need to be cautious. We have big challenges ahead of us, and we need to understand what we're getting ourselves into, and I think that's what we're going to get from this report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some pretty serious concerns about moving forward with this, and it's certainly not ready. And I think it's right to say with this financial update, it's very interesting that these two reports are on the same agenda. You know, we're talking about revenue tools, and we're talking about hitting the taxpayers with, you know, increased, all these people want to come in with increased property taxes, you know, they want to charge cars again, they want to toll roads, and yet in the next breath, we're going on this adventure, you know, to spend upwards of $3 billion on a project we know not where the money's coming from. I mean, what are the people who voted for us, what are they left to think? You know, the thing that I thought about this is what this reminds me of is it reminds me of the UP Express. And so there was all these best intentions, and we had to go ahead and do this, right? And it was going to go pay for itself. But there was all this information that we didn't know about that said the thing couldn't make money, and the taxpayers are going to be are going to be paying for this thing forever. You know, I also think about, Mr. Mayor, I also think about the Pan Am Games. Tremendous success. But you remember that first week when we weren't really sure that it was going to, that we weren't really sure whether we actually had picked the wrong mega event, and it could have easily gone the other way, and Torontonians helped us out on this, and, you know, the imagination of the city was captured, and we did very well. But something like an Expo could go the other way, and if you look at cities like Hanover and Louisiana, that actually happened. What we have in terms of commitments, in terms of finances, we have a letter from the federal government that basically says, good luck, but there's no money behind it yet. There are no money commitments, right? No money from the feds, no money from the provincial government. Ask questions about remediation and servicing. I think I heard our CFO saying if we were going to do that, there's no money for it. It would go on to that big $30 billion list that's in your binder. And then actually, if we had to pay for it, we'd probably have to bump other projects. And I ask you, which projects in your wards are going to get bumped for to finance any potential Expo bid? It's a realistic, reasonable, practical question. Which projects are going to get bumped? Because we don't have the money to do it. And this idea, I mean, this really, and this should bother you. I don't care whose money it is. When you spend up to $900 million in security, how much, if we got that $900 million in some other form, whether it be in transit or community centers or roads, what could we do with $900 million? So, Mr. Mayor, you had the cheerleaders there. You are the #1 cheerleader for the city. I'm glad that you have, but we've got to take care of the back office here. And sometimes that means giving people bad news and being the bad guy. And I'm not, you know, we're not going to stop here. As you said, we don't have to shut this down today, but we may have to come November if we don't get the proper information that we need.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Madam Wong. I had no hesitation to deliver bad news when it came to the Olympics, and I won't if bike lanes don't work on Bloor Street, but we'll base it on the evidence, and we're just getting the study, but that's making another speech, so I'm not allowed to do that. Councillor Thompson was next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There's no doubt that this report is very helpful to us in terms of deciding how we stage international events and their impact on the city and so on. I'm glad to see that we have some criteria in place. I want to thank the panel that you've struck to put together in order to bring this report forward, because this is that report that we're actually talking about as part of this item EX 15.7. Clearly incorporated in that report is the effort by many members of the community and led by Councillor Wong Tam to look at the Expo 25 bid. I know that was one of the first opportunity I had as a newly minted councillor when this was brought to my attention to push it forward. I know that Councillor Ashton tried to push it forward and so on, and there's been a lot of effort, obviously. There's no doubt there's a huge amount of upside to it, but there's also a huge downside as well. So there's risk, there's reward, there's opportunity, and clearly we want to have all the appropriate information in place. I spent some time with the folks in Dubai learning a little bit about their planning and preparation, and the whole nation of Dubai is behind this, and that's the big thing with expos. You need to have your nation against it, behind it, not just the city. And so it's an important thing that we need to basically get across either to the Prime Minister or the two ministers that he has identified in his letter. One of the interesting thing about Dubai, they have allocated 200 million euros just to allocate to give to varying groups coming to be creative. I don't think that that's ever going to happen with our bid, and it's not just simply a cost. Now, the ruler of Dubai has identified a specific area where their expo is going to be, because they wanted to develop the area, and it's being done. There is no strings, there's no, in fact, there are budgets, but the budgets are just so gigantic. It's amazing, actually, what they have. There's a lot of money that they have. We don't have that luxury. We've heard about Shanghai. They've had a good event, and the legacy issue was in terms of how do they deal with some of those. And I dare say that we want to make sure that we have a legacy plan. Clearly, this would be a great opportunity for us if everything can be aligned. But as has been pointed out, we had a discussion today about where monies are going to come from, about potentially taxes and new taxes on our seniors and so on, and some of the challenges we actually have in terms of decisions that we actually make. But I do think what's being asked of us today is to allow the group to go spend some money, their own money, and then to come back, and we will have ample time in order to make a decision on this particular file, because the Prime Minister still has to make his decision, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion I'd like, if the clerks could put it up on the screen. It's quite simplistic. I'm just simply asking for a report back on potential impacts to other international hosting opportunities in future years, which I alluded to in my questions. So what I'm asking for here is just the big picture. Given that we now have this amazing document that the mayor actually initiated by putting three very prominent Torontonians together to develop this kind of bid package. And so I'd like to understand the context, I guess, is what I'm after, and what are the impacts of pursuing this particular bid, and the opportunities and challenges and what those look like. So is this going to be, what's the appetite like? Is this going to be the event of the 2020s? As it's been said before, Pan Am was a huge success story, and I'm a huge proponent of anything that creates infrastructure and accelerates the mouth of the Don River. Some of the challenges that we're going to face on this one is the timelines are tight. Staff are saying at this time it's now premature. We have absolutely no signal from the province of Ontario. And also in the report, it's stipulated that the city should follow the federal lead. So those are all challenges, along with the fact that, it's more of a domestic market than some other international events. And today we have technology at our fingertips. So I'll just wrap up by saying that I had put forward a motion to the city manager to look at potentially establishing an organization, whether it's volunteer or not, to operate at an arm's length, in an arm's length fashion from the city, to work with a range of municipal, regional, provincial, federal, business and community stakeholders, and to identify and facilitate international hosting bid opportunities. So I hope that's still being considered, because I think this would be a huge asset as we objectively try to work our way through these big issues, these mega issues.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. That was the end of the speakers list I had. Is there any? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I had written your name down, Councillor Pasternak, and who else did we bring out of the woodwork here? Councillor Crawford. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you were next. I had written that down.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like most people around the table, I'm very torn on the issue. On the one hand, an Expo, World Expo, can be a transformative event for the city and for the country, and case studies have proven that. I was one of those at Expo in 1967, and you just knew, even if you were quite young, that you were at a remarkable international event, and you were seeing things that you would not normally experience in any casual setting. It was a transformative, historic occasion, and with every great party, though, there's always a hangover unless you're planning carefully, and the planning must be a strong legacy. Not only for the area where the Expo is taking place, but across the city. An ability to point to the spin-offs and benefits that have derived from it. We don't see a strong commitment from either the federal or provincial government, which is disconcerting at this late stage of the event. We do have the Prime Minister's letter, and it is ambivalent at best. And the city cannot proceed without good, strong federal and provincial partners who are not only going to come to the table with new capital and investments, but also be able to underwrite cost overruns. And at the same time, though, fair is fair. It was Torontonians, through their federal tax contributions, that paid for Expo 67 and 86 in Montreal and Vancouver. And certainly, if we do come to the table, we believe the national government has an obligation to be a good partner.
If you could, Councillor.
So with that, I believe the mayor's motion strikes that balance, and there's no harm in looking further and making sure we make the most prudent decision possible.
Thanks, Councillor. And we then had Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, I think what this motion is really a back over to you, Mr. Prime Minister motion. Just puts the onus now back on the federal government to really come back to us with a plan. And it really, again, and I appreciate where Councillor or Deputy Mayor Min Wong was going with the fact that we had this long-term strategy in front of us today, and here we're dealing with this. That's going to be dealing with a lot of the infrastructure things we need to do. But it's all about number 8 to me. Any Expo funding by these governments be separate and in addition to any current and future funding allocations in transit, housing, and such that. One of my main concerns when I saw the initial putting forward the bid is you could see the feds or maybe the province willing to support a lot of the infrastructure work down there, but then maybe we wouldn't get money for social housing. And that would be a concern, because I think that would be the priority with me before I looked at doing money for the bid. This gives us a bit of a, if you want to say, it just gives us a bit of backup, and I think we'll see what the feds come back, and of course the province is part of that, and we'll be having the same conversation, I'm sure, in a couple of months. Thank you.
Mayor Tory. Your turn, sir.
Well, I'll try and be brief, but after the discussion that we had earlier today about having to set priorities in the city, and I've always been a supporter of these larger events and was a supporter of going after the Olympics a number of years ago. I think we're at cross purposes. We said earlier, we have to set priorities, and Councillor Minnan-Wong was talking about that. We have to decide what's important for us to... It's someone trying to set priorities with me.
Come on.
So here we're saying to look at a bid that we don't know the cost of, we don't know how many dollars will go in ourselves. We know we have to tie up the land on the waterfront for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of land until well after 2025, which we may need for other to move into, and we were looking at using for development purposes and getting revenue from that. So I'm really trying to decide where we're at. It is, I think, a little bit contradictory, lack of a better word, to have it at the same meeting when the city manager has warned us. Choose what your priorities are, choose carefully, and start to look at what you have to do to fulfill your financial obligations to just meet the basic needs of those that need housing and public transit. On the other hand, we're looking at a major event like this, and let me tell you that people may say that the Pan Am Games was a success, but go up to the ward that I represent and see who really thought it was a success, who really thought the benefit was there, who was able to attend it. They all left town. The biggest thing in my area was there was a lot of less traffic because everybody left the city because of the huge scare that they had about getting around. They found themselves inconvenient trying to run or drive along any of the highways that were there because the lanes were gone. They didn't find a real benefit from it. And now I'm looking at Expo 2025, a multi-month affair in the city that may cost a substantial amount of unknown funds. And I think we're just at cross purposes here, and I think it's just a little bit, in one case, we really do have to decide what we're going to do, and having them on the same agenda really does say that we don't really know the direction that we're going in, because in one saying, we're saying, let's organize this. The other one, we're saying we have to tax people because the provincial and federal government aren't giving us funding for the needs that we have for transit, housing, and we're going to ask them for money, but we're going to ask them for money now for Expo. What's most important? Housing for people, transit to get around the city, or hosting the Expo?
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Other speakers? All right. Well, then we're ready to deal first with the motions we had. There were two. The first was the one moved by me, which I think you have a copy of, but we can put it up on the screen. And it essentially puts in new recommendations 5 through 8. And I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then we have Councillor Robinson's motion, which is again on the screen in front of you and distributed. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item as amended, we'll have a recorded vote requested by Councillor Palacio.
On the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed, Councillor Shiner. The item as amended carries.
Thank you. All right. With your concurrence, I would suggest, because I'd had a request earlier on, you might recall, from Councillor DeGiorgio to deal with what I think will be a quicker item than the ward boundary review, and that is this Metrolinx's proposed 18 milliwatt gas power plant, because there are deputants waiting to be heard on that. Are they still here? Let me just ask. Judith Hayes, Bob Oliver, Rick Cicerelli? Okay. So with your concurrence, ladies and gentlemen, all those in favor of dealing with 15.9, we'll have the deputants, and then are you the only deputant that has survived this?
There's three of us.
Oh, there are all three still here. Well, you deserve a badge of honor for patience. Are you Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
All right. Well, then, as long as the committee's in concurrence, we'll deal with this. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I do hope you're still awake.
No, I'm fine.
I'm not going to sing to you to wake you up, but I am late for my choir practice, so I'm in trouble. Just saying. I'll wait for singing then. My name's Judith Hayes. I'm with Mount Dennis Community Association on the executive. Our MDCA has has worked for the neighbourhood, for residents and businesses for over 25 years, and I have lived in the neighbourhood for 23 years. Our involvement so far has been that transit's been a major issue in Mount Dennis for years. We worked on the Eglinton subway years ago. We have also engaged with the TTC and city planning on the LRT plans before Metrolinx took over. And we're a founding member of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, of which I'm also on the board. We were involved in the Metrolinx Mobility Hub planning meetings and have reps on the Kodak Lands Community Consultation Committee convened by the city. Our past president was one of the 2 presenters on behalf of community consultations to the 3 bidding consortia to build the Eglinton LRT. We clearly requested that they plan for a green development and make it a green jobs generator. Our understanding of the situation at present is that instead of a green development and solar energy, unexpectedly we were given plans for what the city energy planner has described as the largest urban scale gas plant in Toronto. This was after the community planning consultations had taken place on what was going to be on the former Kodak site. There was no consultation at all, and obviously there's been a great deal of concern about it. We noticed that in previous discussions with Metrolinx over the plans for the site, with the very large maintenance and storage facility that's going to go on there, which is a huge building, about 3 acres in area, which they have to have a green roof by law, according to the bylaws. They were asked whether they could put solar panels, on to make it self-sustaining, so that that would fuel the building. And they said yes, they would think about it. And then the plans came out, and it has moss on the roof. That is how green Metrolinx could go with that building. So we're not impressed. All of a sudden, this planned gas plant suddenly appeared in the corner of the plans with no consultation whatsoever. It's got four chimneys, 4 stories tall, and they said that it was just to fuel if the LRT cars got stuck in the tunnel, because you know the Eglinton LRT is tunnelled from Black Creek to Laird. If they got stuck in a power cut, then they'd be able to get them out. And they also said that it was for to run only during peak hours. Well, we know when peak hours are. That's in the summer when everybody's using their air conditioner. So on hot, smoggy summer days, there's going to be pollution coming out of the top of these chimneys. There are houses within 50 metres of the site, this planned site of the gas plant. 100 metres away, there are 2 large apartment buildings. There are daycares in the area. There are 3 elementary schools in the area. And there's also the hospital, which is the main hospital in the city for those with respiratory diseases, namely the West Park Health Centre, which was built in a remote, beautiful area over the Humber River for tuberculosis, for, an isolation hospital. So all of this pollution is going to be coming over Mount Dennis. And this is in addition to the UP Express going up and down every 10 minutes, powered by diesel, which we fought against in the beginning, which we wanted to be electrified. We know eventually it will be, but at the moment those residents are having to already put up with diesel every 10 minutes in addition to the GO trains at rush hour. So this gas plant is not tied to the grid, but was first planned to run all the time, powering the Crosstown LRT line. It's now promised it's only going to run during peak hours, but of course, as I said, this might be quite often, particularly during the summer. It's needed for safety in case there's a power outage. Well, the last all-Toronto power outage was 13 years ago. It seems a lot of money to spend on a power plant.
I have to ask you to wrap up now, please.
Well, we are very concerned about public health, because we know that public health is far worse in low-income areas. We're a low-income area, and we want Metrolinx to stop work on the gas plant and to look at alternative energy systems.
And on that note,
work,
we will thank you very much for your
collaboratively on that.
comments.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions of Ms. Hayes? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience and for your submissions. Mr. Bob Oliver, Tech KO Inc.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll forego some of the context and preamble because it's already been set by in the previous submission. And I'll get to potentially one of those alternative technology solutions that may help resolve a lot of the problems that have just been described. Because this problem is not something that's unique to Toronto. Investments in light rail transit systems around the world are growing rapidly to meet the demands of urban intensification. Governments are likewise confronted with competing demands for electrified commuter rail on the one hand and for ways to reduce fossil fuel-based power generation on the other. A solution has recently emerged in which Canadian technology and know-how is playing a crucial role. Specifically, Canadian hydrogen production and fuel cell technology is being used to power commuter rail systems electrically, but without overhead power lines. This solution is informally referred to as Hydrail, hydrogen fuel cell powered rail. Today, Alstom, a French multinational and one of the world's largest suppliers of high-speed locomotives, tramways, and track work, is working with Mississauga-based Hydrogenics, a modestly sized, hard-working Canadian clean technology company, to build a Hydrail system composed of 40 hydrogen fuel cell-powered commuter coaches, which will go into regional service throughout Germany beginning in 2018. It works like this. Clean, zero-carbon electricity from renewable sources is used to electrolyze water, separating it into hydrogen gas and oxygen. The hydrogen is accumulated and stored for later use. Hydrogen is then supplied to the fuel cells on the train, which generates electricity to drive the wheels. Hydrogenics manufactures and supplies the electrolyzer technology that separates the water into hydrogen and oxygen, as well as the fuel cell technology that reconstitutes the hydrogen back into oxygen, or hydrogen and oxygen back into water, in a process that generates emissions-free electricity. Germany isn't alone in adopting zero-carbon, zero-emissions electrified commuter rail service. In China, the country's first domestically designed tram route, running 9 kilometers and serving 12 stops in the coastal city of Qingdao, and which went into service earlier this year, also relies on Canadian-built hydrogen fuel cells to power commuter coaches. Building on these experiences, Metrolinx and the City of Toronto could consider a fleet of hydrogen fuel cell-powered light rail cars to service the Eglinton Crosstown ridership. This would avoid the cost of building extensive catenary infrastructure to support the overhead power lines that would otherwise run along the entire length of the corridor. As well, these Hydrail cars would be self-propelled, using energy safely stored on board, and so, like buses, they would continue to run during power outages. The hydrogen could potentially be produced on the former Kodak lands adjacent to the maintenance and storage facilities. The electricity to power electrolysis could be drawn from the grid at times when system-wide demand is low and the economics are most favorable. As well, power could be supplied by renewable sources on site, such as the rooftop solar installation we just heard about. This approach, known as power to gas, is an energy storage solution developed in Ontario and that the governments of Ontario and Canada are demonstrating within the province this year. I would be pleased to provide the committee with further information and technical details on the Hydrail option upon request. But for now, the point of my submission is to inform the committee and the community stakeholders that Hydrail is a new approach that innovative jurisdictions are pursuing. It is part of a holistic clean energy solution that is flexible and effective in decarbonizing both energy generation and electrified transportation. It also avoids the expense of building and maintaining overhead power line infrastructure, enabling zero-carbon, zero-emission commuter rail at lower cost. But perhaps most importantly, this approach is a commitment to Canada, to Canadian innovation, to the fulfillment of Ontario-developed clean technology, and to its growing Canadian workforce. And I think it's an example of something that the community energy plan that's recommended to this committee would uncover if conducted. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your submissions, Mr. Oliver. Are there any questions of Mr. Oliver? All right, we thank you very much. And then, last but not least, we have Rick Cistrelli from Toronto Community Benefits Network. Oh, that'd be great.
With the chair's permission,
thank you. Perfect.
Distribute that on either side. Thank you. Mayor Tory, Executive Committee members, members of Council. My name is Rick Cicerelli. I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Community Benefits Network to address the Mount Dennis gas plant issue. TCBN is a citywide community labor partnership. We're working to leverage infrastructure and large-scale development for jobs, business opportunities, improvements to neighborhoods and environment, and connect these into disadvantaged neighborhoods and employment equity-seeking groups, such as those in York South-Weston. We have a community benefits framework in place with Metrolinx and are working with them and Crosslinks on these issues along the Eglinton Crosstown and other Toronto transit implementation projects. All of us here are aware, we recognize the threat of climate change and the urgency for developing meaningful responses. Part of the issue is business as usual. And I'm going to fast track because, in fact, what we had produced in Mount Dennis has been a process of business as usual. That's resulted in that gas plant being proposed as a technology, an advanced technology, to deal with energy efficiency. The reason that I'm here in support of Mount Dennis Community Association and the 12 Residents Alliance, we're here as well, Blue Green Canada, is that we've got a residential community immediately adjacent to the site of the plan. Those are people's bedroom, kitchen windows that you see on the other side, immediately on the other side of the corridor. That's 60 meters. And the apartment buildings are directly west of the site, so would act as a wind block. That's essentially the exhaust zone. That's hypothetical in that we don't have the scientific information on what this plant is about. Now, the reason that I'm speeding through this is Metrolinx just updated. We've been working in response to the announcement of the gas plant. Councillors had met with City Council, asked for the community energy plan. We've been working along with Environment and Energy to provide them some basic information, and reached out to Metrolinx around the idea of energy use reduction, energy storage, renewable generation. What we've got as of today is feedback that Metrolinx has been working very closely with Toronto Hydro, not just on making sure that there are redundant power connections, which lessens the need for a gas plant as a backup facility, but they're also working with them on alternatives. This to us is huge news in that there was no indication that they would be interested in doing this as of last November when the plans for the plant were first unveiled. The indications we have is there's been no movement on the environmental assessment file, and the likelihood is that this plant will not go forward, although Metrolinx is not quite ready to say that. They're hoping to be able to announce details of their work with Public Hydro in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that, to me, is huge. We did come in with some recommendations about asking for stop work. I don't think that's necessary.
1 minute left, so please make sure you use it wisely.
Yeah. But we do want to encourage the city to work with Metrolinx and to ask them to work on the community energy plan. I think there's economic development possibilities there, and certainly this is something that in the Mount Dennis Weston area we've talked about as a future use in the employment lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cicerelli. Are there questions of Mr. Cicerelli? All right. Hearing no questions, I will thank you for your patience and for your submissions. That would bring us to questions of staff by members not on the committee. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you. Through you, Meritori. Sorry, who am I? Jim. Gentleman, Jim. I wanted to, so not specifically to this LRT line, but so each LRT line that we build, do we have to build like a backup natural gas plant for a power supply? Now,
That would be a decision made by the operator.
Oh, okay. That was my question.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of staff by members of the committee or otherwise? All right, speakers. Certainly I had Councillor Nunziata to speak and Councillor DeGiorgio.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as it was mentioned by Mount Dennis Community Association, which is in my ward, the hydro land is, the Kodak land is in Councillor DeGiorgio's ward. That's why you got it ward 11 and 12. Councillor DeGiorgio and I and Laura Benese hosted a meeting November 19th, a transit meeting at the York Civic Center, and at that time, Metrolinx had brought forward their plans on the Kodak site. As you know, that would be the site for the maintenance facility along the Eglinton line. And so at that meeting, there were concerns from the community and as well as from our MPP and myself and Councillor DeGiorgio. So in the past since November, I can tell you that the MPP has been speaking to the minister and has spoken to Metrolinx and have tried to get some answers from them and working on alternative. And we're waiting for comments from the minister, and then we will be prepared to host a public meeting and let the community know. But at the end of the day, I spoke to Metrolinx this afternoon, and they informed me, and I've drafted up a motion that Councillor DeGiorgio will move on my behalf, and Councillor DeGiorgio has agreed to, and I think he's amending the motion as well, is that they are in discussion with Toronto Hydro, and they're looking at alternatives energy for that site. And so they have this dialogue going between Metrolinx, the province, and Toronto Hydro. So the motion that Councillor DeGiorgio is moving is to request Metrolinx and Crosslink Transit Solutions at Toronto Hydro to include staff from and the city's Environment and Energy Division in their ongoing exploration of alternative energy options for the Eglinton Crosstown LRT backup power facility near Mount Dennis. And then Councillor DeGiorgio has asked for another recommendation, and I've asked for it to be reported back to the Executive Committee. So that dialogue is happening. They're looking at alternatives, and I think we just need to wait to see what happens with the dialogue between Metrolinx and the province and with Toronto Hydro. And I believe that they're going to come forward with an alternative plan rather than what they proposed in November. So moving this motion gives us enough time. And at the end of the day, I don't believe that they're going to be building what they are recommending originally in November.
Councillor Nunziata, that would bring us along then to Councillor DeGiorgio, unless, are there any other people I put on the list? Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, you have a motion, I think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, my motion, I will be brief in the sense that Councillor Nunziata has already read out two portions of it. I've also included in part two some concerns that Councillor Shiner had expressed with respect to the proposed backup power facility, when it would be used, for what purposes and whatnot. So it's incorporated in that motion. There have been ongoing discussions between the Minister of Finance, Toronto Hydro, Metrolinx, the provincial member in our area, York Southwestern, and there seems to be a consensus that, in fact, the alternative energy sources will be looked at this location, and I'm optimistic that we'll come up with creative solutions. The only drawback is I suspect it'll be a little more expensive. But unfortunately, that's what we'll see. But so I would ask members to support the motion on the understanding that everybody seems to be on the same page and we're proceeding for a solution. Thank you.
Questions of the mover or other speakers? All right, well then I think, are we ready for the question screen? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now, we don't have a concept per se of quick releases here, but, and if they're not really quick releases, because I hear you have a couple, Councillor Ainsley, then we'll shut them down and put them just back on the list. But you had a couple. One was number 15 point, was it 5? Sorry?
No, first
11, I'm
one.
sorry. 11, which I understand was a one-word change to the...
Sorry, number 7, sorry, the first one was number 17.
17.
This was an easy one. I have my questions answered by staff and my concerns were addressed, so I will release it.
All right, so that would mean that we could then adopt the recommendation from the Budget Committee, unless there's anything else. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then the other one you had?
Going back to number 11.
Yes.
Which is the Aboriginal Employment Strategy Update. And so basically I'm making a one-word amendment to the recommendation. So it now reads, at the end, mandatory targets for Aboriginal employment within the City of Toronto Public Service. And I've talked with the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and the HR staff as well, and they're fine with this.
Well, where the word mandatory, is that because there are presently mandatory targets?
There aren't any targets right now. There aren't any. They're working on.
Well, I think the very fact we're asking these questions indicates it's not a simple one-word change.
Okay.
So we'll have to put it back on the list, I think.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So that would now take us back to. I should ask. Does anybody else has quick? Yes. Are they really quick? That last one wasn't so quick, but.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Number 24. And that's it has to do with the West Toronto rail path extension to the south. And there is also an environmental assessment for the same thing to the north. So it's just to add on the it's the same thing to refer.
So you want to move this amendment then?
Just with, what's underlined on the number 1.
So it says such projects to potentially include. So it really is just putting those on the list for the consideration of the.
So we're doing an environmental assessment already in the northern part as well, and that was approved by Council some time ago. Please.
Well, it's not going to be a quick release then. So let's put it down. Did you have another one, Councillor Palacio?
And the other one, it has to do with number 29. That was the add-on item that has to do with the.
Oh, yes, the Ecuadorian earthquake.
Yeah. And I have a quick motion there that's, I work with city staff on that.
Has it been circulated?
Yeah. It hasn't? So I'll call them to it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, just put it up. It's, it just says
So it's in essence, that's what you're doing. And I work this with city staff on it. Yep.
All right. So we have this amendment to the original recommendation, which was just that we receive the report for information. It looks like it's pretty straightforward. Are people content to call the question on that then? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's 29. Any other sort of quick release items? Because otherwise we're going to go back to, I'm threatening you to go back, which we're going to do to ward boundary reviews, which will not be a quick. Waiting for that. Yeah. All right. Now it says hold for a presentation. Are we having a presentation? I didn't think we were. Pardon me? I didn't think, there is a presentation?
It's at the prerogative of the chair, should you wish to have a presentation. But we are ready if...
No, I think, we don't think we want one. Now, there are deputations, and I'd like to ask the committee to consider, as we did with the, just given the time, and we've got other items to deal with, that we do the same thing as we did for all deputations and speeches and questions, to have a time limit of 3 minutes for this matter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so the first deputation on the ward boundary review was Mr. Kaspersky from the Green Party of Toronto. Is Mr. Kaspersky here? All right, Mr. Kaspersky is not here. Mr. Robert, I'm sorry, is he here? No. Mr. Robert Brown. Mr. Robert Brown does not get his deposit back. Miss Susan Dexter. Okay. Matthias D. Dovitis, Duke Heights BIA. And Mr. Miroslav Glavich. I think, is that him right there? It is. So you are our only deputant that is hung in there, and so we invite you to take your 3 minutes, and thank you for your patience.
You have to admire residents of Ward 43. Who might soon be in Ward 36.
I'm not commenting. Yeah.
It might be all yours.
The old one.
We upgraded. Is that your video option?
I have no idea. Which one display? Yeah.
Can you go down? It's on duplicate. Can you go down?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I was going to take it out, put it back. Give it bot.
How are we coming along there?
Okay, if it doesn't work, I have the manual drawing.
We may have to go to the low-tech, we may have to go to the low-tech version.
Should it show? Again, the low tech.
That's definitely the low-tech version. All right, over to you, sir. The clock is now running. Welcome.
3 minutes, right?
Yep.
One of the main issues, I'm going to focus on in the Scarborough wards. I live in Ward 43 on the south side in a neighborhood called Gilwood. The mayor was there for the Gill Park. Essentially, there's 3 waterfront areas in Crawford, Ainsley's, and Moser. Gilwood has a lot of connection to the north and into Councillor Moser's waterfront area. Essentially, the recommended option is going to split Ward 43 and merge it into Ward 36. Nothing against Councillor Crawford, but the community has been working a lot for the Gill Park, and the 4 state groups in Gilwood are worried that all the years Councillor Ainsley has worked in the community in the Gill Park is going to go away. Gilwood has been part of Ward 43 for many decades. All of a sudden, to put a gigantic waterfront. Nothing against Councillor Crawford's waterfront area, but both his waterfront area and Ainsley's waterfront area have nothing in common, and we don't go to each other for some reason. I know that recommendation map is not going, well, the real one, not my crappy drawing, it's never going to reach City Council because you're all going to switch around. On the northeast of Scarborough, you're splitting up Malvern, community of Malvern. I don't know, Councillor Ainsley and Crawford may know it. A lot of these recommended options split communities up. West Hill, just north of Gilwood, is split into right now Ward 43 and 44. Malvern should never be split. Most of the community of Gilwood, they want to stay with what's now Ward 43, and again, nothing against Crawford, but I knocked on almost every single door in Gilwood, and if people think I didn't do it, it was an unofficial poll. You know, I don't know how, the community doesn't know how Crawford does things. He could make it better, he could make things worse. No comment. You know, a lot of these boundaries are splitting up communities. I just mentioned two, Gilwood and Malvern. You shouldn't be splitting up many of the communities. And I know the new ward, the big waterfront, is going to be too big of a ward. There's too many communities in there, and most likely that ward is, Councillor Crawford is going to run, and you're going to run on the south one, you know. But it's splitting up the community doesn't want it, you know.
All right, well, we're at 3:10, and
Thank you
so,
for the extra 10
certainly,
seconds.
Should we give Councillor Crawford a chance for rebuttal here? He looks very hurt. Are there any questions of the deputant? Did you want to ask a question of the deputant, Councillor Ainsley?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless Councillor Crawford wants to go first.
No, I'll do it offline, actually.
In the hallway?
Out in the parking lot. Councillor Ainsley, over to you.
So Mr. Glavich, did you attend any of the community consultation meetings they had about the ward boundary review?
Every single one, and there were no more than 10 people in each.
In Scarborough?
The one that was held in Lawrence and Markham on that little
Cedarbrook Park?
Cedarbrook Park, yeah.
How many people were at that?
I think it was 8 or 9.
Okay, and then there was another one at the Royal Canadian Legion?
That one I missed, the only one.
Okay, all right. But from the ones that you did attend, did you hear of any outstanding issues with the wards in Scarborough or the residents, the representation that they were getting?
One of the options puts Ward 32 or Ward 33, the North York and downtown area merge with Scarborough, and most Scarborough residents want to keep Scarborough at the Victoria Park.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments. So that would bring us to questions of staff, and I have Councillor Fragadakis who would ask first to be able to ask questions of the staff.
Well, actually, my questions were really for the consultants.
Or to the consultant. I think in this case, that's right. It's.
Before you start my time, if they could just...
I haven't started it yet, because there's nobody to answer the question yet.
No, that's okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll start the clock, Councillor.
Great. So I'll start right into my questions. And on page 11 of your report, you advise that in the Canadian context, the Supreme Court of Canada has employed the term effective representation to set the standard for creating municipal ward boundaries and provincial and federal riding boundaries. Effective representation has evolved to include several components, all of which need to be considered in designing a ward structure. Is this what is commonly called the Carter case involving riding boundaries in Saskatchewan?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So did the OMB in their review of the 2002 Ottawa ward boundary base a lot of their decision on that Supreme Court ruling?
Yes, they did.
Okay. You mentioned in your report that part of effective representation is the capacity to represent. Is that the same as what the OMB in the Ottawa case characterized as representation means having a voice in the deliberation of government, as well as the idea of the right to bring one's grievances and concerns to the attention of one's representative?
The capacity to represent means the ability of residents to bring their views to their councillor. And whether or not there is, the ward is too big or too small to do that.
So is that the same as what the OMB in the Ottawa case characterized as that?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand the role of that, but not as a counterbalance to voter parity, but rather in terms of what or which neighborhoods are grouped together into a ward when working towards voter parity. And so on page 13 of your report, you mentioned that in your deliberations on the capacity to represent, there is no specific information or data set to quantify this criterion. So if you had some information or data, it would have been legitimate to use that to help determine which neighborhoods to group together, correct?
No, the idea of capacity to represent, when we said that there was no data, was that there was no data on individual councillor workloads that we could use.
Okay. So on the same theme of how best to group, did the Supreme Court rule that some types of voters, in the Saskatchewan case, rural voters, for example, might be harder to service, and that could be taken into consideration when creating riding boundaries?
Yes, in the Carter case, they were dealing with northern Saskatchewan, which is a very remote rural community, and the distances, of course, are extreme up there.
Okay. So on page 28, when discussing the options of a 1 ward per federal riding or 2 wards per federal riding, the report states neither variation of the federal riding approach meets the tests of effective representation going forward. Specifically, the ward population size spread is too large from a voter parity perspective. So it strikes me as odd that the federal riding boundaries would not be consistent and somewhat disturbing with the rulings of the Supreme Court of Canada. So in accepting your rejection of these options, is City Council making a statement regarding the federal riding boundaries?
I don't quite understand your question. When we looked at the federal riding boundaries, we looked at them as 25, and we then said, what if you split them in half? So you'd have 50. And in neither case did they meet the voter parity test.
So it's not that you're rejecting that option, you're not making a statement about the federal riding boundaries?
Only if they were converted into wards.
That's your final question,
Okay.
Councillor Fragedine.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I know it's rushing.
Other questions of the consultants or staff? Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Prutz is a visiting member, so we'll take him first, and then Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, just very quickly, I had a motion which I came here and I was going to ask someone to move with respect to 2 issues in my ward. I know we've had extensive conversations, so I won't move them in deference to the mayor's motion that he has in front of us, because I don't want to complicate matters. But as long as I have your commitment that with respect to the BIA portion of my ward, that you would reconsider based on the fact that the boundaries don't extend south into the adjacent ward, that you would consider continuing it in the current 8 when you do your review.
Yes, if council so directed.
So council would need to direct, because I don't intend to move the motion. I just thought that you would undertake to do that. Because if I have a commitment from you, then I wouldn't seek to move a motion on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the moment, we have to be directed to do more work because our contract is ending with the appearance at this committee and at City Council. So whatever work we'd have to do, there would need to be some direction.
Because I was told by you that you wouldn't have an objection to continuing it in the ward, given that there's communities of interest there that desire it in that way.
I think to answer your question through you, Mr. Mayor, that from a voter parity point of view, the BIA could be moved into Ward 8.
It could be moved into Ward 8, and you would...
It wouldn't affect the voter parity, no.
Right, but you would have to be directed to reconsider that, or you couldn't just do it on your own?
Okay, without knowing, I understand there is the mayor's motion, but we don't know what the mayor's motion is. So if we are directed to do further work, we can certainly include your concern, Councillor Perusa.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I said that if we are directed to do further work of any kind, we can certainly incorporate the concern you just raised about the Duke's Heights BIA.
Okay, so if the mayor's motion, for example, that has been given advanced circulation, says that the executive committee refer the item to the city manager with the request that he ask the consultant to, A, review option 1 wards with a focus on amendments to address wards with the highest population discrepancies, i.e., and he lists a number of them, 20, 22, 23, 27, 28, including the possibility of 46, but it doesn't include 8. If I were to ask the mayor to make a friendly amendment to include 8, would you then consider that and look at that?
That would be really clear. Thank you. That would be good.
I'm sorry?
That would be a very clear direction.
Right, and that is your final question, Councillor Caruso. Thank you.
I had one
You had
more
3 minutes, and you just, it's 3:25.
What? Okay. Yeah, no, but okay, fine.
All right, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Thompson as well, I'll put that down.
Want to go first? Okay, thank you very much. Just very quickly, you've broken down court decisions as noting that councillors perform 2 functions. One is legislative, and the other one is a sort of customer service or ombudsman's role. Now, you seem to weight them equally. I would think that the statutory legislative role is what's very important on the population side of what you're doing. But the ombudsman or constituency role, you don't really address that as perhaps being solved through proportional staffing of councillors' offices related to the population that they represent.
Yes, that is correct because of the court's ruling on what constitutes the right to vote. And the courts and the board have indicated that the right to vote means that there should be similar but not obviously identical population in each ward.
And if I may add to this, the issue of extra staffing was outside of our terms of reference. We were entirely limited to reviewing the boundaries of the wards.
Okay, so you were not allowed to go beyond that. I mean, you could have probably created a simpler model by saying that certainly with these wards, a proportional staff model will offset the fact of redrawing the boundaries.
Yes, as I said, we were not, those were not our terms of reference. We did report on what we called out-of-scope comments, and there is a very high-level summary in our final report in one of the appendices. There are more detailed descriptions of the out-of-scope comments in our earlier reports, and some people certainly raised the issue of extra staffing.
All right, that aside.
So you know, Councillor, I didn't reset the clock, but it'd be about 6:25. It would be 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Just very quickly, one last question. When I met with your group, I think at the onset, I said one thing you have to be very cautious of are Section 37 agreements, where development sites may not be in the same, if you start drawing wards, may not be in the same ward as a location of a community benefit, which could violate the Planning Act. But I don't really see any addressing of that issue that is a particular concern on the ground when you're redrawing ward boundaries that have active planning applications in them.
Again, Councillor, unfortunately, that was not inside our terms of reference.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of staff? Did you, Councillor Fletcher? I'm sorry?
I was next.
Oh, you were, Councillor Thompson. Yes, you were indeed, yes.
So if I can just work from here, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask you, I'm looking at 40 and RW 41. And in this particular area here, maybe I'll excuse my pen, you've actually broken a community in half here on the west side of Grimley Road here. You've got the creek going through there and going up to the railway line here. I'm just wondering whether or not, in terms of shifting that over, so going straight up to Grimley and Lawrence, and then over to Midland on the west side, and then going north on the west side as opposed to the railway corridor area. Because in this area here, it's basically, it's all business. There's no resident, well, there's actually some residents just at Ellesmere and Midland, but this area down here, that's all business. This area here, it's probably less than 300 homes. You've just sort of broken that community into half, and on the east side, there's really nothing other than simply the houses are similar, but it's a whole community in this area here. You've broken it into a half, in essence. Just wondering if I can write a motion to sort of ask that you maybe align it a little bit better. When we spoke, we talked about aligning them, but we did not talk about splitting this in half. We talked about the upper area, which is fine, which you do capture, let's say, the area which is Midland Park and so on into 41, which is fine. But you've broken down basically the southern portion in half, and you've got a small portion, which is this area here, which you're transferring to the east side of Grimley Road. And then basically the bottom half here, it's now obviously on the west, which is fine, but you've actually broken that whole Haleyberry and Hunter Glen community in essence in half.
We could relook at that, especially based on if you're indicating there aren't many people there, because and if it doesn't affect voter parity, that becomes a big issue, because we would like to keep communities together.
Yes, and that's what I'd like to do as well. So, okay, thank you. Those are really all the questions. So,
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And Head Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just have this motion, the mayor's motion here, looking at reviewing the 47 wards with a focus on amendments to address wards with the highest population discrepancies. And that would be to look specifically at moving things around in those wards and leaving, I would say, achieving effective representation, but focused on those wards. Would you have a problem doing that? Because you might not agree with that since you didn't bring that forward.
We could look at that. One of the things that becomes an important thing is right now we're dealing with a population size, and there are some wards then, if we don't change anything else, there are some wards, especially in Scarborough and east Etobicoke, that then get very large compared with the rest. So we would have to look at that.
But if this is referred back to the city manager, and I'm sure they will oversee that, since you might not agree with it, do you have a problem in doing the work? That's my question.
We could bring back a report telling what the implications of that were.
I'm asking for the report. You'll be asked to bring these things in. You might not agree with it. Can you do that work?
Of course.
And do you agree that in the first preparation of what you took to the public in the first round, that you had been given improper information by the planning department as to the number of people who would be in Ward 30, upwards of 60,000 extra people? Is that a fact?
Yes.
And then have you checked every single bit of information? I just want to ask that again. You were given improper information which had 60,000 residents moving into Ward 30 by 2031, correct?
Yes, I believe, Councillor, that the planning department changed their data, and I think...
I'm not asking what happened. I'm asking if that's what you brought to the public to start with. Information given to you by planning.
We did, and...
I have to call a meeting with... Yes, sorry. Who's calling? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
let him answer.
I am. Sorry about that.
Okay, yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. And so with the city manager, I had to call a meeting with the planning department and yourselves in order to go over the actual numbers for the forecasting for that area of the city. Is that right? Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And so you also did not want to look at provincial boundaries because you felt they would be different than the federal boundaries, and you've told me that in a few meetings. However, would you agree that the provincial boundaries are now looking like they will be exactly with the federal boundaries?
The province hasn't made a decision on that, but most of the information coming out of the province is that they will mirror the federal boundaries.
So, but you would agree that you've told me numerous times that the reason you can't look at federal and provincial is because the provincial boundaries will not mirror the federal boundaries, or do you disagree that you told me that?
At that time, when we were doing that work, the province hadn't indicated that it was even going to look at its boundaries.
Last question. That was it. That was the last one. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was just the last one. It's 3:20
I
there.
get it.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Other councillors to ask questions of the consultants or the staff? Okay, that would bring us to speakers. Now, there's some discussion going on about a clause of my motion, and I would be happy if there are others who wish to speak. Would you want to speak? I beg your pardon?
Ask about the terms of reference, because,
But you asked your questions.
no, to staff.
Oh, well, no, but. No, they're not here as deputies. They're here as consultants, and I said specifically earlier there were questions to staff or consultants.
I misunderstood.
So it was all one.
Yeah.
Was it one question? Because
Yes, it's just about amending the terms of reference in order to undertake the work.
if you want to ask the one question
That would
of
be it.
staff, then you do that.
The consultant indicated that they would have to have their terms of reference amended in order to undertake some of this work. Would you be able to share those? Or are those public? Asking the city manager's office, or the city manager, who'd ever like to answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that the terms of reference would need to be amended. I think what the consultants were referring to was their contract, which essentially their final deliverable was the final report that's before you today. If executive committee requests they do additional work, then we would need to amend their contract to do that.
I believe they said something different, so listen.
Okay? All right. So that brings us to speakers, those who are not members of the executive committee. I think Councillor Fragedakis was first on the list.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know I'm a visiting councillor here, but I wanted to speak to your motion after you introduce it at the appropriate time, that any reconsideration of the ward boundaries would actually garner comment on the proposed boundaries. And I see that in what the proposal is, that to prepare that undertake any required additional consultation with the public, stakeholders, and members of council, and prepare a revised report to be submitted to September 22nd meeting of the executive, which to me suggests that the consultants are being asked to hold a public consultation in the summer months, which I find highly unusual and not very helpful. We wouldn't even do a planning meeting in the summer because people go away. And we can't actually get a decent turnout at meetings. So I would respectfully ask for the consideration of the committee to perhaps change that date to perhaps October, so that we can actually have a fulsome discussion with the public about what any number of these options would look like for their consideration, because in the end it does actually impact the public.
Thank you, Councillor Fragedakis. I will just get some advice on that in terms of just the timing of all this, because you're asking that as it were, a friendly amendment. So.
Yeah, I'm just asking for it to be considered because it's rushed.
Considered, yes, I understand that. Are there other speakers who are visiting members of council? Members of council wishing to speak? I will just speak first again on the theory that this amendment, I beg your pardon? Oh, there he is there. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Were you waving your hand? Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'm
Please,
okay.
over to you, sir.
I'm good.
You're not going to speak? Okay.
I think it's.
Well, now you're speaking,
It
so
was
I'll
made a
start
little
the clock.
clearer. I think it was made a little clearer by the staff response to what the consultants were referring to. I think that if your motion were to pass, that the consultants would take a review of all of the issues that we have raised with respect to each and every one of our wards and deal with them appropriately. So I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, so what was going on now? Oh, did you want to speak? Yes, please.
Just as indicated in my questioning, and I have met with the consultants, and they've had some meetings, but I'd say that the public interface with this has been quite low, 0.002% of the population of the city. And I have been concerned always I think all of us being political beings knew that those provincial boundaries would be lining up generally with the federal ones. So not being able to consider that has been frustrating for a number, well, for me anyway, during this time. I think that we don't have anything here that talks about any of the school boards and what that reconfiguration would look like for them. As a matter of fact, they were left out of this conversation for a long time. And that this particular map that we're now sending back, very few people have actually seen that. That wasn't a configuration that was brought in. It, I believe, came later. So I just have a little concern about what might be coming back. And the type of change. I'll say for 44 wards, that there's no way, I believe, that 44 wards can be developed without piercing the boundary of Scarborough and piercing the boundary of Etobicoke, which may or may not be a good thing in this city to stop Victoria Park boundary and the Humber River as being sacred, but it's very hard to do. There's other small cities, York and East York, that if we're going to be honoring the boundaries for Scarborough and Etobicoke, that we should be thinking about our legacy cities. There's many things go into making this stew. And I understand what the consultants were given for their terms of reference. And I am going to have a look at that because I did think that Ms. Bowron said that they would have to have some changes to their terms of reference. And I hope, Mr. Mayor, that you might undertake and at least have a little look at that to make sure that the scope that they would be using now would give them the ability to add some of these other things on that are in your motion, or that the city manager's office would have to do that. So that would be my request. I can't make a motion, but I think it's certainly worth looking at.
I'm trying to capture in my amendment something that would, satisfy people that this is the stuff we want the consultants to take a look at in their second go around with the city manager. And I heard you, I think Part C does not, I know this is not a question period for you, but I'm just trying to move this along here. Part C doesn't address what you said, Toronto boundaries for increased consistency.
It does. I simply think that I would think that it was important to review the terms of reference to make sure everything's captured in here, so we're not.
And then down below it talked about historical significance of communities of interest, which I think covers the kind of Etobicoke, Scarborough, Victoria Park, Humber River.
East York.
Point?
York.
East York. I mean, that's what it's meant to do without having 6 paragraphs of extra.
Okay, then I hear you. I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. What I will do is, with your concurrence, are there any other members not on the committee that want to speak? Because I'll just put this motion on the floor again. I don't mean to speak first except to do that. And what it was meant to do, and I'll just start the clock here so I have the same restraints on myself. It was meant to have the consultants go back, and my understanding is, members of the committee, that it has to be the consultants that do it as opposed to our own management, because we then maintain the purity of the process from the standpoint of those who may look at it later, or who will, I'm sure, look at it. And it's meant to take a look at some further work to be done on option 1 with taking a look at some of the wards that have the highest population discrepancies. Then it also is meant to sort of do some of the same extra, I'll call it due diligence work on option 2, which is a 44 ward option based on input received to date. It's meant to take a look at this question that Councillor Fletcher was just mentioning of the intended changes of already the federal boundaries and perhaps the provincial boundaries, and then to have additional consultation, and I would accept a friendly amendment to change the date to October 26th, 2016, to address the point that Councillor Fragadakis made about some additional time for a consultation. And then at the very bottom, it indicates that the consultant should be asked, in looking at all of this, to consider the committee's preference for maintaining the community council boundaries given their historical significance, reflecting communities of interest. So I think that addresses the last couple of the last points Councillor Fletcher made. I think because it's been reported in the press, because I get asked about everything all the time. I am not in favor of adding any more politicians here. So when you talk about the stew, I guess the only thing I won't say that I wouldn't add more fat, because that would be very provocative. I won't even say I wouldn't add more beef. But I just wouldn't add more politicians, because I have yet to meet my first person, except perhaps in this building, that wants to add any politicians around to any level of government anywhere. But having said all that, I think there are ways we can address representation, through staffing and so on, and do some alteration to those wards that have the greatest population discrepancy, but without adding politicians. I think we can do that. And I have nothing against politicians. I am one. But I just think, no, I'm a politician too, but I just think we have enough of them to do the job effectively here with the right staff support and so on. So that's the purpose behind this motion, which was meant to sort of send them off to do some further work, because I think no matter which side of this, as it were, that you're on, I don't think anybody feels the work is done, and that they can do some more work, as apparently they have to do in consultation with the city manager, and come back to us, now it would be in October, with a revised report. So I will stop there and put that motion on the table as I've done. And other speakers? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crawford. Okay, we'll take those two first. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to thank the consultants for their work. I had some opportunity to spend some time with them, and I thought they were very, very thorough and very diligent. And obviously, we see by the work that they've produced, we may not agree on certain elements of it, but they've done, I think, what we've asked them to do. So I want to thank you very much. I'm putting a motion here that basically looks at, I guess I'm amending yours in a way that incorporates this, but I'm asking the consultants to look at redrawing the boundaries. And I had put up on the teleprompter the map that really showed what was actually happening. It was one area of the ward. You actually took a community that's been in effect for a very long period of time, and you segmented, you put it in half, and they're actually on the west side of Brimley Road. So you're going to move them onto the east side, and believe it or not, there is a big difference between the two communities. And I'm just simply saying, keep the community the same. In my discussion with the group, I mean, in my area where I live now, I mean, they've actually taken me out of the ward that potentially I would run in if I was actually going to be running in the next election. Don't know if I'll be fortunate to do so, but I just thought that it would be better to keep the community intact. And I think that that's kind of where we are at this particular point in time. The other thing is that going north up to Midland, there are some residential units on the north side, but most of what we actually have are actually like commercial industrial units. So it's not people in essence, but at the same time you get to keep it aligned, not at the creek. So that's why I'm moving this recommendation to redraw the boundary on the east side of what is considered to be RW 40, I believe.
Yes. So you're asking the consultants to consider this because in a number of cases, I think there are neighborhoods being divided, like Don Mills is an example, where it's currently divided in 3 and it will continue probably to be divided. So you're not directing them, you're just asking them to review this option, or what?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm asking them to review it, to redraw it. I think that if I look at areas in the ward now, communities are actually divided, and it is divided in a way, though, that's manageable. What is actually happening here is that the small pocket in the south side of Brimley Road, south of Lawrence, you're actually, it's in the same area, and you're actually making a line through that community. Whereas it is in my view, it's a drastic impact on that community. It is not an alignment which I think would have been, which is better. For example, if you look at the north side, you have the whole Midland Park community all together. It's in that block. So what you're doing is actually, if we took off just a small bite of it, it didn't seem to make any sense. And that's actually what's actually transpiring here with respect to what we actually have in the diagram.
But my question, I guess, is they may have done that because they're trying to address the population allocation.
Sure.
So there may have been a rationale that maybe we're not aware of, but that's, I guess my question was whether you just want them to look
I
at
want them to review it. Yeah, I'm not directing them to do based on, I want this done. It makes sense for them to review it. And again, they don't necessarily know the area as well as we do. So I want them to re-examine the.
I think the language is fairly clear, requested to consider.
Yeah.
Which is request to consider.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
All right. Questions? Any further questions of the mover? Any other speakers that wish to speak? I had Councillor Crawford down, Councillor Ainsley to come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you for putting in number C about looking at the ward boundaries consistent with the federal provincial boundaries. I was going to be moving a motion to add that, so I won't be now. And I get where the consultants were looking at the number one. There's two on the part of the terms of reference: voter parity and effective representation. I still do believe that, and hopefully it'll come out in the report that we bring, is how do we look at effective decision-making? We talk about effective representation. I get that. And the argument that you will have 25 representatives, 2 city councils, 2 city wards down to 1. First of all, it's not a decision I think we will make ourselves, regardless of where we go. But in the end, I really think when we're looking at the effectiveness of council on a whole, we make better decisions, and we would make better decisions if we were 25, as opposed to, well, it would be end up being 50. With regard to effective representation, that has nothing to do, and it was interesting, I think Councillor Pasnak talked about appropriate staffing levels. It wasn't part of the terms of reference. So if we brought it down to 25 councillors, and we looked at, we're not bringing the staffing levels down. In fact, when we're looking at the whole piece of the pie on how much money we spend from our city council budget, in fact, you may find that we may be adding a little bit of staff, because when we're taking away one councillor from a ward, you still need effective representation. You still need those people to answer the phone. So chances are you actually going to be looking at, maybe increasing staffing. So it has nothing to do with decreasing staffing. But again, as part of the terms of reference, I got the sense that that wasn't there. What I'm hoping to do is and out of this, I was looking at doing an amendment to this. Staff have told me not to do that because even though it may change the terms of reference, I'd like to be able to come back and to really look at the 25 or the federal boundaries between the federal and the provincial boundaries on what is effective decision-making, not just effective representation. I think that's a key component that I did not see throughout at the report here. And, we need to get there. I think we need to get on, look, again, as I said, we probably will not, we won't support this when it comes, but I want to see a report that suggests to me or shows to me what effective decision-making is on a governance side to make a more, the ability to make a better decision. So I will support this, and hopefully something will come back.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Ainsley.
So I do have a...
Just get this out of your way, Councillor. Sorry. It's okay. Just didn't want to get any.
I do have a motion that I'd like to move that amends, I hope it's a friendly amendment to part of Mayor Tory's when we're looking at option number 2. So the consultant be requested to consider moving the eastern boundary from Morningside and Ellesmere northward along Morningside Avenue to Highway 401 for Ward 243. So on the overhead here, Ward 243, which is on option number 2, the area that I'm talking about is from here to here, so it's squaring up Ward 243. This area that I represent now, outside of that area, the consultants are considering moving it to Ward 244. The difficulty here is that area splits up what's now currently a neighborhood improvement area. This area of residential housing would be isolated because on this area here, currently it's the University of Toronto Scarborough and the the TPASC Center, which is the Pan Am sports complex that we just built. So if you use these boundaries, it isolates this area from any other residential area. So I'm putting forward this for consideration by the consultants. I want to thank them for their work. As Mr. Glavich, one of my residents, mentioned earlier, he went to a number of the meetings in Scarborough. I was actually quite surprised by the low turnout. The first meeting we had, it was advertised to 3 different wards. I think a total of 5 residents showed up. Staff from the local MPP's office came. But there was 5 residents at that meeting. Another one that was also advertised to three different wards was actually in what's currently Ward 44. We had about 10 people come. So I was quite surprised by the low residential turnout for this. And I think that, you know, from what I've seen of what I've read and what I've heard from people, the main two concerns seem to be in the north end of North York, where Councillor Fillion is, and then there's the downtown wards. I think, you know, those two areas, one's highly, Councillor Fillion, I think, you know, it has 110,000 people in it, and we have a rapidly growing downtown area. So as we look at Mayor Tory's recommendations, I would support the first one that looked at dealing with the discrepancies in those two areas. I think that, you know, when you look at some of the other areas of the city, you're cutting off part of a ward in one area and then adding in another. And I think the disruption it's causing isn't really helping address the issues that we're having in those two other areas in the north and the south end of the central part of the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any questions of Councillor Ainsley on his motion? All right. Others to speak? I don't think I had any other names down, but that Councillor Bailao wanted to speak. Not details. You mean the ones where it moves this straight or moves that straight?
Thousand people. Well, we have wards being proposed that are 38,000. That by 2030 there will be 53,000. There will be a discrepancy of still 25%. So why are we rejigging everything in the whole city, with the exception of four or five wards, to get basically to transfer the issue from one ward to another? I say, let's look at this center. Let's look at this center. There's clearly an inequity here. There is people that represent over 100,000 residents. However, let's take a second look, because maybe it's not that bad over here. Instead of breaking up neighborhoods like councillors all around here said, and some of them are not here, let's take a closer look at this. So I ask that instead of every single one of us tinkering with this, let's the consultants go back, do their work. We asked for the 44, we asked for the other options, and then come back. This is not our job to be doing this. We have expressed some concerns. Allow them to do their work, and I think they get the message. So I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to make this point.
I'm told that actually if we get into these more precise requests, that it could be a problem for us because some people are here and able to put them forward and some aren't. And that we might be just working on some wording now that would allow for a full canvas again of as much as it may be cumbersome, but most people will have nothing to say, I assume, or very little. And that would allow for everybody to be consulted, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, and so on, about these finer points. That's what I'm told, that it may cause us a problem, which we don't want to do and pollute the whole process in terms of. So they're just, as you can see, they're busily working over there on that. Did you have a, Councillor?
I think that's a point of order is clarification. On your motion and under D, you are clearly stating that to undertake any required additional consultation with the public, stakeholders, and members of City Council to prepare the submission. This will be for the month of October. So that will take into consideration what some members
could say with all members of City Council, and that way it would make sure everybody, those here and those not here, and
that's the purpose of your recommendation.
As members of City Council, so to me that means all of them. I doesn't mean a group, it means all of them.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Provide opportunity, because it's a long time.
Maybe just a little bit of tweaking there, Mr. Mayor, and I think that will address the whole thing.
Yeah, So what have we figured out here? So the advice I'm getting, ladies and gentlemen, is that if we get into these particular motions, it looks like sort of a well, that's the word they'd use with me, and I was trying to find some elegant way to say, you know, that some people who happen to be here could get their oar in and so forth and so on. And so what I'm hopeful that you'll concur in is that this motion actually says here, undertake any required additional consultation with the public stakeholders and members of City Council, and that means, and that the consultants will take it, and as meaning all members of City Council will at least be asked if they have anything further to say, and we would then not risk tainting the process. Okay. And Councillor Ainsley, where did he go? Will you also withdraw your motion on the same basis?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So that means we still just have this motion with the one amendment of October the 26th, 2016 for the report back. Are there any further speakers or anything else? We're ready for the question on it. So that's on this motion to amend, to refer the item, I guess, and it's in front of you. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay. So, what have we got left here, Madam Clerk?
All right. With deputations, we have 1525, open data, 1526, term limits. That's what's left with deputations.
I will just ask the question. We have one deputation only. I'll just ask on the. Are there, just so I know, are there people here? Richard Pietro? Here, okay. Gabe Sahani. Mark Richardson, and Yale Fox. Okay, so they're all here and they've waited patiently. That's on 25, and then on 26, term limits for council members. Mr. Glavich is still here. You're not here? He is here. And you are going. You do wish to depute? Yeah. All right. Well. 1525 it is. May I have a motion from the, did we do it for all future items or just for the one item?
I did it one at a time.
All right, then for 1525, may I have a motion that we restrict the deputations and all speeches and questions to 3 minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So that means first up is Richard Pietro, OGT Productions. And thank you very much for your patience. Oh, the okay.
The Grand Prairie video.
Yep.
And then I think Mark Richardson wanted to speak first.
Oh, okay.
They wanted to rejig their speaking order. They can make it much more efficient.
If it's efficient in the context of it means less time, no offense to them, then I'd be in favor of it.
They can do it quicker, faster, and more open.
That's fine. That's assuming you can get this video set up, because we're going to cancel that in a minute.
Start when I'm ready. Okay, whenever you're ready, I think I can.
Just wait for. Sorry, Mayor Tory. Sorry, I think we're.
Is the video all set up?
Yep, so this is on open data. There's a video that, so the deputants would like to show a video first before
That's fine.
they speak. And this is from Grand Prairie. It's on open data.
The County of Grand Prairie has joined governments across the world who are opening their files and unlocking their hard drives, unleashing the potential of open data. This open information is changing the way people work, make day-to-day decisions, and solve problems. Open data takes information that the government has been collecting for its own use for years and makes it available for anyone to use. The data is uploaded to an online data catalog and is free and accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As always, sensitive information or information subject to confidentiality and privacy legislation will remain private and secure. Most of us think of data as just numbers, statistics, and spreadsheets. But data is our day-to-day experiences, what goes on around us in our homes, on our farms, in our communities, and across the world. We can take that information and use it as it is, slice it and dice it into a format we find useful, or even combine publicly available data with private data and create something completely new and useful. Open data makes our governments more transparent and accountable. But just as important, it makes it easier for citizens to communicate with government and with each other. That leads to collaboration and cooperation. People become more informed and engaged. Businesses can save time and make smarter decisions. Around the world, open data is being used in a number of creative ways, simplifying tasks people do every day. Here's some examples being used. A smartphone application to find the nearest walk-in clinic, pharmacy, or emergency department. In just one tap, you can view the location, the hours, and even the services the clinic offers. You can even access a one-stop source of highway construction information, which is used to help commuters find alternate routes around construction zones. And these are only a few of the endless possibilities for open data. Open data is a powerful, innovative concept that allows easy access of information to citizens in order to build better workforces, better communities, and a better society. Open data, making the County of Grand Prairie and you partners in growth and innovation. Visit the County of Grand Prairie's Open Data Catalog today at data.countygp.ab.ca.
Can we get a bit of an update on what's going on?
I was looking for an adapter to go to HDMI.
Okay, because we'll take a couple more minutes to get the adapter, and then we'll proceed with a verbal presentation.
More time? Sure, if you want. Let's try this one more time. Don't worry. We're just going to do the old-fashioned way with paper.
Sorry, it's just, it's so
Yeah,
late.
no, I understand totally. So just a couple of quotes to get us started around open data. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion. That was Edward Deming, who was a data scientist. The most dangerous phrase in language is "we've always done it this way," which was Grace Hopper. She was one of the founders of the IT industry. And very appropriate for today, from Elvis, a little less conversation, a little more action, please. We've been waiting for a long time for activity here at City Hall in a meaningful way around the open data file. Some of you may be aware that the province of Ontario just brought in the open by default standards. Currently, it only applies to the departments and ministries, but we are expecting that it's going to roll down to the MUSH sectors, municipalities, universities, school boards, and hospitals. So you need to be prepared for this when it rolls your way. And the full document of that open by default standard has been provided. A quick primer on what is open data. It's a complete, timely data set from a primary source. It has easy physical and electronic access. It's delivered in machine-readable formats, which is very important. And it has permanence and is regularly updated and refreshed. City of Toronto is really falling behind. You've had an open data policy since 2011. The effective date was 2012. In that time, you've only released 213 data sets. That's less than a data set per week. The experience of the community is that we find that you're often unresponsive to specific data requests. You're releasing data that has relatively low value. There are a lot of internal silos with no clear command or enforcement about who's in charge. And there's a split responsibility between the CIO and the clerks, which isn't helping. And there's no sense of urgency while other cities around the world do move ahead. A good example of the bad data that was provided was the open data release of dog and cat names. It's essentially, it's fun, it's fluffy, but it's useless from a decision-making point of view. So companies like MapMyData made requests for data in 2014, a series of planning data. It was all lost, and there was no information updates as of May of this year. We've asked for class data in the past from the registration system. We've asked for fire, live cat information since 2013. So there's a series of recommendations at the end here. What we're essentially asking for is that the Economic Development Group under Councillor Thompson finds about $11,000 for each division, and then mandates that they produce 2 high-value open data sets over the next 7 months. We can quickly crowdsource what data sets per division are the highest demand. You spend $500,000 now, you get a 10-fold return in economic activity. You make a real commitment, you set firm deadlines, and otherwise you're going to lose these businesses to other jurisdictions that are more responsive. So we're asking you to please do this, look at the results, and repeat that in 2017 and 2018 to meet your targets.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. That's very succinct. Question? Did you have a question?
Are you aware in Public Works and Infrastructure and the Transportation Division, we are actually looking at big data, and we had a great traffic jam event, which was a hackathon. Any feedback on that?
So there's a difference between big data and open data, and there's also a difference between public data and open data. You have a situation where you're getting a lot of data sets internally, and you're releasing them to a very limited group at a hackathon to work with for a few days. When they come back with whatever they've produced out of that,
right,
there's no recurrence of it, and it's not sitting somewhere in your open data site so that people who weren't involved in that specific hackathon could still take part.
Okay, so this is more accessible, broader.
It's more accessible and it's broader, and your staff often intentionally or unintentionally muddies the water between public data and open data. So putting information up in a PDF might be public data, but then we have to go through as a community, write programs that manually scrape that data out of the PDFs in order to make it machine readable and usable.
Okay, I just have one more question. Recently, just in the last 2 weeks, I saw this aired on TV. It was a mayor, I forget what city, I'm sorry, in the US. And in his office, he had this huge
Boston.
video screen. Was it
Boston.gov.
Boston.
Yeah.
And the mayor was watching the number of potholes that were filled that day and how effectively they reacted and responded to those.
And it's not just the mayor who's watching that, it's anybody in the city of Boston can go to that website and look up based on their ward, their neighborhood, where they are in their local zip code, or if you're on a smartphone based on your GPS.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. You mentioned economic development and so on. Why would you not want to look and maybe have the city manager look at the whole city? I mean, it's not just economic development where data is available. Why would you not want the city manager to look at the whole city?
No, sorry, it's not economic development. I'm not looking for the data from economic development. I'm looking for economic development to pay for it. So, because every time we go to any one of these 44 divisions, they say, we have no funds to do this work. It's not a funded mandate.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I think the actual recommendation does have the city manager doing some of this work.
Oh, yeah, well, as far as we're concerned.
We're trying to identify a source of funds.
Yeah, it seems to be a very required thing to do around here.
It certainly is. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and it just shows how patient and tenacious Ward 32 residents are to stay this late. Thanks.
Well, we've been waiting for 4 years for some of these data releases, so another 12 hours of sitting around didn't seem too much extra.
What do you think of the report? Do you think it goes far enough, or what do you think?
The report is a strong starting point, but you have always sort of patted yourselves on the back about policy, not about practice. You need to deliver on these things. Other cities, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, these companies exist on a laptop. So even if the company is founded at the DMZ at Ryerson, they're going to go where the data is flowing. Data is like it's a natural resource, but it's a natural resource you tap by undamming the rivers. And there are a lot of dammed rivers here at City Hall. And you just need to release that data, get out of the way, and let the community use that data to bring economic benefit, social benefit, some of which we'll be talking about in future deputations.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Mark, can you explain the difference? So open by default. There's some concepts of, there's open by default, and then there's open by design.
Correct.
Which one would be more applicable to a municipal government like Toronto?
Your wards, for lack of a better phrase, of the province, and the province is bringing in an open by default standard, which means that it is also retroactive. So it goes back into data you've already held and released in other formats. So open by design would be when you buy a new fire dispatch system, you are going to then build open data requirements into that new design of a net new system. It doesn't mean that you're going to go back and look at the 10 years of history that you hold for legacy data from those same earlier systems. Open by default means we pick a period of time, back 5 years, back 10 years, back whatever, to release data sets from existing systems as well as new systems.
Okay, and I guess one of the examples that I think was just released last week was somebody took one of our data sets and they created a landlord-tenant review. There's an app out now where you can look at buildings and what the number of complaints are. That would be an example, the most recent example here, that somebody used one of our data sets and created an app.
And that's Yale, who'll be speaking in a couple of deputations, but getting the data to do that was a painful multi-year tooth and nail process. And we can't continue on that way if you want to have the benefits of being a startup city or an innovation city. We can't be sitting here waiting for 12 hours to talk about individual data sets.
Yeah, and one of the, you mentioned earlier, so the motion, there, $11,000 per division to create a data set or 2 data sets a year. And you said that the return on our investment would be 10 times that, $11,000.
Easily that, based on development of new applications, improved internal efficiencies. How long do you as councillors sit around waiting for staff to get you a piece of information, a particular piece of data? The city manager or the CFO can answer, how much do you burn every year on recurring freedom of information requests, where you're being asked for the same pieces of FOI material and you're churning them out over and over again, burning staff time to do that, when it's free information, it's data the public has already paid for. If you had it on an open data site, it could be consumed and it would lower that overall cost.
Okay, and I guess another example that was talked about earlier.
Final question, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, of open by default versus open by design. If you're doing pen and paper and there's some concerns that you've got to come into the 21st century and get away from the pen and paper, that will actually help efficiencies of the city by turning it into open by default data.
Yeah, and why anything you are doing in the city currently is still on paper in 2016 is a question you need to ask yourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of this deputant? All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Richardson, for your time and your patience. Now, I'm looking to you for guidance. I have listed here Mr. Pietro, Mr. Sawney, and Mr. Fox. Is it Mr. Fox, Yale Fox? And I was promised, and I really want to make sure I understand what the nature of the promise was, to be shortening up the time by having it go out of order. How are we doing that?
We're going to...
He's going to be a lot faster in his presentation. Okay. I very much respect the fact you sat here all day, but we're just getting to the point where it's almost hard to concentrate in terms of...
Well, that's why we're going to have fun now.
Yeah.
I bring fun because I know you guys have had a long day, and I ask you guys to look quickly at the screen behind you. Now, one of the things that I do is that I'm an open government and open data organizer, and one of the things that I organize is something called the Toronto Open Data Book Club. And behind you is a map of all the ward capital expenditures for 2014 and 2015. This was created in somebody's spare time for fun, with no direction from the city. And we were advised that this is not something even you guys have. You guys have to go through Microsoft Excel sheets and binders and things of that nature. So for the purpose of doing a demo, we're actually going to look at Councillor Ainsley's ward and see how much money is spent there, at least in 2014. And I apologize, there are some UX issues on the site. This was created by a gentleman called David Zhao, who, like I said, did this at no cost whatsoever. So in the spirit of finding efficiencies in the budget, this is what open data can offer. So, Councillor Ainsley, I believe this is your ward. So the Guild Revitalization Project is what's being spent most in your ward right now. The Cedar Ridge CRC Restore, $1 million right there. Are there any other councillors that would have to have a quick look at what they're, so Ward 18, Davenport. Is this going to be Davenport? No, that's Trinity Spadina. So the bathrooms...
25 million. Gadzooks. Well, Davenport's up there at 17 million. You see that flash by? Just, that Davenport just flashed by there.
So that's...
Flashed by.
So that's Davenport right here. Now, I want to show you guys something else. That's something David, and this is because there's an open data set on the portal right now that shows this information. We don't know if we can trust it because there was no context, right? We just sort of took it and put it inside, David took it and put it inside a map, essentially. But we can also look at staff recommended versus approved, right? I'll give you another, so by the way, this, once again, I can't...
Looking pretty sparse in election year, I'd say.
I created, if you guys want to have access to this for yourselves, I created a bit.ly link. If you're not familiar with bit.ly, just do bit.ly/Toronto Wards, and it'll take you right here, and you can have fun with it yourself. One more thing I want to show you guys that was created through open data. This is something called cityblocks.ca, which was created by instructor, political science instructor in Calgary, and basically he scraped the Timis website in Toronto and other cities to look at voting patterns, voting blocks inside council. Now this is for 2010, 2013, back when Mayor Rob Ford was in power, or was mayor, I should say, and this is pre-May 2013. This is the voting blocks that we see in the city of Toronto. There's 2 big blocks and a few outliers here and there. But what happens after the crack video appears? All right, so cityblocks.ca blocks is kind of like building blocks, so there's no K. This is all powered by open data. This is created by people that are doing this in their spare time with no money. So let's show you guys one more demo. Let's look at Calgary, see how they do things. This is there's no blocks. The voting patterns, the voting blocks are not as present in Calgary. Now this is not